Hey everybody. Sorry that I'm so like shiny and ghostlight. There's something going on with my something going on with my like lighting right now. I think I played around with it last night on Twitch and I haven't quite gotten the settings back to where they need to be. But yeah, sorry about being late to stream. I just wanted to look my best for you because I care about you. And I wanted to say a quick little word about this RGR stuff, okay? So I want to say, first of all, I find RGR's position and her, attempt to jacket various people with weird DGG-esque claims, right, designed to cancel and designed to basically character assassinate people, right? So I'm not a fan of that, okay? But I also want to say that even in a situation like this, where somebody's being incredibly vile, incredibly toxic. Wait, can you hear? Everybody sees me, right? We're good. We're good. Are we good? Are we good? Am I coming through? Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. Okay, so what I want to say is, even as in a situation like this, right? We just have to be careful to like kind of preface what we say with my plea to you to not harass, not bother, not go to and try to, leave RGR alone, okay? God, what I'm saying is that, like, we got to be careful about this, right? Because, like, I saw something this morning that really disturbed me. And it's weird because, like, here I am, like, this is the closest I'm going to come this whole time to, like, defending RGR, okay? So just so you know that. Because, like, there's some people that have kind of gone too far with this, despite the fact that, yes, RGR has gone too far as well, and this is ridiculous, and I know a lot of you are pissed off, and you have every right to be. I guess Vosh is pissed off too, and this happened. And this is what we got to guard against, right? Because I think that I can't imagine that Vosh meant to, like, do this exactly, right? This doesn't come off well. Okay, I am coming through loud and clear. Oh, that's right. I gotta turn myself up in my headphones. There we go. Okay, I'm a little... Yeah, am I loud enough? Yes, now I'm loud enough. Okay, so, let's see. Oh my god. Don't lock that. God, I'm sorry, like, I have to find the links. There's the first link. Okay, back to the jellyfish. I did not set this up very well, chat. Here we go. So, this is what Vosh... This is what Vosh did, okay?
But, I think I just want to see if I can't find that clip sometime. I think that, I think I'm comfortable, though, that, if it does turn out that after that conversation, Riley's takeaway is that I said it would be okay to have sex in public, I'm okay with going nuclear on Riley. We no longer need any respect for her. We can sort of shame people for even continuing to give a fuck about her. You can call her whatever you want. I don't care.
See, you can't do that. You can't do that because Vosh, this is an audience's natural, like, course. Like, they will do that anyway, okay? If you don't want them to do that, or if you want to put a limit on, like, how much they do, right? Because when you say no respect, like, sky's the limit, like, let's go nuclear, like you're gonna get interpreted in a multiplicity of different ways. Some people might just take that the right way. Anyway, I don't see how harassing Riley helps at this point, right? I don't see how calling Riley names helps at this point, other than a super meanie butt, which Riley is. Riley is definitely a super meanie butt. Riley is definitely, you know, not not being good to other people here, right? But I wanna guard against this shit and let you know that I expect more from you, my audience, than apparently Vosh is expecting from his audience, okay? And I know that I don't really have to tell you that, but I'm gonna say it anyway, all right? Just so it gets said, that I don't want any harassment of Riley. I don't want anybody, you know, like, you know, she's not, I feel like she's not doing well. And, you know, take her to task for the things that she said, but leave Riley the person alone. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Yeah, harassment and abuse helps no one. And, you know, when you say stuff like that, Vosh didn't say go harass, right? But it's just like, that's how this gets interpreted, right? And I really worry about that because, as much as, listen, people need to understand that Riley has come after me to cancel me, to end me, right? Riley wanted to live tweet and say that I accepted blackface, right? And she was really mad when she found out that it was just clickbait and I didn't really, you know, say anything good about blackface, right? Riley hates my guts. Riley's been extremely aggressive to me. Riley's been cruel to me. Riley's been dishonest with me. Everything that other people have to complain about, like, I have issues with Riley about too, and I want to validate those, right? That's real, that's absolutely happening, but I still see that she's a human being and that she's a trans woman, and I want us not to forget that. Okay, so anyway, that I had to get that out of the way, okay? Because what we're gonna be watching is a shit show of a debate, and most of it is, like, you know, because of Riley. Most of it is you know, there's really nobody to blame, you know, but you know, Riley, it's ridiculous, right? Doe, okay, so like I think that some people don't know who the debaters are. And why am I so fucking white today? Oh my god, I'm like whiter than usual. Can I get like less white, maybe? Chat, I'm trying to deal with my whiteness here, okay? I'm trying to, if you can just deconstruct my whiteness a little bit. Anyway, chat, bad joke. But the I have as much reason as anybody to hate Riley, and I want to take a moment and say that there are links to which I won't go to. You know, there are, you know, lines that I won't cross, and I don't want you to cross those either with anybody. I've dealt with a lot of harassment, I've dealt with a lot of abuse, I've dealt with a lot of unfairness, but, you know, let's not sink to their level, and let's, you know, be understanding. So, yeah, Doe, okay, so, RGR, if you don't know, is Riley Grace Roshong. So Riley Grace Roshong is a trans creator that is a law student and kind of a DGG orbiter, right? So she became a DGG orbiter when she had a fight with Demon Mama. This was my famous, I mean, I guess I can call it famous. It's one of my best viewed videos. It's the both sides version of the RGR-Demon Mama debate. So they debated, and what they were talking about was almost like the definition of a woman, right? The yeah, there it is, right there. They were talking about you know, what makes you a woman, right? And Demon Mama's contention was that, like, if you identify as a woman, you're a woman. Riley had some exceptions with that view, and I won't go into super detail, but yeah, this happened. This was in
of their genetic sex always start
February.
The vulva, because it requires the input of testosterone to even develop a penis.
Okay.
But you do realize that in your definition of gender, you use the word gender 2 times. So you said that gender is a totality of objective gender and subjective.
So at the time, these two were friends. These two worked together a lot. Whenever one of them would have a debate on, say, trans women in sports or something, Demon Mama would check with Riley, get Riley's information. You know, Riley would consult Demon Mama. They were good friends. They were really good friends, right? They were really close. They did a lot of content together, and so this was a little bit surprising because that's how they went into this situation, joking and memeing. They were chill going into this debate. This is where everything changed, though.
Gender. So how can gender be defined?
All right. No. Gender is, there's two types of gender.
Okay. So which one of those is true gender?
There's no. What do you mean? Which one of those is true gender? There's no.
If a woman if a woman is a gender.
So we're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm just going to show you the basic, gist of the debate that went on between Riley and Demon Mama. How this whole thing started. If you want to see the recent blow up, right, when RGR came into Demon Mama's chat and Demon Mama showed RGR at her low point after this debate. You know, when she kind of had a meltdown, right. And it's kind of, it felt a little bit mean, right? Even given what Riley's done, but Demon Mama's justifiably angry. Riley has been ridiculous to her and completely acted in bad faith. So
one of those that is used to define what a gender.
Oh, the discussion of furry rights. That's right. Oh my god, yeah, definitely don't. Don't pester Doe. Doe goes by its pronouns. Doe gets a lot of shit for that, and so kind of like, as much as it might seem ridiculous the way that Riley's coming at Doe, just getting in a fight with Doe kind of gives Riley bona fides with DGG, and I think that's where most of this toxicity is coming from, is the fact that DGG is a toxic fucking cesspool, and it's becoming worse every day, and it's in no small part because of Destiny. That it's because as Destiny gets worse, DGG is getting worse. Or some people say it's the opposite. I don't know. I don't want to litigate, whether it's the DGGers pulling Destiny to the right or Destiny pulling the DGGers to the right. Whatever it is, it's a trash fire, right? And this, just having a fight with Demon Mama, just having a fight with Doe, makes you automatically look good in the eyes of these people because they hate Demon Mama and they hate Doe and they hate people with non-standard pronouns, and it's ugly. I think Riley's problem is she doesn't understand herself or people intuitively, only through formalism and legal. True. Yeah, everything she writes is like on legal stationery, right? And it's kind of a strange thing. Demon Mama made fun of her a little bit for that too, and like, chat. I am like I am kind of shocked by Riley's behavior here, but I also, like, I can't get into the schadenfreude. You know what I mean? So, here's the deal. Riley's down. Riley's not out. Riley's making big headway with DGG. If I shit on Riley, that's going to feel bad to me. I have this thing where an opponent's on the ground and I can't go after them. I can't. And, that's not, I really don't want that to be taken as any sort of equivocation of what Riley's doing to, what Demon Mama's doing, because it's not. But I just can't join in. I've seen too many trans women tear each other apart to enjoy something like this, okay? Even though I have every reason to hate Riley's guts.
Both of them can be different genders. They're different things.
Okay. So you think, so then a woman...
You can define woman objectively, you can define it subjectively. Those are different.
Okay.
So this is the deal. Riley wants an objective definition for a woman, right? So an objective being exists outside of my subjective experience. Now, Demon Mama and I both think that my identity comes from my subjective experience. It's my subjective experience that, is what defines my identity, not anything objectively, observed or measured. Or do you see where we're getting into trouble here? Because, like, right, trans people used to be measured. Trans people used to be given a test called the oh my god, what the fuck is the test called? Does anybody know that fucked up test that they give you? The bimbo test, you know, like it's basically questions like, hey, remember like an important event in your life? What were you wearing? Can you remember that? And the idea is if you can remember what you're wearing at an important event in your life, you must be a real woman. Cogiati, it's called Cogiati, okay? And it used to be used to decide who gets hormones, who gets treatment, and who gets considered, to be, who gets considered to be not really, you know, trans. So there's some ugly precedents. However, Riley's at least not consciously trying to transmed post. That's not, you know, what she interprets herself as saying. However, in a lot of instances, it does really come close to that, and that's why people are disturbed by that.
So,
the cube test.
How would
wait?
one
What's
person,
the cube test?
How would one person be a woman if there are two? Unless you're saying that there is not actually woman, but there is actually social woman and there is internal woman.
And Demon Mama is a debater from Twitch, from the Twitch debate sphere, right? She's appeared on places like Dylan Burns. You know, just like all the a lot of the debate panels. She debates people one-on-one. Most recently, people have been getting debates with Demon Mama and then ambushing her and trying to make her look bad, basically attacking her. Because if you do that, you make friends with DGG, and that's what people have been doing. They've been kind of like farming clout off of Demon Mama's haters, if that makes sense. So that's what Demon Mama's been dealing with. RGR seems like another attempt to do something similar, and Demon Mama wasn't having it. So when so this is the debate that did happen, right? RGR wanted a rematch, and she came into Demon Mama's chat and just, you know, made an ass of herself. Demon Mama was at first like, I'm not going to debate you, I'm not going to debate you, and then finally Demon Mama was like, fine, get in the VC. And she just muted her. She just like fucking trolled her, she muted her, and she made fun of her, right? And that was the part where I was kind of like, okay, you know, no, you don't have to debate her. You know, she's being ridiculous, she's being toxic, she's being bad faith here. But like, I just wasn't on board for the like laughing at Riley crying thing, which happened, right? I can't do it. I can't enjoy somebody crying. That's not me. That's not my thing.
I mean, like, there's two different like ways to use.
Oh wait, it tells you to rotate the cube in your mind, and it says that you're a woman if you don't know how to.
Woman. Like, there's two different ways to define gender, so you're gonna have two different ways to apply woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But you do realize that, like,
as a disabled trans woman, I can't always shave or whatever. I know, regardless of my feelings, yeah. To see the way that some people gatekeep, and in this case, I think it's more of an instance of Riley not realizing that her take on this is sort of lending, you know, support to that gatekeeping, right? I don't think she's conscious of it, because she'll, you know, I mean, she's not, at least she's not transmed in her own eyes, but yeah, it's
like, that's you're saying
you cannot define people objectively. Yeah, I agree
that there are two different words that you use the same word for. Because if
No,
you
I
define
don't.
woman,
Woman is a gender. There are two different types of gender.
Okay, so a woman is a gender.
Yes.
There are two types of gender.
Yes.
Okay? And
You can have objective woman and you can have subjective woman. Those are different.
Okay. So then, which one of those determines whether you're a woman or not?
They're both they both can determine if you're a woman.
So
all right,
then,
you can be a woman subjectively and you can be a woman objectively. Those are different things.
So I think what Riley's trying to do, if I were to, like, you know, I think what she wants is she's saying she wants an argument that she can make to conservatives, right? So she wants a way to prove to a conservative who's not going to accept the subjective definition of woman that there's an objective way in which trans women are women, right? I'm not sure what that strategy is. I'm not sure what her angle is, right? But that she's really, really attached to this, right? And she, with her chat, they produce documents. They write like legalistic documents saying this is my position. You know, it's like very formal and kind of weird, and like, you know, it's hard to tell, but like basically, you know, her chat's been on board with this, right? And so she's surprised when she makes the arguments against Demon Mama and her chat is not completely on board. She ends up feeling a little bit betrayed, right? And you know, the thing ends ugly. Let's see if we can find.
They often overlap for a lot of people. Like if you're a passing trans woman, you probably, they overlap for you. But those can be different.
Okay. So, in that...
Like there's no, like I want you to eliminate the idea of like, which one of those is the true gender from your mind. They're both equivalent.
I feel like in this case, this goes towards my argument, which is that...
What do you mean it goes towards your
hold on. Well, let me explain real quick. Because if what you're saying is that there are two separate versions of the word woman, and both of them are completely different and essentially irreconcilable in certain cases.
They're not completely different.
I mean, they are. You've said that one is what your internal understanding of your gender is, and one is the external understanding of gender.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
You did.
You can't say it's your internal understanding of your gender, because that would entail an infinite regress.
Oh my god, I forgot about this.
You just described.
The infinite regress.
Yeah,
I'll describe it
my chat
again.
is saying you definitely did do this, but
No, I definitely didn't. I'll read it.
okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. I want to make sure that we can get the. I want to make sure we can get across this.
You can pull up my research doc. I have it right there. I'm literally just reading from it.
That's fine. That's fine, Riley. Like, okay, there are two types.
Why are you talking down to me? You don't have to demean me.
I'm not talking down to you.
I'm literally trying to help you understand like a legitimate like
Riley.
I'm not trying like this is like the equivalent of arguing to someone whether or not 2 + 2 is 4. Right, like, and
okay,
it is infinite, like what you are saying, like just identifying as a woman is a woman, like that is an infinite regress. There's no like buts about it. Like that's what it is.
Yeah, but like we recognize that like tautologies are like what you're describing is a tautology, correct?
Wait,
what do you mean I'm describing a tautology? I'm describing like math. Like this is like basic logic. This is not like what do you mean I'm describing a tautology?
Is that not true? Is that not saying that a thing is not a tautology? Is that not correct? And the tautologies are not necessarily logically fallible. For example, A equals A. We recognize...
Riley has become unhinged. She has destiny brain. I can't say you're wrong, GC Snipe.
And acknowledge that A equals A.
No. When you have like a logical, all right. So hold on, I need to.
Oh my god, why do I look like such shit today? I don't understand.
Okay. Just say
all right, I'm gonna call this an end.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm being mean to myself again.
No.
Wait, hold on. Don't interrupt me. No, I'm actually responding.
No, wait.
Why are you? Hold on. Why are you interrupting me? I know what you're saying, and I can tell you why that's not an accurate representation of what you're saying.
All right. So.
Okay. Are you gonna let me explain this? Right?
No, I'm
when
not.
you define
not
what
right
something
now. I'm
is.
not, Riley.
Wait, well, hold on. What do you mean you're not?
No, I'm not. Because I can tell where this is going. You're like, this has gotten to a point where like it's gotten like super intense really quickly, and now we're getting.
Not listening to me, Riley. Please, no. This is actually...
Riley. I have tried to talk.
Don't talk down to me. Why are you demeaning me about this?
I am not talking down to you, Riley. I'm simply trying to talk. Right now, like,
what do you mean? No,
Riley.
Literally... Well, all right, you know, fine. I'm gonna talk to you exactly the same way that you're talking to me. Okay.
Do you think that I'm
okay? Now I'm like a little pink, but that's.
Listen, do you think that I'm actually trying to harm you right now?
Sorry, chat. I can't find my true color. Can chat help me?
Like, why are you getting?
Can chat help me find my true color? I don't know. This is like weird. A little bit better. I don't know.
You're so heated about this.
Riley, I didn't do that to you at all. I'm in fact being remarkably calm.
Okay, I like this better.
You kept accusing me of being angry and being like.
No, I asked you if you were getting frustrated. Now, at one point, I will admit,
yeah,
I said,
no, I am getting frustrated because you are a public figure, and if you make a bad argument, and other people adopt your bad argument, then you are going to.
So you are making that. This is why I said. So I was correct in saying that you're making the destiny argument. What
do you mean I'm making the destiny argument?
So the destiny argument is that Demon Mama is like bad for trans people because her arguments are wrong. So it's taking like a trans woman who's advocating for trans people and saying she shouldn't do that because her takes are bad, that she's doing more harm than good. That's the destiny argument. To be honest, I don't feel like Demon Mama was talking down to RGR. Yeah, I don't think Demon Mama, this is how Demon Mama is. Okay, so if you don't know, yeah, she talks down to people a little bit, but Riley knows her. Riley's friends with her. Riley should kind of be used to that, and Riley's never had, you know, a reaction to that in the past, right? So, you know, yeah, I don't think that really the reaction from Riley is definitely out of whack with anything. Like, I mean, you could say that, you know, calling somebody's name like twice, you know, that was brought up, that Riley, but she didn't really do it in a pedantic way. And, you know, I mean, that's, you know, it's understandable. Destiny is bad for humanity because his arguments are wrong. Yeah, I guess so, right? You have to reach into your heart to find your true color. Oh my God, that's so true. That's so true. I found my stand last night on Twitch, so, you know, maybe my true colors aren't far behind. You admit that she was talking down to her. I admit that things are more nuanced and that often aren't black and white, is what I admitted there, Courtney. I guess what I was trying to say is that I could see how Riley, at moments, Riley could have felt, you know, talked down to, but well, I mean, just watch. Anyway, this is the old video. This is how it all started. And like I said, they were both friends before this. We were all friends. Riley, Demon Mama, and me had worked with each other and done content with each other. You know, this was before every trans creator hated each other. So,
really
Just
saying,
you make an
you're a
argument
public
and
figure.
yours
Well,
is-
guess what? Right now, you are being cringe, and as a representative, a public
What?
figure, as a representative and a public figure.
So Demon Mama got mad because Riley was making the Destiny argument, basically saying that, you know, her advocacy was doing more harm than good because she has the wrong take, because she, you know, wants to see this as a subjectively arising definition, which in Riley's mind means that she can't talk to conservatives because conservatives aren't going to accept a subjectively based definition. Riley thinks she's got the, you know, Rosetta Stone to win every trans argument, to get the, you know, Republicans on there, because she's got some kind of an objective definition of woman, and if you'll just let her use this objective definition of woman, then she can, you know, basically make trans rights, you know, just instantly happen. So that's
who
where
is
we're at.
representing trans people by your own argument.
Snuggle Nuts is rising, more like.
Your cringiness right now.
Wait, hold on.
Can I get some Snuggle Nuts is rising in chat?
Wait, how am I being cringe? By pointing out how you are being clearly logically inconsistent? How the fuck is
Wait,
that being
I
cringe?
literally-
I'm looking out for people to make sure that they don't make dumb fuck arguments and lead themselves into bad situations
see
that
why?
you would
Wait,
lead them into.
Riley,
People
Riley,
make
Riley,
more
Riley,
arguments
Riley,
and get fucking
Riley.
destroyed.
Riley, this is exactly
No,
why.
don't
Wait,
look down
no,
to
no,
me
stop
like
this.
I'm harming people when you
Riley,
are literally harming
stop
people
this.
and imputing me morally.
Riley, holy God. This is why I said that we should stop this, like a while ago, like a significant.
And like, here's kind of where I give Demon Mama some credit. Like, she's trying to get off the phone. I think what's happened is that people's tempers have gotten raised and that the discussion is no longer productive. The correct course of action there is to stop talking to each other, to take a breath and to de-escalate. And so this is what I kind of give Demon Mama credit for, right? Was she at times, you know, a little bit pedantic? Sure. But I mean, if you're gonna talk to a debate, bro, you're gonna get pedantic at, right? It's something that probably I do, right? Like, you know, like I said, that nothing's black and white, you know. And you know, we can all look back at any interaction and find stuff that we could have done better, but I don't blame that. I don't put the blame on Demon Mama for this, because Demon Mama's trying to disengage. That would have been the smart thing to do, because from here things get really bad. Things get really, really bad.
You aren't even listening to my. You aren't even like giving any effort
No,
to listen to my argument.
Riley, you're literally shouting over me while I'm trying to say things
Yeah, because
multiple
you're
times.
not listening.
No.
You have
Riley,
not
I'm
been able
gonna
to
mute you on. I
incorporate
can't believe
anything that I've said
cannot
so
believe
far.
I thought
Not
it was.
once. You literally are
I'm
just like,
going
oh,
to-
a logical regress.
I am
Oh, well, I just
literally
don't
going
care
to
about
mute you,
that. That
Riley.
just doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I've muted Riley. Just so you know, I have been trying to say something multiple times, just trying to get my point across that I think this is getting intense, and I have tried to ask Riley to let me finish a sentence. Riley has not. I've now muted Riley.
Okay, so the argument on Riley's part is that woman, you know, like, who is a woman, that has an objective and a subjective definition. So objective means that it's something that we can see, measure, ascertain, right? Subjective means it arises from inside me because I feel like a woman, I'm a woman, right? That's Demon Mama's definition. Demon Mama says that is the definition for, you know, who is a woman. Riley says we've got a subjective definition and we've got an objective definition, and I need the objective definition because conservatives don't believe in the subjective experience, so we got to throw this away for this, and I'm going to make an argument to conservatives that's going to appeal to them, and that's going to get them to be like, trans rights, you know, if they can just see the objectified version of what a woman is. Demon Mama and I, and maybe you know, cannot imagine what the objective definition would be other than some retread of the transmedicalist sort of, you know, oh God, I don't want to charge it with that language. What I'm talking about, chat, is the way that trans people were put through gatekeeping prior to, you know, recently, right? That this was something that that medical establishment tried to decide, you know, who could and couldn't transition. Now, Riley would probably say her take's not transmedicalist because she has no problem with anyone who identifies as a woman calling themselves a woman, but that when she makes this objective argument to people who don't accept the subjective definition, that she is going to, you know, like, kind of like, you know, sort of not worry about them, right? And you know, this is not acceptable to Demon Mama. This is not acceptable to a lot of trans people. And even though Riley walked her audience through this argument, and they all kind of like, you know, agreed, she got some sort of consensus from her chat, they turn on her in this debate, and a lot of people express disagreement with Riley. This causes a meltdown, and I'm not going to show you that meltdown because I don't like the idea of laughing at people crying. Okay, so yeah, that's Riley's wrong. Gender is an intersubjective at best. Yeah, I like wow, I didn't even think about intersubjectivity there. That's an interesting take. Experience is objectively subjective to the individual. Sure. Yeah, there's a way to think of it. Riley is basically saying that you're only trans. Oh God, I don't think that Riley's saying that. Right, chat? I don't think she actually, you know, said that, right? But the objective. So you're partially right, though, that the objective. She did mention passing in terms of the objective measurement. So yeah, I guess that could be there. But if you asked Riley, you know, are non-passing trans women, I'm 99% sure she'd say yes. So I don't want to misrepresent her views. She doesn't call her views transmedicalist. Some people, you know, don't see the difference between what she's saying and transmedicalism, but I don't think she's trying to be hurtful here is what oh my God, this is so hard, chat. This is so hard because, like, I'm in this situation where somebody that I have a whole bunch against is getting dogpiled, rightly so, but I am conscious of what it feels like to be at the bottom of a dog pile, and I do not want to put any more pressure on her right now. So I'm not, if I sound like I'm treating her with kid gloves, that's why, okay? You're clear on what my position is. I agree with Demon Mama here, and I think that Riley's been ridiculous, and I think that we're going to see her being ridiculous to Doe as well. But at the same time, I am encouraging, you know, you to not direct any harassment her way.
Okay? I don't like this.
Transmedicalism is a gatekeeping idea that basically some people who claim to be trans are trans, some people are not, and that the, you know, that like it's like that there's like a also that, like, you know, seeking and receiving like medical intervention is some sort of a verification thereof. It's a little complicated to totally get into, but that's the basis of it, and a lot of trans people don't, you know, are hurt by that because it sort of leaves them outside of its definition of woman and its definition of trans, right? So it's not a very popular take in the trans community, right? It's something that, you know, most people do not most trans people would not openly espouse. It's you know, considered transphobic.
Either, okay? Now, I was very carefully trying.
We've got the debate for you. So this is the first debate, and I'm just going over like what happened here, what this is all about. let's see. Yeah, we're almost done with the intro here. I'm just gonna watch the intro really quick, and then we're gonna watch the Doe versus Riley, right? So we watched Demon Mama not debate Riley and demand $300 if Riley wants to debate the other night, right? And then since then on Saturday, Doe, who is a streamer, a non-binary streamer that goes by its pronouns from Twitch, Doe was I guess because Riley's been saying bad things about Doe, Doe debated Riley, and it became a shit show. It got really bad. It got really nasty. And then after that, Riley went to Vosh, and Vosh was not having it, right? And we saw earlier Vosh kind of go off on Riley and say go nuclear, which I do not support, okay? And I'm really... Don't make me fucking... You know what I mean? I feel like when I say I'm pissed at Vosh for doing it, it sounds like I'm defending Riley, and I'm not. Riley, a lot of what Riley's done is indefensible. However, I don't think saying go nuclear on anyone is something a big content creator should do, right?
To question some of these positions, and it got increasingly intense. And when I noticed that and said, hey, like, there's no need to make a comment here like that, we calmed it down a little bit. But this is
oh my god. So that's how no comment chick videos used to start.
Find things according to like biological sex. Essentially.
So yeah, that was that was the heated moment, one of the heated moments from that debate, and then I think it ends with like this
conversation with you, Riley, because listen, what it sounds like to me is that you were really like, and this is my conclusion and my takeaway from this, I feel like you feel the need to justify your existence as a trans person without
it made an attempt on its life, and yeah.
And you want to have a 100% definite objective truth, when in reality we're dealing with social constructs and linguistic limitations. And I do realize
you have demonstrated literally don't know what a construct is.
You literally
don't
interrupted
understand
me.
what a social construct
All right,
is.
I'm done.
No, you're
I'm
talking down to me.
I am literally
Fuck
done.
You literally are not willing to listen to me whatsoever. I've gone through hours upon hours of trying to explain this concept to you.
Okay.
No. Fuck you. Have a good night.
Wow. If I had this video to edit again, I would have used I would not have used music there. I'm sorry about that. This is how I used to edit videos, okay? So I used to edit videos, but yeah, like so anyway, there's that is the original Demon Mama RGR. I hope that explains to you a little bit about who RGR is. Like I said, Doe is a Twitch streamer. It is talks about trans issues, talks about theory. Doe's really smart. Doe, I learn a lot from Doe's streams. So, yeah, yeah, they ended up debating, and here is the trash fire that resulted. Oh my god, okay.
Hello.
Okay, so here's the beginning of the debate.
You are live on the RGR live stream.
I should turn you up just a little bit.
Okay. How goes it?
Did you say how goes it?
Yeah, I asked how goes it.
Yeah, it's going okay. Well, we've been streaming for a little bit. I waited here for a little bit. Your conversation. I was back in like 30 seconds and you started a brand new conversation. I was back so quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason I brought on Malcolm was because Malcolm had actually been here waiting since like the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I saw they were here before me. It's all right. I just, oh, I was here so quick. I didn't think that you were gonna move on, but that's okay.
So yeah, this is how it started. Do I agree with the Rittenhouse verdict?
Did you have a good conversation? We didn't listen to it. I have no idea what you guys talked about. Your chat seems to say it's about Calvin Gara, but I don't know anything.
It was in part about that. It was interesting.
Okay, so here's what I'll tell you. I'm not a legal expert, so I can't speak to the law on the matter. But I think it presents a really dangerous precedent. And that this decision is likely to get more people killed. I think that the First Amendment is actually under threat from the Second Amendment in this case. If somebody can bring a gun and wander around a BLM protest, and if somebody misinterprets the man with the gun standing there as something dangerous and comes at them, they can rightfully just fucking let go, right? Yeah, that's really fucked up. That's really dangerous. I think the First Amendment is under attack by the Second Amendment. That's my take on the Rittenhouse verdict.
Okay.
So I'm assuming. Do you mind if I read out the initial tweet that you sent at me to come on here?
I mean, you want to read through the whole thing?
This happened last night.
I think that would be a little more enlightening than just the first tweet.
I'll read.
We can show it all together if you really want.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the initial ones. Like, hey, Riley Grace Roshong, I'd love to debate. You blocked me and deleted all your videos, tweets after you called me a pedophile repeatedly. Zero evidence.
Oh yeah, content warning, trigger warning. Riley's gonna. I think that Riley accused Doe of like. So here's the deal. So now we're not talking about the gender self-ID take. Now we're talking about the kink at Pride discourse, which was the idea of is Pride getting too sexual? Is it hard to take family there? To take kids there? And should there be some like rules about like what can go on in Pride? And Riley had the most extreme take about this, which was like, if there's anything that anyone could possibly even be getting turned on from, that shouldn't be allowed to happen in a place where kids could be. If a kid could be anywhere near a place where somebody sees someone else, dressed in a sexy way or acting in a sexy way, and they could get turned on by it, and there's a kid that could be in proximity, that is something that should never happen, right? And so it's a weird thing. It's like, okay, so no more bikinis on the beach. If you really take Riley's take seriously, then you're going to live in a puritanical culture, right? And that's what's kind of ridiculous about it. And she's got the Bailey chat, but she doesn't understand how to walk it back to a mod. So mod and Bailey, it's a technique where you say something outrageous, and then when somebody calls you on it and says, hey, I want to debate you on that, then you walk it back and say, oh no, actually really all I was saying is this, and they can't disagree with that because that's reasonable, right? So you trick them with a unreasonable argument, then you walk it back to a reasonable argument. That's what a Mott and Bailey is. So what I'm saying is that Riley's doing the Bailey, Riley's doing the unreasonable argument, and she's not successfully walking anything back to something that people would say is acceptable.
From me saying not wearing shoes in public is not, quote, involving children in a sex act. First come, first serve, right? Yeah. So yeah, like I think that what Riley's problem was that Doe said something about like her Doe said that Riley's take was basically, if you took Riley's take seriously, if you took her take seriously, Doe was saying that it being barefoot around its former partner who is into feet would be considered a sex act. And to most people, that's kind of ridiculous. It's like, oh, okay, so you can't be in sandals, you can't be barefoot around your partner if they're into feet,
because if a child could be anywhere in proximity. So it's like a ridiculous take. It's an untenable take. And I don't even see how DGG, right, is on board. Because, like, listen, DGG's got a lot of problems, okay? They got a lot of bad takes there, especially around the Rittenhouse thing. But they're usually not puritanical. There's not a lot of puritanical, like, you know, right? They're you know... That's usually not the vibe that they kick, but yeah, this take by Riley is, I don't know how else to describe it, but anti-sex.
So I apologize, Malcolm was here, yeah. I just think the topic was Riley lying
Neo-Puritanism.
to cover her tracks.
That's a good way to put it, Impact.
By repeatedly calling the CSA victim.
I know. Remember this discourse? Yeah, I do.
For not thinking that not wearing shoes is actually okay to do in public is a really good topic. Feel free to let me know.
You added an extra knot.
Wait. Snuggle Nuts, are you in the like shadow zone? Oh my god, thank you GC Snipe for signing up as a weird champ.
You said not thinking. It's
our weird champ level where you can use emotes and I think you get like priority on me reading your comments.
Okay. Then I unblocked you. And yeah, so I guess I want to begin. Mind if I ask like a couple?
Whoa! Can we go a little bit further?
And we'll be putting some more things together too. I'm gonna actually up the value of our memberships. Like you know, in terms of there's a lot of stuff that's been said about me, and some of you know what I'm talking about. Some of you have seen like a dossier with folders and shit like that. We've got some information on that, and I thought the best thing to do was just to be transparent with that. So, and that's going to have to be behind a paywall. So, you know, like that's going to be one of the ways that people can get access to that, right? Because the truth does need to come out, and the truth is I got nothing to hide, and I'm not going to hide anymore, right? If these people want everything out, I'm going to put everything out, okay? So.
Oh wait, which one?
Oh, I just think that you're.
You also like mopping. Wow, you must be the only one.
Off a lot of really important information.
Can other people see Snuggle Nuts, or is Snuggle Nuts just like a figment of my imagination? We could have dream characters in chat. I don't know. I'm not that tired though. Usually it only happens when I'm tired.
Is it okay if we read a little bit more?
Okay. Do you want to see the big?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
That tweet is just those two pictures. But that wasn't.
Do we want to read Joe's
right?
chat, or?
There are a lot of other interactions. I asked you if you wanted to talk about gender.
We see. You see Snuggle Nuts.
You actually said feel free to talk.
Yeah. Somehow Snuggle Nuts does not see you. I don't know why.
About gender here when I asked to come on and talk about this.
Snuggle Nuts, you are seen. You are seen.
Other topic.
You are valid. Okay.
Yeah. I was interested in talking about.
Why would we ban you?
Multiple topics.
Yeah.
I thought that would be cool because I know that you've
just for mopping posting
about gender before, and I am also someone
legit. Well, no, I've got a lot of fans that are fans with me and somebody completely 180 from me, so that's completely normal.
Who talks about gender a lot. So I was super.
I love the stream alerts for Doe.
Interested in talking to you, but like I know that you very strongly do not want to talk about gender.
You want to read the chat? Okay, we'll get into there. Let's get in the chat. Okay, so yeah, Doe does not want to talk about the question of gender self-ID. Doe wants to talk, I think, specifically about the oh my god, where is this? Doe wants to talk about the question of, like, you know, kink in public, basically sexuality in public, what should be the parameters, you know, like Riley, you know, is like pulling. I almost want to call this like a Catcher in the Rye take. Chat, would I be wrong in calling this the Catcher in the Rye? It's like we gotta protect the children, we gotta protect the innocence of the children, right? Like if you don't know, Holden Caulfield, it was a character in Catcher in the Rye that scratched out the curse words famously in on that were written in graffiti in some misguided attempt to keep children from getting corrupted. I don't know why I'm comparing it to Catcher in the Rye. It's because it's such a great work of literature, Chad. It's a truly J.D. Salinger's work is truly a piece of art, yeah, or something. Sorry, chat. It's an old meme in my community. Oh my god,
why, but yeah, you don't have to. I'm not gonna force you to.
You're a fan of people who write no comment chick fan fictions?
Wait. So do you mind if I ask you, like, just in here, you said that I repeatedly called you a pedophile. So first, can I get like just like all of the places? Like, can you just tell me? You can tell me if I
Well, how about I ask you a question? Around the time this summer of
it's because you wear tight pants. That's actually awesome.
The Kink at Pride conversation. Did you private your Twitter and delete all of your tweets?
Oh yeah, Zoe and Franny. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I was getting a lot of harassment at that point.
Oh, I'm sure you were. But privating your account, I delete my account every once in a while and reactivate it when I'm feeling a little, I've got some other stuff to do and I don't want to focus on Twitter.
Yeah, the reason
you read the other J.D. Salinger, isn't it more like a short story too? Yeah, like so almost. It's funny, like I don't know what else. Yeah, but like J.D. Salinger, like maybe didn't write that much, right? After Catcher in the Rye,
I deleted a lot of my content, and I privated my account was because I was getting harassed a lot by people. Mostly.
So the funny thing here is that like Riley also deleted her tweet about me. When she was thinking that the irrelevant debate was going to end with me endorsing blackface, saying that Rachel Dolezal was based. She did not get that, and so she deleted the thread. But we kept a copy.
Associated with you and your community.
So yeah, this is a thing that Riley does.
I was getting, constantly harassed, and I was just recovering from surgery around that time. So I just had to do that for my own mental health sake.
You had to delete your tweets for mental health?
Yeah, that's
okay.
There's a lot of imps in chat.
A place where people can be able to harass me, yeah.
Well, I mean, you had your account privated. It's a little hard when you're privated.
Well, yeah, I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, because I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, that people could not, like...
Oh, wait, Constant made a fake Riley account? What? Okay, yo, I only know about the Constance thing with EJ from Non-Compete. I didn't know about this. I thought that Constance only made, like, parody accounts and stuff. I didn't know that Constance was trying to, like, fool people and, like, poison somebody's reputation. That's fucked up. I mean, if it's true, I have no idea.
Harass me with the tweets that were still on there. That was around...
Can I ask what harassment means to you? I'm sorry for interrupting. If you want to finish what you were saying, I apologize.
Yeah, so around... I'm trying to remember. Was that the Kink at Pride or...
It's around July.
It was around... So that was... Wait, hold on. So that would have been... That was Eat the Rich, right? There were a lot of people
Oh my god, I forgot about Eat the Rich. So Eat the Rich was when Riley made some weird take that when lefties say eat the rich, which, like, Riley interpreted that as a call to violence. Like, literal fucking cannibalism, my dude. You're calling for literal cannibalism. I can't believe you do that. You're so horrible. How would you do that? This is inhuman. You're saying to eat the rich? You're saying to cannibalize another human being? You horrible monster. That was Riley's reaction to Eat the Rich.
Well, I know that, like, around that time, there were a lot of people who were sending me death threats.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've experienced that shit with, like, accounts that impersonate you and post fucked up shit, right? I just didn't know that Constance was on that. I know that Constance has a really edgy sense of humor, right? Really fucking edgy. Like, makes me uncomfortable. It's so edgy. And I've never actually laughed at anything that Constance has posted, but I didn't know that Constance was kind of like doing it in a way that could be... Yeah, I guess that's right. Some people did interpret the fake EJ as real.
We saw some of those. I think that's pretty wrong. To
punish RGR, yeah.
I think it's pretty inappropriate.
And Demon Mama said that basically RGR was ripping her off. So, chat, just if you know... With Demon Mama, never, like, steal her jokes, okay? Never steal her jokes, because she will joke scold you if you do. If you steal her jokes, if you use a joke that Demon Mama has used, oh my god, she'll never forgive you, so yeah.
Pretty wrong. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I've experienced similar things. I'm sorry about that. You have a few members of your community who liked it.
Riley Grace, okay, really? Oh god, that's, wow.
Say lots of things about me.
Wait, hold on. So do you have... Wait, hold on. Who in my community has done anything like that?
Gammy.
Gammy? Hold on, wait. Gammy is not part of my community.
She's in your chat right now.
Does anybody know my history with Gammy?
Is anyone who's in my chat?
Gammy hates my guts. I don't know why. I didn't even know who Gammy was until somebody was like, "Hey, this bitch is tweeting about you." And yeah, no, she tweets about me all the fucking time.
Wait, hold on. You were in my chat.
And people will be like, "Who?" People in Gammy's community don't know me because I don't hang out with like a bunch of self-hating, TTTT trans women, right?
Yeah. After I was blocked from here, because you. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah,
no, hold on. Hold on. I'm talking to a lot of people who I disagree with. This is the first time that Gammy has been in my chat in months. All right.
Okay.
Gammy in my chat? No, dude. No. I'm pretty sure the association between Riley and Gammy is. I'm pretty sure. Wait, Gammy hate? Well, apparently not Riley. There's some people that Gammy doesn't hate. There's some people that Gammy gets along with, chat. And wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know?
That's fair, but do you remember when you posted a tweet a while?
Well, I mean, I guess you need only to check out her Twitter and find out, who Gammy has a posse. Gammy has a posse.
Back, and you said
She
here's
has
some really good accounts that I think are
stands,
really important for you to
let's just
follow for
say.
good trans voices, and one of them was Gammy.
Yeah. No, I remember that.
Oh my god,
So,
really important trans voice to follow. You gotta follow Gammy. You'll never know the trans experience unless you... Gammy gives you the part of the trans experience where you get to feel like what it's like to be bullied by a mean girl, right? That's the part of the trans experience that Gammy represents, is the super meanie butt part.
At some point, you agreed with some of the things that she was
that
doing.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of a lot of the more problematic things that Gammy had done. It's actually why
I completely missed those posts that she does all the time.
I ended up deleting that, or part of the reason why I ended up deleting that and disregarding that. But also, this isn't part of the comment that this isn't what we're talking about. You came here to talk
I mean, they're all kind of relevant. You were talking about harassment, and I was just curious what you consider harassment.
You're asking me why I privated my account and deleted it. So
well, I'm asking why you deleted tweets when you were
Yeah.
telling people that others were
Hold on,
quote
wait,
unquote.
are you saying?
Yeah.
All right, so is the allegations? I just want
Gammy is like a trans woman who basically makes fun of other trans women. Right? Who is like, I am hot. I am passing. Fuck you if you're not, right? And so she's not a real popular figure in the trans community, right? She just openly expresses a lot of self-hate, right? And I've talked about her. I mean, I guess maybe we'll put that video out at some point. I feel like she really likes me talking about her, so I've been trying to avoid that. But I have an interesting take on Gammy, where I say that she's also a victim of self-hate, and that self-hate is a huge problem in the trans community, and it's something that we need to deal with, and that sometimes the way that if you really want to piss somebody like Gammy off, reach out to her, show some compassion, tell her you understand and that you feel sorry that she's existing in this sphere of self-hate, right? And it is a sad thing, and that is the best advice I have for dealing with mean girls like Gammy, right? It's really unfortunate how stuck in her own self hate she is, right?
very clear. Do you have any tweets, or are there any tweets that you're alleging?
Gummy? Can you get Gummy on my stream, Snuggle Nuts?
Where I called you a pedophile.
There were. I don't have any screenshots on me. You deleted them.
So, wait. So hold on. So because I would dispute.
Gummy's my hero.
That is the case. But if I say that, then are you just going to accuse me of lying?
Accuse you of lying for I'm sorry. Say that again.
So I would say that I
it's
do
her
not remember,
nickname,
to the best of my ability.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of
ever
Gumi.
tweeting calling you a pedophile. Do you have any screenshots or evidence of that being the case?
I have a video of you saying that I intentionally or unintentionally was justifying pedophilia, and
okay, we're gonna go over
a lot of dodgy exclusionary views of trans folks and others come from self-hate and internalized transphobia. Absolutely.
that, but
yeah, we are gonna go over
examples. Yeah, no, we'll go over that. But I just want to. You said multiple times.
Gummy is definitely
said here
Gumi.
that
Yeah,
I
it's a
called you
Vocaloid.
pedophile multiple times. I want to know exactly when those multiple times were.
You deleted your Twitter or your tweet.
Were they gummy dentures or just like dentures?
I can't go find them, but I can find the one.
Wait, so I would dispute. I would say that I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay. You can hold that. I can't push you on that. I believe that you did. You believe that I did. I'm not gonna call you a liar, That's fine. But you had a video in which you said it.
I had a video. All right, so let's talk about that video, because I think that's what you tweeted here, right?
Yeah, and then your girlfriend, I'm assuming, that's what I was told.
All right.
RGR is a lawyer. Doe is so bad.
Hold on. I'm not going to talk about the video. All right, hold on. I'm not here to defend what my girlfriend said. All right, we're here to talk about what I said. All right.
Meow.
So you're saying that this video is evidence of me calling you a pedophile. That's what you're saying.
I do think saying that someone is intentionally or unintentionally justifying pedophilia is calling them a pedophile, because what you're saying is that they think it's okay to do sexual acts to children.
No, 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 no. Don't twist my words.
I don't think I twisted anything.
Snugglenuts is a fan of none of these people.
I don't think that you are being very honest when you say that. All right? So we can listen to the clip right now. I'll listen to it with my chat.
Okay,
all right?
I guess I have to. Hold on, let me come pull it up really quick. I don't have mine open.
Let's pull up the VOD.
All right. Hold on.
Yeah, you effing with some wet ass people.
Let me go to my media tab.
There's a second clip. Here's a second clip.
So he continues in level of unintelligible nonsense, saying that kink is defined in relation to sexuality, therefore involving children in sexual act. This is intentional or not the stupidest sleight of hand I've ever seen. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's an insane thing to say to me. I don't know like how that's a defensible statement. Like, if you're defining something in relation to sexuality, and then you are suggesting that children should be involved in that, you're involving children in sexuality. That's the most logically valid string of words that I can think of off the top of my head, right? So like,
wait, are you done already? I think
I'm waiting for. I was sorry. I was waiting for you. I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a second one that has a little bit more context. That's a little bit longer than the one that I quote tweeted with, but that's okay.
Okay.
So we can both play it at the same time now if you want.
All right. Wait. Which one are you playing? Is it the same clip?
Well. Here, how about I do this?
What?
I've got this one that's got a little bit fuller context.
All right, when you say fuller context...
Oh, shit. I tried to DM it to you so you could see it. It's just the previous part of the video.
Somebody mentioned fan fiction about me. Yeah, the fan fiction about me is getting wild. It's getting really, really wild. Like, I want to meet this version of No Comment Chick. I feel like they're describing... I feel like somebody ran into my, like, shadow NCC. It was like, did she have yellow eyes by chance? Did she look like me, but she had yellow eyes and she was all, like, evil and shit? Yeah. That was shadow NCC.
Click the one part. Because
so
where you actually say
because she's got like a ton of skills that I can't even touch, right? She's a that woman has had a lot of experience.
But the minute leading up to it, I also have a separate video of. But we can just watch the quick one if you really want.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
She's the next Bond villain. Yeah.
One.
Yeah. Well, it's the one that you tweeted at me.
Yeah, the quote tweet. We can watch that one really quick. Ready?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2,
really
1.
Weird. A lot of people. Really weird. From really fun parts of the internet are coming out with really weird takes that apparently kink is fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify
in front of children. We should be able to justify doing it in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god, they're either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. And I have no idea what the fuck it is.
Okay. So
yeah. And okay. the lead
up. So I'm gonna ask you. So where?
Wait, chat. This is weird. Do you see what Doe's wearing? Do you see what Doe is wearing? Right? Yeah. No, I promise I didn't copy off of Doe. I don't think Doe copied off of me, or anything like that. But it's really weird because like before, we were both wearing heart chokers, right? And now we're both wearing like these. And it's just really strange. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We both changed at the same time.
In that clip, did I call you a pedophile?
When you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally, well, there's a couple places.
No, hold on.
Let me
hold on. That is not.
Can I please finish my sentence? You asked me a really direct question, and you won't let me finish my sentence.
All right, but that is not calling you a pedophile. That's saying that you advocated, that you made an argument that is typical to expect that pedophiles would make. All right? That is my argument, and I stand by that argument. We can go into the merits of it if you want to.
Let's go into the merits, because clearly just talking about this one sentence isn't going to go anywhere. So I think it's prudent of us.
Oh look, Demon Mama in chat.
To talk about
Do you see?
your definition.
Let's start with exactly what you said. All right. So you said, and I quote, "Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your
Doe seems to have a pretty pop-in chat.
Partner likes feet, you're not, quote, involving children in a sexual act." That's what you said, right?
That is what I said.
You're talking about a foot fetish.
I am talking about a foot fetish. I'm proud of you.
Okay. So I want you to answer me this question.
Riddle me this, Doe.
Getting off your partner's foot fetish around children, do you think it's not a little reasonable for someone to say, okay, this seems like something that a pedophile may argue, and this person either knows what they're doing or they are negligent and they're saying it even though they don't understand its implications?
What?
So, nowhere in this tweet has anyone talked about getting off.
Wait, hold on. What do you think happens when you appeal to someone's sexual kink?
Do they immediately... Oh my god. Like...
Or sorry, we're talking about fetish.
We're talking about sexual desires is what we're talking about.
We're talking about, yeah, we're talking...
is this appealing to a sexual desire?
We're talking about getting off someone else's
No,
fetish.
You keep saying getting off. Why do you keep saying that?
That is a weird thing too. Yeah, like how many, like... So, like... I mean, like, getting off, like, that means, like, you know, achieving orgasm, right? I don't think a lot of people do that just by, like, you know, looking at someone or perceiving something as being relevant to their fetish or kink, right? I don't know. Anyway.
Because that's the only implication. All right, so I guess...
Can I give you an implication? You're allowed to ask questions if you're confused.
I mean, I'm very much not confused, I can guarantee you that, but let me ask you a question.
Well, you haven't represented me correctly yet, so...
Right, Fire Wolf, right?
I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm going to doubt that, but let me ask you a question. So what is your definition of a sexual act?
I mean, Snuggle Nuts, don't tempt me or I'll put a beer in you. If you keep talking like that. If you keep talking like, if you say, I mean, like, I'll take you seriously. Listen, I'm an SJW. I don't know if you understand. I like, up until very recently, I had blue hair, okay? So if you think that you identifying as a fridge is not going to result in me putting a beer in you to chill it out, think again, my friend. Think again. Oh no, there's 1.5 hours of RGR talking about getting off. Oh my god, from merely seeing feet. Okay, I've seen some clips of this, but I haven't experienced the entire rabbit hole.
So, sex acts is like,
oh my god,
super complex.
Should we speed it up a little bit?
Issue that I actually have, and I mean that biggest, but the first issue I have.
Should we speed it up, or will that make it a little like too hard to understand? What do you think? Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time. Like I like a cold beer. No, I don't actually. I don't drink beer. Well, I would put a sody pop in here, not a beer, right? Because sody pop is good. I don't know. Neon alcohol is something you don't want to see. It's like, you know, that's like the last time that happened. I think I fell off of a trampoline and it wasn't good.
Fact, if I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'll give you a chance to in just a second. That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly. It's when you do something intentionally and primarily appealing to yours or someone else's.
There's so many definitions here that I would have never thought to tease out. Like what exactly is a sexual desire? What exactly is a, you know,
the sexual desires?
Yeah, okay. Like what constitutes a sexual desire? But we gotta do that. If we're gonna do the RGR legal pad analysis of literally anything, then we gotta fill out that form of like, okay, a sexual desire is defined by RGR is da 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 da. You know what I mean? You gotta define your terms.
So, I think that this is so broad
are we edging?
Useless, and I don't think that any legal system
really
defines it this way. For example,
I would disagree.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
Wait, but like, isn't kink kind of everywhere else? Why should it not be at Pride?
Yeah, go ahead, but I'm just saying, like, I disagree with that.
I just don't know why you have to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, I'm just saying that I disagree with that.
Okay, well, in my state, I looked up the sex acts law, and they actually, so I live in North Carolina, in criminal law...
What do you think? Can our edgelords stop edging?
...designates differences between sex acts, sexual contact, sexual activity,
right,
and sexual penetration. They define sex acts as the sexual contact of one or more sex organs, including but not limited to cunnilingus, fellatio, analingus, or anal intercourse, or
existing
the penetration
as a kink,
of any object into the genital or anal opening of another person's body. Sexual contact is a focus on touching a person's, quote, intimate parts.
A light beer.
Sexual penetration is, we can understand that. And sexual activity, the main thing that they listed there was masturbation.
Okay,
so we have a lot of different, it's a very varied, the legal system is a very varied way of approaching these kinds of discussions.
So I actually, there's some interesting context because I've actually taken, so as you know, I'm a law student, I've actually taken criminal law. Are you familiar with the history of how we've gotten to like our modern common law rape standard?
I probably don't know the history as well as you do being a law student, but I was actually in the middle of talking. I don't know, why you interrupted me. I was actually, you asked me a
is this gonna be awkward like this for the whole time?
Really direct question.
As a law student,
actually walking my way through it. I don't know why you keep doing this.
I mean, like, if you keep talking and you just keep going on and you...
I just listed a legal system's sex acts and the way that it differentiates between it, because one of my points here is that this is a very nuanced conversation, and I think you lose some of the nuance that I think is...
Chat, let me know if this is too, if this is too fast.
Really important to this conversation.
You're right, so we can go through that and we can talk about why those definitions are in fact problematic. Because the history of the evolution of the legal standard for what constitutes a sex act.
Yeah, it's weird when people hold the LGBTQIA community to a different standard than cis-het people.
A sex act has actually been to broaden it more over time.
It's the most law student conversation ever. God.
Historically.
Well, see, like, we're not even watching Riley's view of it. If we were, we'd probably see, like, a legal pad, like, or, like, some kind of a document being drawn up, right? Like, that's kind of how Riley... And I appreciate, like, as somebody with ADHD, you know, I mean, I appreciate writing stuff down sometimes, but with Riley, I never really know what she's trying to do with it. It feels to me like she's just trying to impress me with how prepared she is, how, you know, right, it seems gratuitous is the word I'll use. Not only is it okay, but it's desirable. As a law student, I wrote the Code of Hammurabi.
Rape was only the penetration of a vagina by a penis by a man of a woman, and using excessive force. But the reason why that's not the standard anymore, is because we realize that actually sex acts are a lot more than just physical penetration.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. So I would not say that the law is a good heuristic to be able to rely on in this conversation, since we are able to recognize that sex and sex act are a lot more than just basic forms of penetration.
I agree. I actually listed things that weren't penetration. I listed multiple things that weren't penetration.
Okay, I think...
And I would say that we still need a broader understanding.
I think Doe's choker is better than mine. Damn it, Doe, you have to always outdo me, don't you? Ora.
Of sex acts, because you end up excluding a lot of very harmful situations that run into the problem of violating one's consent.
That is where I was going to move the conversation, as a question of consent, and because you seem to, again, correct me if I'm wrong, have a view that we consent to seeing things in public, that that's like a thing that happens.
No, wait, hold on. My exact view in respect to consent, especially as it concerns sex, is that
we got an update from Max Idol here. RGR just moved the goalpost.
Involve you in
you mean in this?
Or do something around you as a sex act, then you need to acquire their consent to do that. If you do not, then you violate their consent. You categorically cause them harm. Children can.
Okay, we gotta tone down the edge.
Wait, how do you cause them harm?
From our edgelords.
Because you're violating a fundamental deontological rule.
That doesn't mean anything. Can you explain that?
Yeah, there are certain things which, if you do, they are inherently morally wrong.
Riley never complains about cishet people making out in public. She only has issues with queer folks and at the Pride events.
Murder is an example.
Yeah, it's the thing about the children, like...
Violating someone's consent is inherently morally wrong. The reason why goes back to the Kantian categorical imperative. If we were to do certain things in society, then that would mean that we end up leading to a contradiction, whereas we end up not being able to have the thing that we wanted to begin with. if you go around
You move the goalpost? Is that how you keep edging?
violating other people's consent, then we end up justifying a world where anyone can violate anyone's consent. We no longer have consent. And I really care about consent. So I say we do everything
Hey,
we can
Edberry,
to
meow,
respect
meow.
consent, especially concerning sex.
Oh, hey, thanks for the sub. Wait, why are my
consent.
for some reason my oh, I know why. I'll fix that. Yeah, my stream alerts aren't
I just don't think that
aren't
when
on
it
this
comes
one.
to the public,
Let's fix that.
there is a very good
Let's
argument
fix that.
for seeing something, being involved in it. Now we're not even in the.
No, hold on. No, it's not the seeing the thing. All right, that's not the issue. The issue is not seeing the. Well, I mean, like it's sort of seeing the thing.
It is. You say that it's about seeing that they don't have. You haven't gotten the consent of others to see it, to be around you while you do it.
Wait, hold on. No,
I thought that's what you just said. I'm sorry if it's not. I was just.
We're focusing on consent, and the consent is either about the risk. It's either about being involved in the sex act or the risk of being involved.
Okay. So.
What?
What does being involved mean? Because it seems like
what? There's a lot of different sex acts, I would say. For example, we can imagine situations where people, like in the BDSM community, are engaging in a sexual act where both are getting off despite the fact that they may not be touching each other at all. Like, we can easily imagine this kind of a conversation.
Dude, Riley
or we can
is
imagine,
like
if someone is watching porn, you can imagine that, like, oh, well, in that case, they're not touching another person. They're probably engaging in some kind of sex act. Or, like, phone sex. Has sex in the name. You're not talking to another person.
It has sex right in the
name.
Oh my god.
Or you are talking to another person, but it's digital, right? Like, the whole point is that I want to make sure that we have a comprehensive definition of sex, because I think that any of these instances.
Okay, now we got our YouTube
constitute sex, and not we end up getting into incredibly dangerous situations.
There we go.
Any of the things that you just listed constitute sex?
This is indeed Riley Grace Roshong debating Doe.
Acts specifically. Like, for example,
I saw a sexy girl on a commercial. Is that right? Exactly. This is the weird thing about Riley's take is it's like there is no one enforcing this take anywhere except maybe like I don't know, maybe not even a church. Yo, I don't think there's anybody like making sure that people in church aren't getting a, I don't know, like, wait, aren't there like, okay, I don't know, chat, like, aren't there like sometimes like statues of naked people in church, or am I totally like? Do I not know? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I haven't been to church, chat. I don't know. But do you know what I mean? Like nobody's holding anything else besides kink up to this weird standard of like, Puritanism, right? And this is like somebody in the queer community trying to enforce some weird kind of anti-sex Puritanism on an event that started off as a celebration of queer sexuality, right? Hey, Umar.
Let's say, here, we'll go through some
Hey,
examples. Duke. Let's say that you are interacting, let's say that you have like a crush on or someone else who has like a crush on a coworker wherever it is that you work.
This hypothetical got out really quick, so I know somebody.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to take Riley's side on this. I don't know what Riley's doing here. Like, in the past, Riley has, kind of started drama against people like Demon Mama, and me, in order to sort of curry favor with the DGG debate bro crowd, right? That's sort of been Riley's game, is that for every trans community member that leaves her, she's gonna get like a host, she's gonna get DGGers following her, she's gonna get their interest. And indeed, she did have a pretty large chat for this debate. Some of those probably hate watchers, but some of them probably not, right? Because there are a lot of people that just reflexively, oh, anybody up against Doe, I'm cheering for them. Anybody up against Demon Mama, I'm cheering for them. Anybody like, making up weird shit about NCC, I'm retweeting that shit, right? There are people that just like automatically, oh yeah, fucking trans femme streamer, yeah, fuck them, right? Especially if you don't make yourself useful to, or you make yourself inconvenient for the debate bros, right? You will get that kind of attention, right?
Who has a
There's no naked statue. What am I thinking of? I'm just thinking of like, I must be thinking of like Michelangelo or something, right?
A coworker.
Okay. And let's say that in that instance, the person who has the crush.
Oh my god, yeah. This is
without their knowledge and ends up masturbating to it without their consent. Would you agree with me that this is something which is morally wrong?
Okay.
I think that the taking depends on the kind of picture and the expectation of what.
Let's just say that it's just them in their work uniform.
Vosh changed his opinion on on King Kong Pride.
I don't know if I can morally condemn someone for masturbating and thinking about somebody, taking a picture without somebody's consent.
Because the Vosh thing was weird, right? Like apparently Riley blew up Vosh for being on the other side of the argument, but I didn't realize that he changed. Like, so when the Kink at Pride, controversy went down, the biggest, sort of point of contention was between Demon Mama and Vosh, right? Like that was one of the, big debates about this. So it's really strange if Vosh changed his mind on that. Did that happen?
Which is like the strange part.
Okay, hold on. Now
Jesus is pretty scantily clad. Yeah, some people could. Oh my god. I mean, and if you really want to talk about fetishes, like almost anything can be a fetish. So how do you prevent someone from getting off, as Riley is so fond of saying, to a fetish in any place, right?
All right, that's interesting. You have to. All right, let's elaborate on that then. All right, then let's say that after that coworker masturbates to the person who they did not acquire the consent, able to masturbate to that person, that they go and they tell that person that they masturbated to them. Would you reasonably expect that the person who was masturbated to, without their knowledge, would probably feel violated?
I never consented to Dick Ab's Jesus.
I don't have to consider it.
I mean, Vosh changed his opinion from like a year ago. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think I saw that too. He said he'll have to clarify or something like that. It happened yesterday. Yeah, we did watch one clip of Vosh saying basically if Riley said what I think she said about me, then chat, feel free to go nuclear, right? And I'm like, oh my god, that is something that no content creator should ever say, right? Do you know what would happen if I got in a tiff with Eris or somebody like that and I said go nuclear? Do you know how quickly I would be just like destroyed? It's so weird that Vosh can get away with this irresponsible shit that, like, honestly, I don't even have that reach, right? Nobody's got much to fear from nocommentchick saying go nuclear, which, by the way, chat, I'm saying don't go nuclear. I'm saying don't harass anyone. I'm saying be nice to people, right? Even if I'm, even if they're being mean to me, even if I'm criticizing them, I always want you to be nice. I always want you to be respectful. And I don't really think there's any purpose in going to somebody's chat or going to somebody's, YouTube or wherever you would go and harass them. It's, like if they come in chat, yeah, say what you want to them. But like, I don't like the idea of like kind of going after somebody with, that kind of stuff, because there's just no need. But yeah, it's strange that there's just no, I don't know, has there been any response to that? And here's the reason that there might not be, because Riley did go beyond the pale. Riley jacketed Doe. Riley, probably, Vosh has got, justifiable anger against Riley, it sounds like, right? So there's reasons to be angry with her, but I think we gotta draw the line and not ever say like no holds barred, not ever give the indication that anything goes. And that's exactly the indication that Vosh gave, and I'm worried about it, because like in addition to being a bad take machine, Riley is also a human being, and I want to be cognizant of that, right? I want us never to forget that. So yeah,
it's happened to me. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Okay, cool. So why is it's not just weird.
The Bible is filled with naked people having sex, really out there places. Wow.
You would say that that's morally wrong.
We're gonna have
Ashcroft.
Oh,
right.
In this debate.
So Ashcroft was like a attorney general that covered up one of the statues in was it the White House?
Yeah, I'm trying.
You have two fractions: creators who said go nuclear, and people who do it on command, and the people who do it on command. It's no different. Oh yeah, from what Trump said, yeah, right.
Not to like make it the point, because it doesn't matter, but.
And I mean, it's just another reminder that the leadership, the de facto leadership, on the left online, is piss poor. It is not serving us. Is causing problems. And in a lot of cases, like it's questionable how fucking left these people even are, right? It's just that they found the ability to sell themselves as leftists while ship of Theseusing and basically centrist to center right takes, and I think it's destructive to the left, right? I think it's destructive when somebody, is sick of capitalism, wants to get involved in the left, and they run into Vosh's takes, right? And it might help Vosh with, basically what Vosh does is he appeals to the conventional wisdom, and a lot of the times conventional wisdom is bigoted. you know, it does not get you to the right answer, is fallible, right? In a lot of senses. The reason that people are marginalized is because they are not understood, they are not believed, they are not listened to, right?
Wait, hold on. It absolutely does. Violating someone's consent.
I'm sorry.
No money in being an anarcho-communist. Yeah, tell me about it.
I want to make sure that we are protecting people.
I don't believe in morals the way that you do, so I'm trying to avoid that kind of conversation because we don't need to have a meta-ethical conversation in this discussion. I don't think that I could say that it's morally wrong to masturbate.
Oh, Vosh is the orc commander.
To somebody, but I think telling them is strange. I don't know if I would say it's morally wrong. It clearly is going to make them uncomfortable. But
now, wait. So hold on. So if you masturbate to someone else and you don't get their consent, then it's
good point, Edberry.
Fine as long as they don't find out.
Yeah, I don't. I would say that there are ways that it can be wrong.
What are the ways?
Being a hardcore Kantian is just going to make things fundamentally weird without going through the basics of ethics and morality. Vosh appeals to people who have money and time for him, not to people who could be the base for the left. Yeah.
I think that sexual desire towards children.
Hold on, wait, pause. No, we're talking about the nature of.
Oh my God!
Do not pivot away from this.
I wasn't trying to pivot away. I was trying to tell you an example of where I thought it would be wrong.
Okay, so the example would be wrong if it would be children.
Yeah, I think that there's something inherently predatory about.
Right. So what if we're talking about an adult?
Yeah, that's what I was working to. I don't think that I can say that it's wrong to think about somebody and masturbate to them.
Even if you don't. All right. So why do you think that if they ended up going to tell? If you masturbate to someone, that if you go and you tell that person you masturbated to them, why do you think that they might be a little put off?
Because you've made.
Oh my God! So here's what we got. This is a classic from the Destiny Debate Bro School, right? We're gonna walk you through a million hypotheticals, a million examples. We're gonna try to get you onto a logic train that ends in you having to disavow your own viewpoint, right? That's generally what they do. And never mind that some stops along that way of that logic train are based on faulty premises, are objectively wrong, are not logically consistent. We're going to pretend that everything here is clean and perfect, and what problem do you have? Why can you not sign on to my take, right? This is a way of bullying. This is a way of basically bullying consent out of people that don't agree with you. That's the purpose of the online crowd. The January 6 people, these are monsters. Bosch knows his real base are alt-right posing as leftist and problematic debate bros.
Into an object a little bit in your mind, even if you consider them as a full subject, it's objectification is
hold on,
kind
no,
of
the average person, the average person, oh, hold on. Yeah, and that's not necessarily the case.
Sure.
Right? That's not necessarily the case. It could be the case where no, you actually you just you're really infatuated with them. You see them totally as a person, but you masturbate to them without their consent.
Sure. I think that there's still a level of objectification that can occur there. It doesn't have to, but yeah.
So
but they can make you feel. Do you think that's the only reason like an object when you're told? If they're told that they were masturbated to without acquiring.
For somebody that seems to have so much concern and place so much emphasis on the objective level, Riley is really getting deep into the subjective, into policing the subjective experience. To me, it's almost like a weird thing to say masturbates to some person. I know what Riley means is that masturbates while thinking, while imagining being with that person sexually. But oh my God, that's it, chat. If I was to transcribe it, listen, if I was to write a play of all of my sexual fantasies, right? You know what I mean? It's kind of it might start with one person, but it doesn't necessarily end with that. You know what I mean? It's a revolving cast of characters. They're constantly it changes. So the idea of masturbating exclusive. I don't know. There's something weird and precious about the idea of masturbating to someone. To me, it seems like a little weird. I don't know. Maybe that's just
their consent.
Maybe that's just me.
I was trying to talk. I didn't know that you're talking. What'd you say?
All right.
I mean, Vosh's stuff helped me a lot after I came out as trans. It's lefty content. It's approachable. I had the same reaction. Okay, so here's what the thing was with Vosh was for me. Is that I was seeing all these right-wing YouTube accounts being haha, triggered us, you know what I mean? And the lefties would take them on, but they weren't sort of using the same language. They weren't in the same, you know what I mean? They weren't taking them on the same level. And Vosh came back and was just as toxic to the rightoids as they were to him. And that I guess that made me feel that gave me a little bit of courage at the time. But the more I look into it, there's a problem with that. And there's a problem that I perceived that modality as being by default stronger. I think what that modality is dominance paradigm, right? And the more I look at it, it is a phenomenon of the right. It is something that reinforces right-wing talking points, right? So the Vosh's innovation was to kind of use that dominance paradigm against them, and thereby maybe get more, engagement with the right, maybe be able to appeal more to right-wingers by putting left-wing ideas into their framework. But what I think it does, inevitably, is it dilutes and it obscures and it ruins those ideas. It makes, starting from a right-wing framework, makes a lot of left-wing ideas untenable. And you can see that with Vosh's rejection of some pretty basic, left-wing ideas that we all kind of take for granted, right? Like the idea that people that are being colonized shouldn't be, like, policed in terms of how they deal with that colonization, right? That, like, that it's not, when we're looking for the bad actor in a situation of colonialism, we're not going to victim blame, right? That's something that most leftists get. That's something that a lot of us took for granted. To see Vosh turn around and try to jacket Professor Flowers as a genocide supporter was kind of heartbreaking, right? And, I saw that there were problems even before then, right? And I had various strategies towards Vosh. The funny thing is, chat, I actually got along fine with Vosh, right? We talked in DMs, like we never did a stream together or anything like that, but like I didn't really have a problem with him as a person. I sort of thought that maybe he could be reformed. I sort of thought that being in his sphere and watching his stuff and saying, like, okay, I agree with this, but not with this, like, was a way to move him to the left. I'm sad to say, chat, that was a failure. That the debate bros have developed immunity for that kind of thing, and as soon as you get forthright, as soon as you get assertive, as soon as you actually stand up for marginalized people, they will destroy you. They will all come crashing down on you, and nobody's going to defend you because people will be too afraid. And so I saw why that strategy doesn't work. Since then, I've changed strategies, and I am, unabashedly against debate bros and what they're doing. Now, could there be some good people out there in the debate sphere? Yeah, it's nuanced, right? Like, I think that Demon Mama's probably not as bad as Vosh, right? I think Demon Mama's definitely not as bad as RGR, like, right? And Doe is not as bad as, Doe is a lot better than most debate bros, right? But I still have, like, just a concern about the basis of this genre of leftist content being dominance paradigm. I don't think that's a tenable way for the left to move forward. So I'm fighting it.
You think that is the only reason why someone who learns that they were masturbated to without their consent would be off-put at learning that new knowledge?
Yeah, Eggberry, you're not the only one.
Do I think that they would be off-put? Is that what you just asked?
I'm asking you, do you think that the reason that you gave is the only reason why?
No, I've already said that. I think that the reasons can be multitudinous. Like
what?
Becoming a sexualized object in the mind of somebody else is itself. I know it did.
So say something else.
Debate bros are not sending the rest. We need a complete and total shutdown of debate bros until we know what the heck is going on. I feel like 90% of this debate stuff is just being rude and weird. You're not wrong, Aiden. You're not wrong. Who is RGR? So RGR is Riley Grace Roshong. That's who we're talking about, and she's a debate personality that's kind of nominally been on the left, that's been moving further and further rightward. Pretty much unabashedly calls herself a conservative these days, I think. And definitely in the DGG orbit, that's where her fans tend to be, and mainly because she's put herself in opposition to people like Doe and Demon Mama and me, and it's a really great way to get debate bros to follow you, is to shit on people like us, right? I feel like throughout this whole debate, I've been playing catch up. Yeah, sorry about that. I tried to begin it with just a walkthrough of the Demon Mama RGR thing, and a little description of, like, you know, who these people are. This is Doe. Doe is a non-binary streamer on Twitch, and the debate that they're having is about, I guess, kink at Pride, or really just, like, you know, what kind of public display of sexuality is appropriate, I guess, is kind of the bottom line of what they're getting to here. And I don't know, Riley's using tactics to, you know, attack Doe personally, and to make claims about Doe that just are not supportive. Like, it's not supported. Like, right, you can't just, like, you know, you can have controversial belief if and not broadcast it everywhere. I want to report a crime. I was masturbated to.
I don't know the reasons that everyone might come away with feeling a negative feeling from a particular.
Oh, was RGR made it onto the Happy Deppy recently?
Event. Lots of
Okay,
things
I'm
coming
going
up
to
with
get
that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Friend of Dylan Burns.
No.
I forgot
Spencer's
about
violating
that.
their
They're
consent.
they're kind of close friends, aren't they? Dylan and Doe.
But
No, sorry. Wrong. I meant Dylan and RGR, not Doe. I don't know if there's I don't know of any friendship between.
violate their consent.
You did violate their consent. Yes, you did. If
So-
this person is hypothetical, masturbated someone else, and did not acquire their consent to do so, you violated their consent.
How did you violate their consent?
Because you involved.
The whole kink at Pride is, like, stupid as fuck.
You were able to use an aspect of them to get yourself off sexually without their permission.
You used your mind to get yourself off.
You used that person, the image of that person.
I feel like this is like some NFT shit. Like, hey, don't take my NFT. Don't masturbate to my NFT.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, all right. I need to ask you another question. No, hold on. So is the problem, like, if someone does not know that you use them to get off sexually, then it's fine?
It depends on how you use them.
Why does it depend?
Well, because there are some ways where you can physically use somebody, and there are some ways in which it remains entirely in your mind. I don't think desire itself requires somebody else's consent.
Why does the physicality matter? There are easily sex acts that we can imagine, which are not strictly physical.
Can you name one for me?
Like masturbating to someone.
But you didn't do an action to them.
Yeah, but you're using them. You are
using
their
your mind. In your mind, you're imagining them. If you have the picture, like I said, the picture seems to be like the weird part of that, but like.
All right, hold on. I'm going to give you another example, and I'm going to ask you to distinguish it. All right? Because I want to. I'm trying to get exactly like what your morals are here. If you have someone, let's say that you have a person.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a creeping conservatism in the, you know, entirety of DGG at the debate sphere, and RGR maybe is a little ahead of the trend on that, right? Our RGR has been going right for a while now.
Who goes out into public, right? And they have a humiliation fetish, okay? And they go out in front of anyone. It could be children, but just anyone who has not provided consent. And they, I don't know, let's say that they, like, defecate themselves, all right? And
they had a scab fetish too, Jesus.
I don't know why you're trying to get, like, ad-homs or whatever in. Anyway.
Maybe because you are?
I said I don't know why they have a scab fetish. I was joking. You gave them one fetish and then you added another. I just was being silly. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to ad-hom you.
We're talking about someone with a humiliation fetish, all right? The point is that they go out into public, all right? And then around other people, they defecate themselves. Other people see them.
Okay, so
as a consequence,
content warning,
content warning. They orgasm. Specifically because other people watch them.
Content warning.
Would you say that this violates the consent of the other people watching them?
No, I don't think so.
What? All right, hold on, wait, no. Why? You need to justify that right now.
Because I don't think you consent to things you see in public.
So literally, if you are using the sight of somebody else to be able to sexually satisfy yourself, you're totally fine with that.
I just don't think that you violated their consent. We can maybe talk about other parts of
Why
it.
do you not violate their consent?
Because you don't consent to things you see in public. I've said this like
this isn't we're not talking about just seeing something in public. We're talking about using someone else, specifically in this case their sight.
So Umar, you're talking about the moral majority. This is a wait, I'm trying to remember. Was this Jerry Falwell or somebody? Who was I'm trying to remember. Like, Nixon had the silent majority. The moral majority, though, was like in the 80s. And it was like evangelical thing, kind of, right? That they were saying that society is becoming too, you know, permissive, too secular, too whatever, and yeah.
In order to get off.
Save the children argument.
Yeah, you didn't do anything to them.
Oh my, no, all right,
Hey, no, you're right. I mean, as weird as RGR's theories are, I don't think they're like on the line of Q or anything, but there is a parallel here, right? In that the reason that Q puts the save the children thing first and foremost is it's a way to silence their opposition. So in other words, if you're arguing with them, they will jacket you as it being against saving the children, right? So you're now an enemy. So they're basically, you know, do you not like kittens? Do you not like kittens? Like it's worse than that, right? Obviously, because people like kittens, but they really care about children. So if you try to make it a situation where, you know, having a certain viewpoint is somehow being against, you know, children or not wanting to protect children, then it makes it really hard. You know, it's like a way of intimidation. So there is like the same, you know, phenomenon going on there.
See, I don't know what your ethics are. I absolutely reject this. I 1 bajillion% reject.
The sex stuff is so beside the point. This is a fascinating take on self-use consent. It really is. It really is. And it's pretty extreme. And, like, look, I'll be honest, okay? I do have, like... It's not a code, but... it's a code of honor. Like, listen, if I thought that somebody, you know, like, was... If I had reason to believe that somebody was, like, not into me, I probably wouldn't, like, you know... fantasize about them, right? Just because it feels weird, right? But, you know, that's just me. And I thought that I kind of took that far. Like, I when I think about it, like, it seems like sort of an extreme view, because it's really just like, you know, I mean, like, I don't know, I don't care if somebody that I don't want to have sex with particularly wants to, you know, imagine having sex with me. I don't think that that's, like, harms me in any way. I don't really care, right? But, like, I guess I, like, would feel weird, you know... I don't know. It's part of it, like, you know, I mean, it's more complicated than that. But, like, RGR, like, is along the same lines and just taken to an extreme, an unbelievable extreme.
Okay. If you generalize this is an awful precedent to set.
Consent. I don't know why consent extends to what you see. What is
because
that?
In this case, you are using somebody else to gratify yourself sexually in that moment. They're aware. All right, they are aware. Everyone is involved in this. There just happens to not.
Is RGR gonna start arguing for women wearing burqas in public, just in case? I mean, this is a
not be any physical
this
contact.
Does mirror a lot of conservative.
So you are absolutely.
outlets.
You're fine. This person, the person that we're talking about, literally uses other people for sex without their consent. You're fine with that.
They use the vision of other people. Use it because you keep saying like using the people. It's a weird.
They are. They have a humiliation fetish. They can only get off from
talking louder does not make it right.
The vision, like from being humiliated in front of other people.
Sure.
So you're fine with that.
I just don't think it's violent.
Chat. If I'm being kind of quiet, I'm worried about my like roommates. Like so yesterday when I was talking normally, they texted me and they were like, you're talking, can you tone it down? And like, I mean, if I was yelling, yeah, oh my God, of course, like I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, right? You know, you're trying to watch the TV up there, right? Oh my God, sorry. Like, you know, yeah, absolutely. But I was talking normally. And I think what we've got is that like, you know, the wall, the ceiling / floor, very thin, right? And I'm hearing them up there, you know, stomping around like elephants all the time. I don't think they really are stomping around like elephants. I think they're probably walking normally, and that it just comes across as stomping like elephants to me. But yeah, I'm just kind of dealing with the thing of like, you know, I put up with the noise, you know, from going the other way for quite a bit, and that they were kind of like yelling at me for just talking. Right, that it wasn't, you know, loud or yelling or, you know what I mean, anything like that. And they also don't seem to understand that this is my job. This is under COVID, literally the only thing I can do for a living. So while they're up there, you know, trying to watch TV, which I'm sure they have some great TV shows that they enjoy watching, and I'm sure the entertainment value is top bar, right? But I think you do have to prioritize someone's work, someone's existence. Let's just say it, chat. Someone's material conditions over something that's a little bit more superstructure-y, like television. So this is a perfect example of a. I'm teaching you marks here, chat, with my.
the other people's consent. I think we can talk about other
What if,
other parts.
well, hold on. So what if those other people are children? Are you still fine with it?
If you do it intentionally around children, I think that the intentionality there is pretty weird, pretty
Why?
fucked up.
Yes.
All right, why?
Mark says, "Let no comment chick speak." Yeah.
We need to justify. No, don't just say, "Oh, it's pretty weird, it's pretty fucked up." Tell me why it's bad.
Yeah, you asked me, I will. I think that it's fucked up because you're that desiring children sexually.
Oh my god! I go upstairs and realize they're watching my stream. Yeah.
I think is inherently predatory.
With some wet ass P-word is
But why is that not fun? Oh, wait. What if the fact?
No. What if I went upstairs and they were appealing to a sexual desire?
What if they're not like trying to do it around children? What if it just happens to be a child?
Yeah, if
who is no comment chick? Oh my god.
It's not intentionality.
Oh, who is who? Okay, so if anybody doesn't know this, yeah, this is Doe that we're seeing on the screen. The voice off screen is RGR, Riley Grace Roshong, and they're both trans creators and on Twitch and YouTube. Wait, no, I think Doe's only on Twitch, right? And Riley's more on YouTube, right? And Riley's a shockingly conservative in a lot of ways for a trans person, and so the disagreement they're having is basically expression of sexuality in public. Where do you draw the line? And Riley's got a ridiculous take on where that line should be drawn, right?
I would probably say that that I don't think that they should if they notice the kids are around, but if the intentionality is not there, I wouldn't say that it's immoral or predatory.
Yeah, it's a sexual offense to do a sex act in public, but I don't even think that that's what is being talked about. Like, Riley's talking about things like, if somebody was, turned on by, say somebody had a foot fetish, right? And I happen to be barefoot, or I happen to have sandals, that that would be irresponsible of me because someone could be getting off to my naked feet, and that happening in the proximity of children is abhorrent. So this take from Riley is, Doe looks I would be lost too. This is a weird champ debate for sure. I say it's a sexual offense to me if people are kissing. Yeah.
So we need to go through this. So we're saying, you are just committing to this position that if you have someone with a humiliation fetish, they go out in public, they defecate themselves in front of children. It's not like they were trying to be in front. They just happened to be there. The children just happened to be there. It could have been any person, but the children.
The other thing about Riley that really disturbs me is Riley's description of people with fetishes, right? It seems to be otherizing to the extreme. Like the examples that she chooses of people engaging in fetishes are examples that I think most of the fetish community, doesn't relate to, right?
Just happened to be there.
Isn't interested in.
And then, as a consequence of the children seeing that person defecate, and because
there's a supposition, and here's what's the most right-wing thing I think about Riley is this: that when Riley sees somebody or talks about somebody engaging in kink, there's an assumption made that this person is of low moral character. This person is irresponsible. This person is. There's all these assumptions made that are dehumanizing, frankly. So this is a very conservative viewpoint that we're seeing here. In some ways, the most conservative part of it is below the water level on the iceberg, right? Riley's an iceberg of conservatism. Riley's an iceberg of sex negativity, of sex phobia, and most of the really amazingly what the fuck stuff is actually below the surface. You don't even see, you just see this little bit of ice popping up above the surface, but really there's a big old Titanic busting iceberg down below. Okay, and that is, we should call this video, wait, what is that whole thing, the iceberg explained, right? We should make an iceberg explained,
but for that site,
something that Peterson would argue. Yeah,
then that person orgasms. And you're fine with that.
In Riley's world, people are just fucking orgasming all over the place without having touched themselves, without having any sort of sexual contact. People just electric. They see something that turns them on, they see something they like, and automatically orgasm. I don't know, chat. I don't know.
Do you like the last sentence, the last little bit?
Yeah. So, person, humiliation fetish.
Yeah.
Sexual offense for using the word bursting.
Public.
the only people around are children. They aren't necessarily looking to find children.
Wait, the only people around are children?
Yeah, the only people, or we can say there's like, I don't know, there can be like a combination. It's like mostly children.
Like I said, I think if they're...
So, the picture that Riley's trying to paint is if somebody, you know, without saying it, Riley's trying to add a predatory intent to this picture, right?
Are children
She doesn't want to take responsibility for having added that, but she wants to throw that in. This is what we call framing, chat. And listen, I want you to be really cautious about how the arguments that you take in are framed, right? Because there can be a lot done that is very under the surface. Oh my god, it's all about under the surface. It's all about the moon arcana, chat, the hidden you know, part of you know, what's going on that's happening invisibly. But that sort of framing is how people start witch hunts, you know, is how people scapegoat marginalized groups, right? It's a lot of it's accomplished through framing, and framing is, you know, it's dishonest the way that it's used here, because it's not taking accountability for the argument that Riley's actually making. It's making an argument almost unconsciously, right? That Riley then doesn't have to take account for, or doesn't have to take responsibility for. And you're going to see this a lot from dishonest actors. You're going to see this a lot on Twitch politics.
You should probably be careful about something like that, where you are actively getting off. But
why? No. So I'm gonna finish. All right. So then,
why is Doe entertaining this debate? Good point. I'm with Demon Mama. I would not engage with Riley at this point. I think that what Riley's doing to herself is self-harm, and I don't want any part of it. Now, I don't think that Doe is of the same opinion, and I think that Doe is a little bit upset about how she was characterized, and sorry, chat, if you hear me using so Doe goes by its pronouns, okay? And I just messed up on that. And I'm calling myself out on that, in part to model the correct response, which is to get the pronouns right and to move on. But I just want to let you all know that if you hear me doing that, feel free to call me out, because the only way that we get to respecting people's pronouns is by taking what was formerly an unconscious process and turning it conscious. So that's what we're doing. And if I mess up on it again, and you call me on it, I will take that as help. I will not take that as you know, offense or anything like that, because I really do want to respect its pronouns. So yeah.
I'm gonna finish the hypothetical and we're gonna explore. All right. Then actually, you know what? Now we will just say that. Let's just say it just happens to be that there's only children around. Maybe they go to a playground. It just happens to be the nearest playground.
Riley's moved the goalpost so many times. It's insane. First there were no children, then oh yeah, you'll notice this with DDGers, with debate bros, like, right, that they love these like hypotheticals. They love to use these hypotheticals, and if they don't get the result that they want out of the hypothetical, yeah, they'll start changing, they'll start modifying the parameters to just be like, okay, I want you to say this, and so, you know, if I can tweak this a little this way and tweak this a little that way, I'll be able to do that.
By them. All right, they live right next to a playground. It's not like they actually like really, you know, want to get off in front of it. It's just like the kids just happen to be there and they're the only people there.
Well,
so this person,
I mean, I'm glad that you all know that I'm not transphobic, right? But I also want to do, you know, better by people who use you know, who use other pronouns, right? I want to be able to you know, be better to my comrades who identify with other pronouns.
Goes out and they're wearing their diaper or whatever, and they defecate themselves, and the only people around are children, and as a consequence of the children seeing them defecate, then they orgasm. You are fine with that?
No, I've already said that if there's children around, that you probably shouldn't do it.
No, the reason that you said it was bad if children are around is because you specifically are interested in using the children. This is not the case here.
I said multiple things. That's not the only thing that I said.
Then what are the other reasons why it's bad to do it around children?
I think that getting off from the gaze of children is what would be the harm there. That their gaze is the problem, because the humiliation is that children are seeing you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what harm are you talking about? What exactly is the
question? What harm are you talking about?
I'm talking about violating someone's categorical right to consent.
RGR doesn't know the difference between a sexual thought and a sexual act. Yeah. This is really not really a hypothetical. It's a police report from some random event somewhere. Yeah, and I mean that is like the thing about King at Pride is that was a moral panic, and moral panics often end in scapegoating of marginalized people, right? And they're dangerous. Also like how RGR seems to equate all immoral acts with up to the same level. Kept calling Doe they many times. When Vosh reminded her about the pronouns, she said, I can debate you about gender later, but RGR said we can say it for now. This is literal fear-mongering. Yeah, it is. It's gross, and it's God, you know, how do I handle this? Okay, because on one hand, like, I don't want to send any harassment anybody's way, but I don't want to short sell the danger that Riley puts people in with these takes. That this is lending itself to a moral panic, that this is dangerous for queer people, and this isn't just a take. This isn't just a take. This is violent in a stochastic way. I gotta say it. I don't know how else to say it, and I really don't want you to take that as an excuse to be anything less than, you know, the kind and empathetic people that you are. Okay?
Can you explain to me in what way you have a consent? You have the ability to consent to things you see in public?
You keep saying, no, hold on, stop. You keep trying to bring it back to seeing.
Well,
I've never argued
seeing.
that. No, this is using someone else. The seeing just happens to be the way that they're using
there
it.
There are multiple cases.
We're talking specifically
I know
about
that we're talking
using
specifically.
someone else for sex. That is what we're talking about.
If we take RGR for her word here, she's saying that it is immoral to have a sexual thought about anyone without their express consent, and to not, that's a weird thing, because, like, I mean, if you're like me, chat, you don't have control over who you have sexual thoughts about. Yeah, imagine that. Like, right? I don't know. That's maybe that's a me thing. Yeah, that's so weird, chat. I swear to God, my sexual fantasies are so freaking weird. Like I said, a revolving cast of characters, and sometimes I can't even control who shows up, and I'm like, what are you doing here? And they're like having sex with you in your imagination. And I'm like, yeah, but like I don't like you, you don't like me, like what's going on? And it just fucking happens, and there's like nothing I can do. Oh my God, am I oversharing, chat? Am I oversharing?
We're talking about using someone else for sex. This is just one way where you can use someone for sex in a way where it's clearly sex, even though they're not physically in contact.
I mean, there's nothing better than an imaginary, you know, hate fuck to start your day with, right? Right? Am I the only one who feels this way?
Sex itself.
It's a sex
oh my
act.
God.
And also, wait.
Now all my haters are gonna think that it's them that I'm talking about. Like I have some thirsty haters, right? I shouldn't be saying this. They're gonna think it's them. But trust me, haters, that it's not you. Oh my God.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, it's one of you, but just still, it's not. Whoever thinks it's you, it's not you. Okay.
Let's be clear. There are ways to be able to have sex where you're not.
This is terrible. Why am I oversharing?
If you want to try and parse the difference between
well,
sex acts.
I don't agree with your definition of sex acts.
Listen, they watch too. They're gonna get this. This is in their brain now that it could be them. It could be them.
Up there.
It could be any one of you. That's right. It could be.
No, hold on. The reason why.
Maybe not any one of you, but.
We're talking about this is because I'm justifying my definition of a sex act. This is what I'm doing right now.
I'm so freaking cute. Thank you.
You're asking me a bunch of questions. You haven't justified yourself. You just want to push me into somewhere.
I'm like way too honest, aren't I? I'm like way too honest.
No, because your outcome, your definition of sex would mean that this is not a sex act and there's no violation.
I haven't even given a definition of sex.
Yeah.
wait, hold on. You gave several definitions from
I listed the fact that there are many ways that different legal systems, and I picked mine alone because there were, I mean, not because, but because I live here, but in mine alone, there were multiple different ways that they defined sex. I was just pointing out that it's a very complex problem, and that I didn't think that your...
Wait, bonobos settle their difference by having sex?
Flattening of the complexity was very useful.
Oh my god.
And I would say
thank you, lady.
It's useful because it gives us clear answers for how to be able to deal with these kinds of situations.
Well, sure, you want to condemn these people, but like I don't think that just wanting that itself means it's better.
Wait, no, I think that, no, this is the whole point.
Yeah, thank you everybody who's subbing. That means I don't know why we're not giving you, normally when you sub you get a little communist invading radicals alert. I don't know why that's not happening today, but
of being able to show
do
bad
you have to,
outcomes
reset the alerts systems, or something?
Right now, I'm showing you the benefit of mine, because I would say that being able to use a definition of sex act, which focuses primarily on intent, is able to give us clear answers for these kinds of questions.
Make this happen.
When otherwise, if we want to go off of one that requires, for example, physical contact, that you cannot be able to resolve.
So I think that even if we can say that which I don't agree, but even if we wanted to say that like your definition makes it work in this example, it actually fucks up a bunch of other examples that I think are really important.
Like what?
Well, because your definition of sex acts is about the intent, and especially like primary intent, I think is how you said it maybe, to elicit sexual desire in some way, whether for yourself or someone else.
But
right?
do they consent, the bonobos?
That's about right.
Well, I personally, and maybe I'm a little different from everybody. That's okay.
Bonobos are all bisexual?
Personally, I like to feel sexy. I like to feel sexy even in public. I'm not getting off.
Oh my god, I'm so with Doe here. Yeah. No, for me it's like, it's almost like an identity thing, right? I don't know.
Public.
Am I oversharing again?
I'm sorry, you said
we're not
I'm
talking about
oversharing.
being sexy.
Wait, oh, can I actually like fully explore what I'm saying? Sure, like I know that you're not talking about being sexy or feeling sexy, whatever.
Can an imaginary character, like say an anime walrus, consent? Asking for a friend.
What I'm talking about is I choose the things that I wear and how I present myself with the intent for my own sexual desire.
I feel so weird about somebody like interrogating like my libido, right? This is weird.
To express myself sexually and to feel
like I'm in control of my libido, please.
Sexually.
God.
Wait, no, hold on.
It's in control of me half the time.
We're not talking about like the intent. I'm trying to figure out, wait, hold on. So are you saying that you dress the way that you do to like get off in public?
No, Riley. It's not saying that. But Riley, I am. I'm saying exactly that. In fact, I'm just kidding.
You keep going back to
weird moment.
No.
Weird moment there.
Talking about feeling to sexual desires.
Yeah. Have you never felt something sexual without it being coming?
Wait, no. Or hold on, I'm gonna answer that question.
Oh no, wait, that shouldn't be a hard question to answer, should it?
Because this is ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
The way that people arrive at like orgasm is by appealing to their sexual desires. That's what you do.
Yeah, what RGR does, it feels invasive. In fact, there's a lot about debate bro aesthetics that feel invasive, right? I've talked to community members before who've been confronted by people in voice chat that were just kind of like, on this debate train of like, no, you will debate me now, like, right? And not everybody wants to do that. And sometimes the debate, walking somebody down a logic tree, sometimes that can feel a little, that pushes people's boundaries, right? And it shouldn't be that hard to see. I agree. When I show cleavage, I get static from most weird people. I wish that somebody pushed her to give a definition of get off. Oh yeah, right. Responding. Pushed Doe. Pushed it to give a definition. Oh no, pushed Riley. Okay, yeah. Okay. Responding to someone being a prude with sex memes. is inappropriate and does not respect boundaries. I think Riley will explain now. This is vibing like, I mean, this is like, okay, listen, it's better than the Demon Mama thing, because the Demon Mama Riley thing, it was just like Riley self-harming through social media and Demon Mama laughing about it. It was pretty sad. And to think that, like, we were all friends in, like, February. Demon Mama, Riley, and me. There was nothing bad between any of us. And since then, like, us and half of the trans community have just, like, fallen apart, right? Somebody said it. Somebody had to say it. I made a comment on a cat video, and the lady wrote a whole paragraph about your PFP. Oh my god. Wait. I can't even see your PFPs because they're tiny. All of the PFPs I see are little bitty ones. I've watched both this and the... Oh yeah, we're gonna watch the Vosh thing next, I guess. And Riley never explains it. That was bad.
All right.
Just the appealing doesn't usually do it.
To dress and dress attractively for reasons other.
This is definitely
trying
a
to appeal
dumpster
to sexual
fire.
desires and
Yeah.
interests. Like, this is like the...
I mean, but like what I'm saying is, I guess that there's like with the Demon Mama Riley thing, there was just like there was no real like discourse to be had. You know, it was just pure dominance paradigm, right? And at least with this, like, you know, they're terrible takes. They shouldn't be taken seriously. But they are takes, and then, you know, Doe is pushing back. Like, this is at least a debate rather than just being drama. So like I guess I'm thankful for that. But yeah, like it puts me in a whole conundrum where I'm having to play defense in terms of just like making sure that people know not to add anything to, you know, Riley's stress load through, you know, harassment on social media, right? While at the same time admitting that Riley's opinions here are harmful. This is not just theoretical harm. This is real harm. Ironically enough, if you remember the beginning of this video of this stream, like, we watched Demon Mama and Riley, right? And Riley accused Demon Mama of causing harm to trans people in her advocacy. I would turn that right around and face that at Riley. I would say that clearly it's Riley who is causing harm to trans people with her attempted advocacy.
Woke version of she was asking for it.
I don't think it is.
I
think that someone can express themselves sexually without them inviting someone to touch them.
That's not appealing to sexual desires or interests.
Oh, I see. It's on the PFP.
That's not the same.
I think it is. If I want men to look at me in a particular way, I can dress a particular way to show that, to cause that reaction.
Wait, no, what?
Demon Mama and RGR's pro wrestling level kayfabe.
So wait, hold on. Is this the... So you're specifically trying to dress in a particular way to get men, like, in order to appeal to men's sexual desires or interests?
Really anyone's, but yeah, I picked men. Yeah. Like, I think that I can.
I agree with you, Speedy Noob. Yeah, I agree. Like,
and have and probably will in the future try to dress to appeal to someone's sexual desire. I like feeling desired. It makes me feel good.
Okay, no, then I would absolutely disagree with that. I think that there are plenty of other reasons why women or anybody can be able to dress in a certain way, aside from just like sexually appealing to someone else, right?
Sure, I agree that
I
you can
dress
do
the
it
way
for
that
a lot
I
of
do
different
because
reasons.
I'm trying to like get off men, or I'm trying to like appeal to the sexual desires of women. No, like, I dress the way that I do because I just like the way that I feel. I'm not trying to like get off other people.
Well, you keep going back to get off. I dress partially sometimes because I like the way that it feels and looks, but other times I like to sort of sexualize it a little bit. I like to feel sexy. I like to have sexual desire from other people. It makes me feel good.
All right, wait, hold on. Then we're talking about something completely different than what you were talking about in the example. All right,
well,
what you're talking about, no, because what you're talking about in that instance is not that is doing something where it is not the primary reason why you're dressing that way. Where you just said that it's a part of it. In the hypothetical
this argument is headache-inducing.
That we are talking about right
You're
now,
not wrong.
You said some people like feet. If you go to a public event primarily because your partner likes feet, you're not involving them in a sex act. No, you're talking about doing something primarily to appeal to a sexual act.
I primarily dress on some days, that's what I meant by sometimes, I primarily dress on some days for sexual desire, both of myself, of looking at myself and feeling like I am a sexual being, and for what other people give to me, the sexual desire
Then I would say no. Then I would say that you're I would say that you're absolutely violating other people's consent. Then
I don't understand how me wanting to feel good is.
Wait.
And
Oh my God,
feel
I'm not
like
feeling in a sexual way.
I'm gonna end up giving you so much homework to do. But like, if you look at my last Haas video, Haas gets weird about women, right? This is what Haas was doing to me. Haas was asserting that. Let me see if I can find this stuff. Wait, do I have this around me? Like that I had, oh my God, chat, let me see if I can find this. I don't know where I put it, but anyway, you know how like I wear these like grommets? Like I had ones that had like straps and stuff on it, and Haas was saying that somehow I was like a sex pest for wearing that. The act of wearing bondage gear on stream was like violating in some small way his consent. Right? This is a Haas of infrared, right? Is who we're talking about. The right-wing tanky Haas, right? This is a Haas level take. The whole argument gets repetitive after a while. Oh God.
Yeah, that's a sex act. I would absolutely call that a sex act. I would stand
by that.
How
is it a sex act? What did I do that was a sex act?
Because you are doing something primarily to appeal to sexual desires or interests.
Well, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that if I think there's a lot of other.
Is it getting a little bit boring, chat? We can switch to. There's a Vosh video too. If it really does just repeat after this, I guess we could go ahead and switch to that. What do you think, chat? Should I give you a poll? Do you want a poll to decide stick with this or go to Vosh?
That in sexuality that happen.
Go to the Vosh RGR interaction.
Public. That do not cause harm, and I don't think.
When did everyone become a prude? I don't fucking know. It's a weird thing, right? Because I don't even think of like, okay, there's a lot, you know, that I don't like particularly about debate bros, about the DGG community, right? But generally, I don't have a complaint about them being prudish. I haven't really seen them be prudish. It's not even. Let's do a poll. Okay, let's do a poll. We're gonna do a poll. Can I do one here? No, I have to do one here. Wait, that's not for the. Oh, there it is. The poll. Create a poll. Okay. So. Okay, so do you want to keep watching RGR versus Doe, the current video that we're watching right now, is one option, and the other option is to switch, and just if you think that this is like run its course, that there's like nothing, that this is getting boring, then we could switch to the RGR versus Vosh.
You can claim that I'm causing a harm by wanting to be desired by other people and dressing for that desire. And
I want to see a philosophy professor react to this. That would be hilarious. Oh my God. That's going to happen at some point. A philosophy professor is going to react to RGR's videos.
I think that's the only way that we can claim that this is like a bad.
Yeah. And that, no, yes, I would say that if you were doing something primarily, again, we're focusing on
Oh, Rouge is a sex attack. That's like that's like Jordan Peterson, you know, discourse.
Primarily here, in order to appeal to other people's sexual desires without their consent, then I would say you are harming them by violating their consent.
So you think that flattening sex, like forcing somebody, breaking somebody's consent, you think that me wearing a dress with a low-cut top, look at my dress now, I could show off my boobs a little bit?
Oh, you think it's just getting spicy and out of the weird meta ethics?
And it would make other people feel a little bit good, but we wouldn't be getting off for anything.
You're being very...
At some point, that gets really heavy content warning.
Particularly vague with when you say good. It's not just good generally. You're talking about good in
I could switch to the last 10 minutes. Oh, I should have put that on the poll.
Specifically sexual sense.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, though.
Yeah.
You could just, like, do the last 10 minutes after switch, or before we switch.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely hold by. Especially, like, here, because right now you're talking about very abstract... Right now you're talking about an example that's very removed from what you said. What you said was that you're appealing to your partner's foot fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think... Well, I'm sorry. What's the difference there? I literally don't see it. I'm so sorry.
All right, hold on. Okay. So the issue I mean, we already went over it. So you're fine. You're completely fine if you go out with your partner, and your partner.
This is where RGR gets exposed.
And you go out and know that, like, oh yeah, my partner has a foot fetish, and because they have a foot fetish, and
yeah,
primarily
major
because they have a foot
content
fetish,
warning.
I'm going to dress barefoot and try to appeal to their foot fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's and then on top of that, all right. So that's step one. Step two is you're fine with that happening in public.
Yeah.
And so step three, you're fine with that even happening around children.
Yeah, as long as there's not an intent for the children to be there, and as long as that you're not like including
so
them,
cute,
like, hey, come touch this, my partner's feet, or like, yeah, as long as you're not being like weird about it. Yeah.
Why does that matter?
Because now you've included.
Why
them
does that
in the act.
matter?
Like, you're making them part of it.
What if they don't? What if you don't like What if they don't like touch it?
Oh,
what if
no.
they're just like around it, like they see
JLP level crockery
getting off to the foot fetish or whatever?
Oh my god!
You keep saying getting off.
All right, hold on, wait.
Categorically reject that.
I want you to correct me. I want you to correct me. Are you fine then if they get off to their foot fetish in public? Are you fine with this person in this situation orgasming in public as a consequence of their foot fetish?
We've got really cool follow alerts too. I don't know why they're not playing. I don't know.
As things stand right now, maybe not. But I'd like to move towards a society that's a little bit freer about sex. I think that having a more comprehensive view.
So
on
you are
sex.
It may be fixed. Maybe it's just like the next one that comes on will trigger
no,
it.
you actually gave a really nuanced answer.
The
there.
alert, the communist invading radicals alert.
So you are. So the answer that you gave is that like you don't think it's possible, but you would like to.
No, that's not the answer that I just gave.
Then I want you to give me the answer again, because my understanding of your answer was that, oh, well, probably not right now, but I'd like to move towards a society where maybe people have more open understandings of sex. The implication there being that you would like to be able to have people do that in the future.
I would like for sex to be destigmatized in the future to a pretty significant degree, with a broader understanding.
You're not answering the question.
I
You're
am
not answering
answering
the question.
your question.
I need you to answer this question, this specific question. Are you fine if your partner gets off to their foot fetish in public and you're the person who intentionally causes it? Are you fine with that happening? Yes or no?
I think the truth is
open-toed sandals are child abuse.
No, this is a yes or no question. Stop. You need to give a yes or no to this question.
I didn't think I went on like Jesse Lee Peterson's show today. I actually like nuance and context in the answers.
This is like bullying.
You can give all the nuance that you want after yes or no.
What is up with this?
Can you not follow my answer?
God.
If you want to ask questions, it's okay. I can explain anything that I say.
No, because all right, so you asked me, all right, I'm going to back up.
No hand holding in public, yeah.
To go back to the original thesis. So I said that this is an argument that either was intentionally being made to justify pedophilia or was negligently being made and ends up justifying pedophilia. So based on where the conversation is right now, I would absolutely stand by that, because I don't think that you can give a clear answer to say that according to your worldview, yes, you would be fine with this.
Yes, I have.
Jesus was a sex pest? Oh my god, yeah, no, I didn't read Judas's twit longer. That's right. I heard about that.
Nuanced answers to questions. I don't think that it's okay to do sex acts with children. And I don't think it's okay to include children in your sex acts.
Do you think that it's... Alright, then, hold on. Then do you think it's fine, because you focus a lot on physical touch, do you think it's fine if someone gets off to their foot fetish as a result of you doing it, and the children are around and even see it, but do not touch your partner at all?
It depends on how the orgasm occurs.
All right, so tell me why it matters. All right, tell me.
How does she
tell
not
me in which
know
ways
how out there she is?
Then you would be fine
okay,
with
so
that happening. Tell me in what kind of scenario you would be fine.
So if you notice that I'm handling Riley a little bit with kid gloves here, this is why. Okay, yeah, she's out there. She is out there, and I don't know if she's okay. And what she's saying is not okay either. It's such a fucking, it's a moral conundrum, right? For me, because like I don't want to add to the, whatever harassment is coming her way, but at the same time I have to validate the victims of this kind of rhetoric. So I'm really walking a tightrope here. I hope I don't fall into a pool full of jellyfish or something like that. That would be bad. That would be bad.
With your partner getting off around children, and you would say that's a fine thing.
Well, getting off in public with, the potential for children to
How does Doe have this patience? I want to know. I that's a good question, Breeze.
Around, like I said, making it intent about children is very would make it, I think, morally, wrong, but...
All right, and we talked about that before.
I know I'm building a full, nuanced answer. I really wish you'd let me finish.
You just keep not responding to me based on what we already talked about. I feel like you keep trying to avoid answering the questions, so I keep trying to pull you back so we stay on topic.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to get a clip, because you don't actually want to, like...
There it is. There it is.
Discuss the nuance of this.
No, I am discussing nuance. I think that
you're really not. You literally just said, give me a yes or no answer. No, I don't like your nuanced answer. Give me a yes or no answer. Are you serious?
No, nuance. No, hold on. Nuance.
I'm trying to remember when Destiny and Doe butted head. That's a weird way to phrase that. I'm trying to remember when Destiny and Doe got into a conflict. I think it was like, maybe that's what the Demon Mama Destiny debate was about. I feel like there was, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so like Destiny got in some kind of conflict with Doe and with Liv posting, and started talking about like trans people and their mental illness, right? So I think that was what predicated the Demon Mama Destiny debate, which I also covered. Spoiler alert, there's a 3-minute compilation of out of context Doe clips from this conversation. Oh my god.
Nuance is not the same as refusing to give a yes or a no. You can give all the nuance that you want and also give a clear yes or a no.
Sometimes it's not just a yes or a no. Sometimes you have to make a nuanced case for sometimes yes and sometimes no. There are some people who have like premature ejaculations. They'll even do it like in public without touching.
Just called out RGR
or anything like that. They don't mean to. It's not like, you know, but it still occurs. I think that people can orgasm in public in ways that aren't very like harmful. But I think that there are ways that are harmful.
Okay, so you want me to tell you something? I had a friend who, like, whenever they had a test at school, they would, like, they were able to, like, basically cross their legs and squeeze in order to, like, stimulate themselves and, yeah, to like, orgasm, right? And they did that every time that they were nervous before a test, or at least that's what they said, that every time they were nervous before a test they would do that, and they did that, like, you know, and no one knew, and, you know, it wasn't like a big deal. And I wonder what Riley would say about them.
Any of the questions I've asked, so I just want to I'm trying to ask questions to figure out what your value.
I know, right? I gotta figure that out.
So I'm going to give you another example based on what you have already said to see what your response is, so I can help figure out what your values are.
Okay, that sounds really cool. We haven't done this.
That's a cool ability, huh? Yeah.
And primarily, do not wear shoes in order to appeal to your partner's foot fetish. There are children around. You do not care that there are children around, but there are children around.
I know, right?
Your partner, who also does not necessarily care if there are children around, ends up getting off, orgasming, as a consequence of you specifically appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation? Yes or no?
From the way you've described that, no, I don't believe a harm was done to those children.
Okay. So now we're at the issue. Thank you. So this is why I would reject your framing of this, because I would say that doing that violates categorically the consent of the children and therefore causes them harm.
Does anybody orgasm just by seeing feet? I don't know.
That is my issue with what you are. That's my issue with what you're proposing.
What consent did you violate?
Because you engage in sexual acts around children by engaging in incredibly risky behavior without getting their consent.
That's not. You haven't described a harm.
Yes, I have. All right, let me give you an example of this.
Risky behavior? Wait, what is the risky behavior? Wait, which example is this? Is this the foot example or what?
Well, no, actually, let me give you an example of this. Okay. I went through some pretty extreme child sex.
I'll have what they're having, exactly.
Assault. I was sold to other people for sex.
Okay, content warning. So here's my understanding of this situation, why this happens. RGR is talking about this in a weird, dehumanizing, theoretical fashion, right? And Doe is trying to bring it back to, and also, you know, kind of implying that Doe being barefoot in public with its partner is harmful to children, right? Because of the fact that its partner is in 2 feet, so therefore, you know, Riley's mind just goes in the worst possible place with instantly of like, oh, foot fetish person, oh yeah, we know how they are, right? And it's like, no, I don't think you do. I actually don't think you do. I think that maybe stopping to talk to some foot fetish people and realizing that they are human beings might be helpful, Riley, might be helpful, and realize that they are not like, you know, the fucking worst people. Like, I don't know, there's all this supposition of like, you know, of evil intent from, you know, people just for having a fetish, and it just seems it's bigoted. It's biased. It's screwing up Riley's thinking. So what Doe is going to do is disclose its own experience with actually having its consent violated as a child. So just so we're being really clear with our content warning here, if this is a point where you need to step away, I respect that, and you know, take care of yourself, okay? We're gonna go ahead and watch it because I think it's kind of important. I think that like, I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like this is in some ways the point that needs to be made. It needs to be brought into the real world where, yes, harm happens, and you know, this is what it's like, and that's what Doe's doing. And I mean, even though it may be hard to watch, I think it's important to the argument, and that's why Doe mentioned this.
There were people who looked at me and desired me sexually, and there's a very big difference from the guy who was looking at me and desiring me sexually, and the guy who just paid to fuck my bleeding holes and then sticking his fingers down my throat so I'll puke for him so he can make me eat it before he shoots his load into my ass, okay? There's a very big difference between the desire of the first person and the actual act of the second person. These are fundamentally different. My consent wasn't broken when someone was looking at me, you know, with desire. That's not where that came from.
All right. I am sorry that happened to you. That is awful. That does not have to do with this conversation.
It absolutely does, because your definition of sex acts includes the man who was looking at me, wanting to buy me, but not doing it.
I think that we're about to be TOS, but let me be clear, all right? Everything that you just said does not have to do with the scenario that we just talked about.
It has to do with your definition of sex acts. Your definition of sex acts fundamentally fails. It includes people who wear crop tops, it includes people who wear high heels to make their ass look good, and it includes the man who looked at me desiring me.
Did he get off to you?
No, not that one.
Was he trying to?
No. He was deciding which one of us he wanted to fuck.
Then I would say that that's not a sex act.
Why? He desired me sexually.
If he was not doing something,
he was desiring me. Isn't that the problem here?
Wait, I mean, I don't know if it's TOS on Twitch.
So actually, wait. So, do you want this person? I'm trying to understand the issue here, and I can tell that this is a very we don't have to talk about this. This is a sensitive subject.
Yeah, it's why I was really, really upset when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna keep maintaining that. We haven't gotten to that part of the discussion yet.
No, we actually have. Do you have any other examples of me calling you a pedophile?
When you say that someone is intentionally or negligently justifying pedophilia, what you're saying is they have made an argument.
Yeah, I hope there's a difference.
That they think that sex acts with children are okay, whether they know it or not. Your audience calls me a pedophile without your pretty wording around it, because they heard your message. They heard the message that you were sending out. They heard it. They heard it loud and clear. They heard it every time you called. All of those people. Yeah, no, they totally did, and they get it. They absolutely, understood. Your audience picked it up. Did you not? Did you not understand? Do you want to go see? You want me to go look through my replies and find how many people call me a pedophile without all your fun words around it? There are people calling it a pedo in your chat. Yes, people in your chat are literally saying that.
We're gonna get back to having a productive conversation. Right?
Yeah, I think I would.
I love how many times like Doe keeps like owning RGR with her own chat, with RGR's own chat.
We can't get back to having a productive conversation. I think the conversation is about whether or not that guy who was looking at me, ready to buy my holes. I want to know whether or not that was a sex act. Was it a sex act when he wanted to buy my holes?
To what pedophiles want, or you negligently did. That is what I argued. Yes. And that is what I maintain.
Yes, you argued that I have a belief that justifies having sex with children. I never claimed that. I have only said that it is okay to do things in public that deal with sexual desire.
You understand what negligence means?
Yes, unintentionally.
Okay.
So, but what you're saying is I have a belief whether or not I know it, that I did it whether or not I meant to. You're saying that I said it's okay to have sex with children whether or not I know it. That's what you said. You said that about me. You know that, right? Those are the words that you said about me.
Words in my mouth.
I didn't put words intentionally or negligently. Those are what those words mean.
No. Stop.
Anyone can see that that's what those words mean.
No.
And your audience heard the message. Your audience heard the message because they call me it.
All right? Yelling does not make you more right.
Right? So yeah, after this, we'll watch the
yelling
Vosh
multiple
thing.
times this conversation. It was only when I brought up this traumatic event of mine that I am now.
Or you say something, and you are not aware of its implications at the time that you do it.
Yeah. So you think
you still do cause harm.
You think
that I'm gonna unmute you.
Oh my God, you muted me.
Stop saying.
Oh my God,
this is calling you a pedophile.
Okay, so Doe has been muted. Riley is gonna talk over it, and
that's incredibly embarrassing. Oh my
God! No, hold on. You were yelling, and you were trying to put words in my mouth. All right. So I am justified to be able to do that.
I don't think Doe was yelling.
Stop.
Doe wasn't happy, but like that, you shouldn't be happy when somebody makes baseless allegations like that against you.
All right, it's not just. There is a possibility, because I can't read your mind. I don't know what's in your head, but the total scope of possibilities means that either you didn't know what you were saying when you said this, or conversely, that you didn't know.
Yeah.
And I stand by that, because if you.
So you're saying that I made an argument without knowing it that says it's okay to have sex with children.
You're fine. No, hold on. You are fine with people. You admitted you're fine with people being able to get off in front of children, at least in some scenarios.
No, thanks, Joni.
You're fine with that.
Get off in public with the understanding that children might be there. But that actually was.
Doe has been soft-spoken the entire debate, even when Doe had the right to be angry.
It wasn't why you called me a pedophile. The reason you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile. You just admitted.
I just admitted
that there are scenarios where you're fine with people getting off around children in public. I do not think it is a stretch to say that you either negligently or intentionally made arguments that would also be made by pedophiles.
No, none of my arguments were made by pedophiles.
You are not listening to me.
I am listening to you. I heard every word you said. Do you want me to repeat it back to you word for word?
Yes, please repeat back to me exactly what I said.
Maybe I can't do word for word, but you did say that your belief in its negligence. I read something and I lost it. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So you agreed, just now, you've agreed multiple times actually, that you are fine with certain situations where someone engages in a sexual act, gets off, public.
I gotta come in, Doe, here, because I don't think if I had to deal with this stuff in a debate, I don't think I would be able to, I just,
around children. You are fine.
You keep saying.
You are stop. You agree that there are situations where you are fine with that happening.
I'm fine with people getting off in public sometimes. Yes.
Even if it is around children.
As long as they're not including the children in it. Yes.
Okay. So, I don't think that my comment was out of line at all.
Well, you're implying that I think it's okay to involve children in sex acts.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sounds like pedo apologia to me. Look at your chat. Look at them all doing it. They hear your message.
Well, right now what you're saying is incredibly yikesy. Because you are justifying being able to get off in front of children.
I'm justifying getting off in public. I'm not justifying getting off with the children as the intent.
Sometimes, and you are fine with scenarios where people get off in public and also in front of children.
Yes. As long as they're not including the children in the sex act.
Do we want to go? All right, we talked about the concept of risk earlier, or risky behavior. Can we go back to that? Because this would be when we're talking about...
No, because we still haven't gotten past your failure of a definition. You can't fundamentally tell me
I think that
my consent was broken when that man desired me. You can't tell me that. It does not cover that. That's not a sex act. The man looked at me. He wanted to purchase me.
You bring up your personal experience.
Yes, because my personal experience is important here, because you clearly don't have the actual...
I know what you're doing.
Oh my god, you muted me again. She muted me again.
Your own personal experience as a drama victim to try and paint me in a bad light. I know what you are doing. All right?
Yeah.
Do not lie to me or the chat. I know what you're doing. I know you're poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well?
This does not matter when we're talking about the specific scenarios of the subject here. What you tweeted, which is what we are talking about. All right? So stop poisoning the well and keep on the discussion that you agreed to have. All right?
Am I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I think it's really embarrassing that you keep muting. I haven't muted you once. I think that's really embarrassing. But more than that, yeah, because it is embarrassing. Because you have to like.
Embarrassing does not make it embarrassing. I hate to be the one to tell you.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, I'm not the arbiter of ultimate embarrassment. Oh my god, I've just not.
Why did I insist on watching this whole thing? I was just like, no, it's like important to see. It's important for the argument. Yeah, it brings. Well, hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yeah, it brings some reality to it. Like I just fucking experienced, like, I don't know what, but like I wasn't here, right, for a little while, because that shit is just too traumatic to fucking, like,
gonna be in shambles now.
So you asked earlier, what's the harm of getting off around children, and I will justify that to you right now.
No, I want you to justify your belief of
trauma dumping. Yeah, that is the weirdest thing. That is the weirdest fucking thing, right? Like, okay, so here's my deal. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard people say, like, trauma dumping, so I'm not entirely sure. But I think the idea of that is that without somebody clearing it first, that they go into something traumatic that they experienced and maybe trigger the other person, right? Is that what trauma dumping is? Because I've seen it used in such different ways. Like, I've seen it where people are just like, you know, even like, you know, describing a tough thing that you're dealing with, you know, is like trauma dumping, right? But like in general, like, okay, so when somebody does that to me, I understand, yeah, it can be upsetting, it can be shocking, it can kind of get you into a mental space that you weren't planning on being in, but I never get mad at the person for doing that, because I figure if somebody's doing that, if somebody's expressing their trauma to me, it must be because it needs to come out, because it needs to be expressed. So I kind of just, like, you know, I kind of accept that, and, you know, like, maybe if the I don't think of the person as being in control of that.
Desire being a sex act. I've given a very clear example in where desire wasn't a sex act. Sexual desire wasn't itself a sex act. I'd like you to actually defend your claim, because you haven't yet.
Because they have, no, hold on, because we're talking about if you're doing something primarily appealing to sexual desires or interests.
Yes, the man who was looking at me to purchase me was in fact looking at me with pure intent sexual desire.
That is not primary. Hold on, no.
You don't think that's primarily about sexual desire? The guy who was about to buy my holes?
All right, so hold on. So you are, all right, you're literally engaging. You're trying to poison. I know what you're doing.
This isn't poisoning the well.
I'm going to respond to you. All right? I'm going to respond to you. But I know everyone can tell exactly what you're trying to do. Okay? So I'm going to respond to you.
Am I unmuted?
I'm unmuting you right now.
Oh, it's Riley Stream. It's fine for her to mute the pedo apologist. I still
I'm
think
you when you're I'm mute. No, you know when I'm muting you. Don't lie.
I don't know. It doesn't show me.
All right.
How am I supposed to know? Wait, you just said that and you're going to just move on? You're going to say that and you're just going to move on?
No. I'm responding to what you said.
Yeah, you said something that was a lie, and then you're not going to acknowledge that it wasn't true, and now you're just trying to move on. I can't see when you mute me.
I would respond to you. You're asking me to respond to an incredibly inflammatory hypothetical.
I'm asking you to respond to my personal experience because it is the ultimate counter to your poor definition.
No, it's not the ultimate counter. I'm about to explain why. Also, can you please give a trigger warning? People in my chat are asking that you give a trigger warning before you talk about...
No, I don't think so. You didn't give me a trigger warning when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
You did.
No, I didn't. We already went over it.
Yeah, and I was right.
No.
Yeah.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I reject that. Do you have any other... All right, hold on. You said multiple times. Is there any other time aside from this? Because here, I would reject that I ever called you a pedophile. I would reject that. 100%. You said I called you a pedophile multiple times. Are there any other times?
The goalpost is now in outer space. Yeah.
You deleted all your tweets. Don't you remember?
I didn't. I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay.
So you're just calling me a liar then?
No, I said at the very beginning of this debate that neither of us can prove that claim because you hid all the evidence. So it's
impossible. I didn't hide all the evidence. I deleted it because
anything.
you and your community were harassing me.
Sure. We were talking about things that you said publicly as a public figure. That is.
I never. Do you have any screen? Or do you have any screen cap? If I deleted a tweet, then I could have had it.
Your girlfriend tweeted, and it seemed to be in line with things that you believed. Because I made the exact same argument as you about how desiring a foot fetish, desiring feet with a foot fetish is itself a sex act, and then she cited some legal stuff, and then she got put on bad legal takes. Oh man, that was so funny.
You don't have any actual evidence of me calling you a pedophile once.
You did it multiple times, but
No, I didn't. You never have provided any evidence to
substantiate. I can't. Like I already said, I can't prove that you tweeted those things. It's fine. We can move on from it. I know that you did it. You deleted your tweet.
You specifically lied then. Why are you trying to prove something that you don't even know is true?
Well, I know that it happened.
The goalposts have been destroyed.
And beyond that, I don't need those tweets here because your video.
All right, wait. How is that any different? Hold on, we need to go through that claim because there's.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
So you're saying that what you're saying it's true that I called you a pedophile.
This is why receipts are important. Hey, you're not wrong. I mean, like.
Is your evidence, right?
No, I wish I had half the receipts that people seem to think I have.
Telling you that I can't provide evidence. I said that at the very beginning of the discussion, and I can't do it now.
You are saying.
But if you know me and you know my executive function, you'll know why that's not true.
Yeah, what you're saying is that they either.
I'm literally saying you may have not intentionally defended pedophilia.
I know that it's not all intentional. Every time I've said this, I've done both parts of it. You are either saying that I know that I am actively aware that I am presenting something that says. Can I please actually finish my sentence?
No, you're not responding to me.
I am responding to you. I'm saying intentionally or unintentionally. One of them is that I knowingly am justifying having sex with children, and the other one is saying that I don't know that I'm saying that it's okay to have sex with children. Neither of those are what I've done. I think that is okay.
What about that second one there?
Yes.
Where you think that I am.
Oh my god, that's the other thing that you'll notice about these debate pros is that, or like, you know, DGG orbiters and debate pros, right? Is that they're gonna hold other people up to a higher standard than they do to the. In fact, chat, I would say, here's a red flag. When you notice somebody holding you up to a higher standard than they hold themselves, especially like in an argument, that's a red flag. You don't have to engage any further. If you wanna dip right there, you have every right. You have every justification, right? And you know, like that's a red flag with, you know, any kind of. I don't know, that's a sign. I think there's something to that. It's like if people hold, like if your standards are for yourself are higher than for other people, maybe you're a little self-hating, you know, maybe you're a little hard on yourself. But like if it's the other way around, oh my god, run away. Like, or at least I have to run. I don't know, I'm not going to tell you what people to run away from and what people to hang out with, but that's something that I run away from now. That's something that I don't want to deal with. Oh shit, so DGG basically is you know, the bigger streamers, they each have like a website, right? And the GG is kind of an expensive type of domain to have purchased. So those are the big streamers, right? Destiny.gg is Destiny's website. Vosh.gg is Vosh's website. These are shortened to DGG and VGG, and it's also kind of used to refer to the community around Destiny. But literally there is a chat going on 24/7. So, you know, the chat on Destiny's website, when Destiny's on, it's playing Destiny and they're responding to Destiny. When Destiny's not on, it's hosting like Mr. Mouton or somebody else, like, right, Melinda or somebody like that, right? And so they're watching that while they're you know, typing, right? And it's just the chat goes on. So basically DGG is this like 24/7 like organism that just like keeps on recycling discourse, right? And GG, so it's what does it stand for? Well, it started off as a gaming thing, right? So you know how there's like .com, .org, .gov, right? So .gg, I think, was something that started off for, you know, gaming stuff, maybe? And it's that's true. Maybe that's why gamers got it. It's because it's shorthand for good game. After you finish, Gamergate, there you go. After you finish a game, especially if you won and the other person lost, like GG is also shorthand for like you got owned, right? So yeah, there's multiple meanings, there's multiple levels. But thanks for asking, because like if you don't know, you're probably not the only one who doesn't know. So yeah.
I unknowingly support sex with children, even though I have more than once said that sex with children is wrong.
I think that you said that in this clip. I think that's the plain reading.
Oh my god, what am I doing?
Specifically talking about what you said here.
You were talking about the foot fetish example.
Yes, where you ended up conceding that you are fine with scenarios where someone gets off sexually to a foot fetish.
I never said
gets
off. I've said gets off in this conversation, but I didn't say it in that initial one. But even if I did say get off.
Wait, hold on. You are saying that you are saying that according to this clip and the beliefs that you listed in this clip, that you are fine with scenarios where people get off to their foot fetish sexually in public around children.
In the clip, I said that it was okay to present your desires in public, to do things in public that elicit sexual desire. In this conversation, I've maintained that I don't think it breaks consent to orgasm in public as long as you don't involve the children around.
Okay, and now, because we've gotten to this point several times, we keep trying to pivot away, I want to explain why that is wrong. All right, we keep pivoting away. I want to explain.
Any Discord server's web ADI ends with GG. So that's why GG... Oh, wait, what? Okay, so DGG is the Discord community? Why did I think it was Destiny's website?
Why doing a sex...
I mean, people... Okay.
...around children, even if you do not involve them, is still harmful.
When a kid walks in on their parents, did their parents involve?
Yeah, but I thought what did I think? I thought it was like you know how like Demon Mama's got a separate website. Like you could watch Demon Mama on Twitch, you could watch Demon Mama on YouTube, or you could watch Demon Mama on our website, right? Same thing with Xanderhall, same thing with Vosh. I thought it was like that, just like the website chat basically.
Them in a sex act?
No. Why
not?
No.
These kids saw them having sex.
Because you're not. No, because you're engaged. Because they were acting in private. They took reasonable steps to act in private. And so I'm going to mute you for a second. I'm going to explain why it is bad to do.
We're getting muted
I've
again.
Myself and muted my microphone on her end because if she's going to keep muting me, I have no obligation to continue to sit there and listen to her. I think that's more than fair. She's muted me multiple times.
Yeah, Doe has a channel on Twitch, yeah.
This is the only time I've done it. I can't hear anything she's saying. I think...
Oh, Doe has one that ends in CC, huh?
Yeah, so... I think this is more than fair. I'll see how long it takes her to notice or care. What are you guys doing? I haven't read any of the chat.
Oh, Doe's Twitter response? Yeah, good idea. Good night, Sabrina.
You guys think I've been doing okay? I've been trying my hardest.
I mean, like, that's more than I would have been able to.
My hands are like sweaty. I got anxiety talking about my trauma. My adrenaline started pumping. I shouldn't have gotten as loud as I did.
Now, wait a minute. I don't think Doe got loud. I know Doe was, like, upset, but Doe was expressing that without being loud.
Oh,
Doe is a secret NCC team member, confirmed.
Well, you didn't listen to anything I said, but I just explained
sorry,
why.
you muted me. I only thought it fair.
Because you were not actually engaging with what I was saying. All right, I'm trying to explain.
Like you've said.
No, stop. You didn't. Okay. You said that there is no harm from doing sex acts around children, and I have tried repeatedly, multiple times, to explain why it is harmful. I just explained that to my chat, and I tried to explain it to you, and you specifically avoided listening to me, which suggests to me that you are not actually engaging with me in good faith.
You muted me multiple times. That was the first time I muted you. I just find it really unfair that you keep muting me. Maybe unfair sounds a little whiny, but like I feel like I've treated you with pretty good faith here.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Riley was like yelling the whole time.
I've answered every question directly. I've tried my hardest to be honest and good faith, and even answer questions that I know you are trying to make sound as intentionally bad as possible. I know that. Yeah. No, you are, and then you mute me when absolutely. I think that's absolutely what you've done. You keep saying I'm poisoning the well by talking about my own personal, literal experience that actually has to do with actual pedophilia. That's apparently not actually like important to you as someone who's like really worried about CSA victims, right? Oh man.
All right. No, clearly when you say that, you are poisoning the well.
It's not poisoning the well.
I agree that what happened to you was horrible. I am sorry that it happened. You know you are poisoning.
Poisoning the well? How is this poisoning the well?
It's not poisoning the well. It's talking about my
It's exactly the argument I have with my brother, who's sexist as fuck. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. This stuff never changes.
Personal experiences. Poison the well.
RGR making unironic thought crime arguments.
Oh, be like, Riley is such a dumb Christian, she'll never be able to understand what I'm saying. Like, no, like I'm not poisoning the well. I'm talking about an experience because I don't feel like you're adequately able to engage with the actual experiences of people who have gone through really horrible things.
Problems. I'm telling you.
I mean, this is the same thing they do, with QAnon, is call them out on not really caring about like actual, children who are victimized like that, and just using it as a moral panic to try to bully their political enemies with, right?
Exactly the problems. And I also was going to explain, all right, so hold on. So if we want to go back to exactly the reason why that person in the scenario was not engaging in a sex act, I would say that it was not because they were primarily trying to...
Your example destroys my argument. Poisoning the well.
To, pursue a sexual desire or interest at that time. That would be
look at that person in your chat. The answer is yes, that Doe's a pedo if it thinks it's okay to orgasm in the presence of children. That was actually like the norm, that like people would fucking like
now, hold on, rooms. Don't try to impugn. No,
it actually used to be the norm. I'm not impugning it. I'm just telling you, I just want you to hear like what your audience says. I'm reading it all. I know what your audience says. I just wish you would read what your audience says.
I mean, I've done this before too, but like, here's the thing, chat. So if you don't know, as a streamer, it's really hard to tell who's been talking shit about you and who's been nice to you. And, on some level, it's their business, right? If somebody's going to talk... People have the right to talk shit about me. Absolutely. I'm not, like... But like, in terms of, like, knowing what kind of environment you're going into when you debate somebody, if you want to know, like, kind of the streamer's disposition towards you, sometimes, not always, you can ascertain that by looking at the chat. Because the chat's view of you is going to tend to be somewhat reflective of what the streamer's view of you. Now, this isn't always true, right? There's some people that my chats hated that I was decently nice to, and some people, no, I can't think of any counterexamples. Maybe Vivian. For a while, when I was mean to Vivian, my chat was like, no, we like Vivian. But yeah, so in Doe, looking at Riley's chat, in some ways, the chat's more honest than the streamer is. The chat's almost a better way to check that out, right? To probe those questions of like, what is the other streamer actually saying about you, right? And if the chat comes away with the impression that you are what Riley's chat called Doe, then that it might be an indication that it got put to them in a different way than Riley is now representing it as being put to.
Age is what I'm saying because I'm responding.
I like Vivian too. Vivian's good.
I would say that
Vivian was right.
Person in your scenario.
Oh yes, actually, Mystic Marble. That's exactly where we're going next. Yeah, to the Bosch RGR post convo.
For as inflammatory as you make it out to be, I would say that the distinguishing factor there is that they were not primarily.
I was sold
by way of Doe's tweet post debate, right?
Other people, and you're calling me inflammatory?
Yes. I mean, right now.
Yeah, Doe, you're completely inflammatory, but RGR did nothing wrong. Oh my god, can you imagine being a DGGer here? Can you imagine being like, no, Doe is inflammatory, Doe is hostile, Doe is bad for trans people, but RGR did nothing. Can you imagine that? Can you just put yourself in those shoes, in those DGG shoes for just a second and try to imagine? Because I can't imagine it. I can't imagine DGG like actually listening to these like anti-sex, puritanical, like, takes from RGR and being like, oh, based RGR. I can't imagine it.
Hold on. You keep saying that. You keep repeating this. You
watched RGR contradict herself multiple times with Bosch.
Doe literally said it's fine to jerk in front of kids. That's not what I said. Hey, chatter.
Oh my god, that's what the fucking chat is saying. Do you hear what the chat is saying?
Hold on. So, to be clear,
the example that you gave, I would distinguish and say that the reason why that does not apply is because that person, we can reasonably surmise, was not primarily engaging in a sexual act at that time.
They were looking at me to buy me.
And all right, and I know that you are trying to just be as overly inflammatory as possible.
This is not so
and I would say that in that situation, the thing they were primarily focusing on.
I can't imagine it because I'm not, right wing.
Was the buying. That's what my answer would be. And I know that you're just going to respond with, oh my.
What is RGR's endgame? I don't know.
Riley, you're so terrible.
I don't know.
I left.
Okay, I mean, you have every right to do that, yeah. That was ridiculous. That was a study in
the guy
something.
Who wanted to buy my holes. The main thing he was thinking about was the buying?
Oh my god, yeah, there's a huge puritanical.
I laughed, to be really clear.
Let's just say it. Let's just say it. There's a tradcon element to RGR's takes. There, I said it. Am I gonna get destroyed by DGG now? I'm sorry, DGG. There's a tradcon element to this bullshit. This is strong fucking tradcon vibes.
I don't want anyone to be confused. I ended that conversation.
I'm gonna get canceled again, aren't I? Yeah.
Hold on. I need a quick second.
She called RGR a tradcon. How could you do this? No comment chick. The patience and calm Doe demonstrates in this convo is off the charts. Yeah. Masturbating is evil. Never do it. Oh, also having sexual fantasies is evil. And I'm really in trouble because I just told you, I just mentioned that, like, I cannot, like, I don't, like, like, people just show up in my sex fantasies. I don't really, like, bring them. Do you know what I mean? It's just like that. It's a libido, right? It's, obviously, like, I don't know. So Riley's thing is that, like, basically almost like being turned on by somebody is a sex act in relation to that person. That's what it feels like. Riley, am I wrong there? Am I overinterpreting what Riley's saying, or is that what you all are getting? That the very act of imagining sex with another person is a sort of sex act that should require consent, right? I just wonder how Riley keeps her libido under, like, under lock and key so much, right? They're assaulting your mind. She pretty much reached the mid-1980s in her takes already. It's wild. This is a long, twisted road for RGR to prove she's the one who is right. This went absolutely nowhere, and RGR proved nothing. I'm 100% correct. Having sexual fantasies is evil. We're all going to hell. Oh, I know, right? We're all going to go to hell, and then we're going to have devils in our sexual fantasies, and that'll be evil too. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, thanks for reminding us. She platforms Calvin Guerra. RGR platforms Calvin Guerra. Oh, and that's who was defending her, by the way. If you want to know who's still defending RGR, Calvin Guerra. I was one of those kids whose families convinced them that Jesus Christ... Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, I don't even know what I thought about, like... Oh, I remember. Okay, so I had a religious aunt and uncle, okay? And they... When I was, like, of age to be having sexual thoughts, they, like, straight up asked me if I masturbated. And I think the conversation that they wanted to have was that, well, Jesus would prefer that you not masturbate, so if there's anything that we can help you to keep your mind on purer things, like, let us know, right? I don't know, it's probably something like that was what they were going to say. But I was just like, no, I don't do that because that's immoral. And I'm like, I don't know, I just gave this whole thing about, like, no, like, I know other people like to do that, but I don't do that because I'm good, right? Because this is a good and bad thing, and I'm good, so I don't do that. And I was fucking lying through my teeth, right? Lying in front of Jesus and my aunt and uncle, who are super, super religious, right? I honestly don't like the drama, but the whole situation with RGR, it is really disappointing. Listen, RGR was a friend of mine. RGR is somebody I brought on Bird Brains. RGR, you know, at different times I thought had good takes on things like, you know, trans participation in sports. But yeah, this is horrible. And I can't believe what Doe just put itself through in that conversation. I would not have been able to stay in there, right? RGR, you know, a few times like triggered me, and I don't know if you saw that, but I just got kind of distant, and I don't know, I wouldn't have been able to handle this. I wonder how often that's a debate tactic, right? I wonder how often they do that shit on purpose, right? Because they know that, like, it's like, you get me like that and I can't really say anything. I'm just go docile, and maybe that's what they're going for. I don't know. Meow. Yeah, this is some thought crime.
I'm crying on stream. I haven't
literally 1987.
Cried yet? That was so fucked up. I can't believe she said that.
I would have cried. I would have cried.
Oh. That's insane. I can't believe
this is
her.
So cruel.
I legitimately.
Can you believe that this was the world that I occupied? I can't believe I was dealing with these sharks.
She thinks that buying someone's holes, looking at them with desire, because
I can't believe I swam with these people. This is so scary.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
Are you serious? Bubble Bobble, are you serious? Oh my god, that's great company to be in, huh? Wow. Yeah, RGR accused Doe of trauma dumping. Yeah, that was the...
Did someone clipped that part, right? Someone clipped her saying that, right? I'm just gonna hold on to that, like, for the rest of my life.
It kept its composure so well. I do not understand how it did it. Yeah, me neither. God.
You know, she's gonna delete and say
that
she never
was.
said it. Oh my god.
I think. Okay, no, this was after. This was last night. This debate happened last night. RGR always had that right-wing libertarian and
I'm honestly kind of... Yes, Hunga Master. Did Riley try to downplay the fact that you were sex trafficked by implying that the person who was trying to buy you wasn't doing it with sexual intent? Yes. They said that the primary thing there was that they were doing a transaction. They were buying. That was the primary thing.
Jellyfish.
Gotcha for clip? No. Oh my god. I went through so much shit. Of course I didn't want to gotcha clip for Twitter.
I know that the non-standard gender thing, like, always gets kind of, like, you know, scapegoated and stuff, but I want you to understand that, like, he, her, they pronouns, these are kind of arbitrary too. Do you realize? Okay, let me take you for a minute and just like blow your mind. Okay, look. When I say he, like, I'm thinking I'm making a word. I'm thinking a he is a thing, a she is a thing, right? You know, these are things, and then, you know, if I have other words, those are not things, and you're trying to, like, make a word, but there's not a thing for it, and then how can you have a word without a thing? Like, I get where some people go with this argument, right? But let me blow your mind for a minute. Okay, the word he is literally me pushing the back of my tongue up against my soft palate and blowing out some air, and then letting my vocal cords vibrate with a E sound. Like, right? Let's be real. That is a fucking meat sound. That is a sound that my meat made, okay? That's pretty weird. She, okay? Now I push my teeth down and kind of capture that sh sound, and I push air out before ending in an E sound, right? That is a meat, that's another meat sound. That's a meat and teeth sound. That's a weird thing, Okay, the fact that these words have meaning to us is a little weird. So please spare me the you know, animal genders are weird, you know, kind of discourse, right? Yeah, gender is weird, existence is weird, humanity is weird. Like, yes, you know, correct, weirdness. Weirdness exists. Thank you for identifying that. That's true. But just don't obfuscate the everyday weirdness we experience in trying to point out somebody else's weirdness. Okay, that's all I ask.
Oh, fuck.
Because I want to live in a world where people can express their gender in other ways. Is that so wrong? Am I bad? Am I bad for wanting that? I speak Esperanto, and many use the pronouns. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's the pronoun for it in Esperanto for humans too. It is sometimes confusing. Oh my God, chat! I don't even want to. I could give you a take on this. That like, I feel like if I do, oh my God, chat! I can't say it. If I do, DGG will never let me alone. They won't. They won't. Listen, I'll try to say it. I'll try to be brave. Maybe it'll be like members only content or something like that, right? But like I don't think that its pronouns are weird at all. Basically, that's your teaser, okay? Now what do you think my take is? Where do you think I go from there?
I didn't ask if she was a Protestant Christian. She said that I was trying to like hurt her. That I was poisoning the well, is what she said.
Yeah, I gotta figure that shit out because I want to kind of give the members like access to kind of content that maybe isn't the algorithm isn't so kind to it, but it's like cool shit nonetheless. And doing like maybe some like some shorts and stuff where it's just like little takes, little snippets, little things that like I can't like let out into the general public. But for people that are paying me, hell yeah, I'll tell you a lot. Okay, there's a lot I could tell you. Honestly, I know a lot about a lot of stuff, and some of it's about me, and some of it's about Twitch, and there's all kinds. I'm full of information. Is what I'm saying, chat. I'm full of information.
By talking about my own experience.
Live and let live isn't that hard. Yeah, I don't think so.
I didn't even get to do the fun part. She controlled that conversation. Just let the punches roll. But I wanted to bring up that picture. I had it already. I wanted to ask her if she spread child pornography.
I mean, you could say I'm like a woman and not a jellyfish, but like, what if like, okay. I mean, what if I told you that I was actually from the future, okay? And this is like my human disguise that I'm wearing, right? Okay? Because like I'm actually from Inkopolis, okay? Here's the real deal, okay? This is like, oh my God, I should have saved this for members only. This should be like members only content. Listen, I'm actually a squid girl, okay? So let's, you know, like I'm sorry I lied to you all for all this time and like telling you that I'm just a human from the past. Well, it's the past for me, it's the present for you, but from your present, from my past, no, I'm actually a squid girl from my future, not your future, because a spoiler, humanity dies out and squids take over. So yeah, there we go.
By sharing that picture. I didn't get to
Oh, is poisoning the well? I think it has something to do with an anti-Semitic trope. Yeah.
Gender. I wrote so much on gender. I expected her to push me into that. Oh fuck.
Do you think it's a? I'm sorry, Nemo. I've got mental illness. I can't help it. I've just got too much mental illness, and my mental illness is so fucking based. That's the problem. It's incredible. Look, my mental illness is out of control and it's fucking based, okay? And I'm enjoying it, okay? And I'm not threatened by it, and you're not gonna make me like you know, try to be like, oh no, I'm like completely normal mental illness. I don't experience anxiety. I don't experience depression. I don't experience anything like that. No, it's just normal consciousness for me because I'm a normal person. I'm having a normal one, being normal in my Squid Girl headgear and what? Squidding in public. Oh my god, I know I was supposed to do this, save this for
Exhausting.
For
I can't believe
members only
I
content.
can't believe her. Oh, honestly.
Oh my god, I can't believe any of this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's so hard to understand. That like somebody might want to use like jellyfish to describe their gender rather than, you know, male, female or whatever. It's I mean, you know, pick your construction.
Okay, let's see what you guys have to say. You guys have been very generous. $5 a tier 1 subscription from.
They're like a different quality of trolls, though. I like that we're getting
your leftist $5 wall
a different quality. Yeah.
Tier 2 subscription. Val 9000 with the 5 tier 1 subscription. Summer Dragonfly.
Squid posting.
Horrible bullshit. No one, especially yourself, should have to hear.
Okay, so yeah, that was.
I'm so sorry you deal with that.
So let's take a look here. I've got somebody just sent me a tweet, and JavaScript is not available. Let's make it available. Okay. JavaScript now available. Okay, so this was Doe after the debate. I'm not sorry for bringing up my actual experiences, not even a little bit. These aren't games. This isn't a fun classroom of hypotheticals. So, this is so based. This is look. This is so fucking based right here. This right here. This isn't a fun classroom of hypotheticals. This is the real world. If you can't treat a topic with the respect it deserves, yeah. If you're just using the specter of, you know, what Riley was talking about to cancel Doe and not dealing with the actuality of this being used of the actual, you know, experience, and you're just gonna try to use this to trigger somebody, like you shouldn't be talking about it. Okay, so let's see, what else do we have? Oh my god. Oh my god, look at what's behind me. Look at what's behind me. God. Okay. It feels like they got this thumbnail, this video out really fast. Maybe? Okay. Oops, what am I doing? Did I do something funny? I bet I did. I bet I did something really funny. I'm always doing fun. That's the thing about Irene, is she's always doing funny things.
Think what you're essentially saying is that if you have a makeout sesh with a person and you're in public and a kid sees you and you defend that later.
Do you think that there's a difference between a makeout session?
Okay, curious if Riley put this up or if Vosh put this up.
And appealing
punished Riley
to someone's foot fetish.
Yeah, actually, a makeout session is way.
This almost feels like something that somebody made who was pretending to be a fan and was actually making fun of RGR. And it was like, oh yeah, RGR put this up, and it's kind of like a own or something.
More involved. There's physical contact and people can see what's going on. With a foot fetish, literally nobody knows because you're just
I only see Maya.
Nobody knows though.
So yeah, so I would actually say that. So first of all,
last night was the trip. Oh, you were wait.
But second of all, that the makeouts.
Were you on the trip? Were you on the Twitch stream? I almost said the trip stream. The Twitch stream. It was almost a trip stream. Last night. Is that? Yeah, we had fun on Twitch last night.
There's absolutely no charity reserved for people who behave that way.
Wait, Vosh. Okay,
not.
wait. Vosh was playing a video game. Wait, so this
Just
is.
want to see if I can't find that clip sometime. I think
what the
that
fuck is going on with my...
I think I'm comfortable though.
I thought Vosh...
That if it does turn out that after that conversation, Riley's takeaway is that I said it would be okay to have sex in public, I'm okay with going nuclear on Riley. We no longer need any respect for her. We can sort of shame people for even continuing to give a fuck about her. You can call her whatever you want. I don't care.
Okay, shame me because listen.
There's absolutely no charity reserved.
I see what's going on.
For people who behave that way. Absolutely none. Just want to see if I can't find that clip sometime.
What the fuck?
I think that
I see.
I think I'm comfortable though.
No,
that,
stop. Thank you. God. Okay, it was like something was playing in the background. Okay. Anyway, that's the clip that we watched in the beginning. That was the kind of take that just like, as much as I hate what Riley did here. I hate Riley's take. I think it's dangerous. I think that Riley was bullying. Like I also really worry about the language of like fire the nukes, right? That's fucked up. And I don't even know if Vosh knows what that means to his community, right? Be prepared for, if you say like gloves off, be prepared for some people to have a different idea of gloves off than you do, right? And you don't want that responsibility, Vosh. You don't want that responsibility. Trust me.
Whatever characteristics you're approximating, the makeout session is much more so. So.
It doesn't matter. The whole point is that it doesn't matter if the kids don't know. The point is that
I watched it from Vosh's website last night. No, you didn't miss my review. Wait, I mean, you missed my review of RGR versus Doe, but like you're here in time for this, so.
But what they see matters, isn't it?
I am probably being too soft on RGR, but you understand the reason for that. It's because I got every reason to hate RGR's guts. Okay, and when I have every reason to hate somebody's guts, I watch myself because I don't want my moral code to become different. I don't want to engage in things because of my moral judgment against RGR that I wouldn't justify doing normally, right? That's, it's a concern. And I've definitely let anger pull me in the wrong direction before, right? So I'm watching myself, and I'm conscious, of also what kind of message I'm sending out there, right? That as bad as RGR is, we're never trying to, open the door to harassment, right? And the best thing that RGR could do is just get left alone at this point. Like, right, that is the best outcome, right? I don't think there's a point in engaging now. I don't think there's a point in engaging. That's my suggestion is do not engage. Hopefully RGR can get, in a better place. Vosh should really have no part in this conversation. He doesn't understand the stakes of the conversation between trans people. So wait, is Vosh interceding on the Demon Mama RGR stuff, or is Vosh interceding on the Doe RGR front? RGR exhibit, but I listen, chat. If you're feeling like I'm being too nice to her on some level, you're probably right. On some level, yeah, I'm treating her with kids' gloves. I just I don't know, chat. It's a hard tightrope to walk. Okay.
Why we care about PDA?
Being pulled in a lot of different directions here.
In front of kids. That is the point.
RGR exhibited zero compassion, even in retrospect. Like, how can you be so, I need to win and make my points in the face of someone oh, I know, right? Yeah, Doe tried to bring some reality to the situation, and RGR just attacked Doe for that. RGR called Vosh. Okay. It's about Doe. I'm not the only one seen Vosh jettison his apparent principles in lieu of his ego being personally buttered up. Although what happened with aristocracy, good point, yeah.
Doesn't matter if they don't know. I would say that their consent is violated.
The thing that I'm confused about is I thought that Vosh was on Riley's side of the Kink at Pride discourse, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think I've more or less exhausted my patience here. I would say what you're making right here is an argument that hurts children. I think this is a moralist. Wait, hold on.
Fair enough, NCC. I'm just saying that we shouldn't worry about her mental health or whatever, like we're responsible for it. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. RGR asked to come on his stream and clarify. He was covering. So you. Oh, so no, I'm not. I'm just. Oh, I'm tempted to say something, chat. I'm tempted to say something. I should probably save it. No. I'm like, okay, so you let RGR come on to clarify her position. But when NCC gets accused of death threats with no proof whatsoever, and she just wants to kind of like calm the waters and say, hey, listen, everybody just chill the fuck out. No, dude, that's not, don't bring her on, right? She's just trying to use your platform. You dick. Fuck you, Vosh.
I think this is an insane... Wait, hold, Riley. I'll mute you. I think this is an insanely moralist argument.
Okay, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
The meaning of actual child sex.
But I said it anyway, chat. What's to stop me from saying more? Vosh seems to be full optics, right, with King Kit Pride. So Vosh has retconned that take on King Kit Pride, but is fine with public fetish at Pride as is currently. So there is a space between Vosh and RGR on this. And Doe was in chat and said to talk to RGR. It never wanted to speak to RGR again.
And you're using it specifically because you have some kind of weird fucking beef with this subject.
No,
I think it's borderline
honestly, if I'd gone on Vosh's stream, I would have gotten torn apart.
You would ever try to hop onto something as innocuous.
I don't know what I was thinking I could, like, you know, calm things down when somebody's purposefully lying about me, right?
As making out with people in public and use it to justify
how is that
like making out you think
he changes his opinions a lot, huh?
Making out in public is tantamount to non-consensually involving children in acts. I hope to God you've never made out with somebody in public, Riley, because if that's what you were thinking of, I'm disgusted.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Are we ready for this? Are we ready? You'd love to see an NCC. That would be an interesting conversation. Listen, like, if I do it, okay, I want an actual productive conversation. So, Vosh, if you can make it a productive conversation and not just a yelling match, right, then I guess. I don't know. How would this be productive, though? How could I make this productive? I don't know. I tried to be productive with Vosh. I tried to, you know, push the debate bros, like, you know, in the right direction. I tried to, you know, give them you know, olive branches, give them you know, chances to sort of course correct, right? And it didn't work. So I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, Doe and RGR had a conversation. RGR is she her, Doe is it's. Don't be cringing.
RGR Merrick. Okay. Wait.
Oh, also,
are they on opposite sides of this, or yeah, I guess they. Yeah, there's no way that Merrick's gonna agree with this take, right?
So
right.
There's I think like maybe
that would be so wild if
Merrick
found some way to stand RGR.
What's the right term? An aggressively traumatic description of a life event. You know. Viewers be advised, etc., etc. I don't want to hear you all bitching at me if you don't listen to me. Okay, fair? That fair? Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. I want to hear that shit coming back at me.
The problem is, okay. Wait. No. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
It's usually.
I'm gonna have this at 1.25 because.
Okay. So
I forget how long it goes.
Here's the problem with me talking to Vosh. Okay. If I say to Vosh what you all want me to say to Vosh, I'll get muted, okay? There's no doubt about that, right? If you get a based no comment chick coming in there hot, that no comment chick gets muted, okay? If I say what I think will be productive, what I think might help the left, what I think might, you know, throw Vosh a bone, then I'm gonna piss you off so bad, right? And you probably have every right to be pissed off, right? So I don't know if there's like a way to, yeah.
Also, the context before this that I saw was that RGR and so RGR blocked Doe on Twitter some time ago.
I'm gonna email Vosh a book and anime. I'll also include a request to debate NCC.
And Doe claimed...
What would you like me to debate Vosh on? What do you think a good subject would be to talk to...
that RGR had called Doe a pedophile.
To talk to Irish Daddy.
Because...
Also, I think it's pretty much requisite. If I talk to Vosh, I gotta call Vosh Daddy at some point. It's gonna happen.
Of some argument over kink at Pride?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, like, I did debate Xander Hall once, and I didn't... I think people wanted me to accuse Xander Hall of having a harem at the time. And I didn't think there was enough evidence to, prove beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt that they put me in a position where they wanted me to be a prosecutor. And I was like, no. I'm going to debate Xander Hall on his takes, okay? Not on whether or not he has a harem. So, yeah, it was kind of a shit show. What was weird, though, is that Xander Hall thought I agreed with him. and like, I mean, like, there was some things that I just was like, no, I'm not going to talk about that. But, like, I guess he was more concerned about not being thought of as having a harem, right, than anything. And when I didn't say that he had a harem, he was happy. But, yeah, there's a lot that I disagreed with him on back then. I've defended him before, and that was a mistake, right? I didn't realize how bad of a move him and RGR platforming Calvin Guerra really was. Remember, Merrick was the one who got called out for, the sex in the hotel. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is kind of... Oh, I forgot about that, TNT. Yeah, that directly relates to the RGR take, right? Because Merrick, Merrick was at a protest, right? With, and another streamer, another socialist gun girl named Savvy happened to be there. Somehow Merrick had a friend that said, "Don't worry, Merrick, I got a hotel for you." Savvy had a friend that said, "Don't worry, Savvy, I got a hotel for you." And it turned out it was the same hotel room. Their friend was the same person. So Merrick and Savvy are now, they don't like each other, right, already, and they're now staying in the same hotel room. So Merrick had met a guy, and basically the guy came back with Merrick, and I think that just kind of stuff happened, right? And Merrick thought that Savvy was asleep. Savvy was not asleep. Savvy, kind of put this out and said, like, I felt like my consent was violated. And Merrick was like, that's wild. That's wild. I can't believe you'd say that.
Or like being sexy in public or something, something like that.
Talk with Bosch about how dominance paradigm is actually fascist.
And
oh my god.
Doe was calling RGR unblocked Doe. They agreed to debate. Now they're debating. Now the only the introduction, we're not gonna have that much to say, I don't think. So we're gonna have to wait.
I think Bosch would probably like that debate. I think that's a debate that he'd want to have. Yeah.
For a little bit, until things get really spicy. Okay. I believe in you guys. I know you're all very patient people.
You found Vosh through Hassan's commentary. Listen, you were not bad for not knowing about these people, okay? A lot of these debate bros are just, complete trash. There's some of them that are more, like obviously I don't think that Doe has bad takes, right? And Demon Mama's takes are probably, a certain degree better than a lot of the debate streamers' takes, right? But yeah, in general, they all do kind of, by the very ethic of debate bro culture, they adhere to dominance paradigm, and as such, it's kind of hard to make the case for leftism, right? Which is really supposed to be not, like Vosh says, a worship of our weakness, but rather an acknowledgement of our shared vulnerability. And guess what? When you got shared vulnerability, you can get each other's back. You can stand back to back. Listen, I can get hit from the back. I got no protection back here. But if you stand against my back, then my back's protected, and that's your front is on my back. And then like somebody else can stand over there, and pretty soon we're like a team of like persona users, like going through the high school, just like fucking up all the asshole teachers that are like sexually harassing the volleyball team stream and like, you know, breaking Ryuji's leg and stuff like that. We can fuck their shit up, right? You know, if we stand together as true Phantom Thieves, we can do this, okay?
All right. Yeah, it gets a little bit messy, I think.
I don't think Doe is a debate person.
Not a big deal. It's whatever. Like I said, I definitely prefer it is.
Wait, are they talking yet?
Hello.
A smidge messy.
Oh.
Doe, you are live on.
Oh no,
RGR
this
live
is Vosh watching.
I should turn you up just a little bit. Okay.
So I'm guessing we should probably fast forward to Vosh talking to
it's going okay. Well, we've been streaming for a little bit.
right?
I waited here for a little bit. Your conversation. I was back in like 30 seconds, and you started a brand new conversation. I was back so quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason I brought on Malcolm was because Malcolm had actually been here waiting since like the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I saw they were here before me. It's all right. I just. Oh.
Good evening.
Hey.
So I won't make you relive that trauma.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
That was a tough debate to watch.
The debate was between you and Doe. I don't want to rehash its entirety here, but you had thoughts to share, and Doe consented to your presence.
Doe doesn't do debates usually.
Without it, so I'm happy to hear you out for a time. What do you have on your mind?
Yeah, no problem, and thank you for having me on. I guess I want to address some of the things because I don't feel, I guess like the main thing right now for me is that I feel like people are not listening to what I'm saying or engaging with what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel really hurt by the fact that I feel like people are not listening to me, despite the fact I am genuinely, regardless of whether or not you believe me.
Oh no, this is not going to go well. This is not going to go well.
To the best of my ability to engage with you, or the perspectives of people who disagree with me.
I can feel it already.
So
I can feel it already,
through,
chat.
like, a couple points to begin with, and just like I know that you said I was hardcore logical tunneling. I know that that's something that you.
Well, I think you have lawyer brain, at least selectively, with certain degrees of specificity. But it didn't last very long in the conversation.
I mean, lawyer brain, but also DGG brain. You think?
Well, the reason I'm very particular with my wording, right? I try to be very particular. I try to think through my positions, and I try to think through the outcomes of my different positions. And so the reason why I stick to very particular wording is because it is.
Imagine using an appeal to compassion to Vosh of all people. Hey, I did it once. No, I think I appealed to like Vosh's story, right? You know, that like Vosh has been lied about, taken out of context, and you know, a number of times, and
important
wasn't appealing
for the purposes of the fundamental.
I think what would have been appealing would be if I had more numbers so that Vosh could potentially farm a little bit more drama out of me. That would have been, then Vosh would have had me on, right? That's probably why this is going on, right?
Issue in this conversation. So in this conversation, the thing that we started with was the question of, did I ever call Doe a pedophile? That was the bottom line question of the debate. All right?
Yes, though I don't think it is anymore, because I think most people would argue that at this point you've now done worse things than call it a pedophile.
Oh my God.
Sort of very directly.
And
that's just sort of like the initiating concern. Now.
Can we talk through some of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love how she thought she'd save her image on Vosh's stream, but she just ended up digging a far deeper hole. You know what? I'm more surprised that she didn't try to go on Destiny's, right? That would have been like, I mean, like I don't know if Destiny really supports some of the takes that got thrown out there and some of the things that got said, but in general, Destiny hates Doe. Destiny hates Demon Mama. You know, it would have been a more obvious place to go, but I thought Doe was really thoughtful and reasonable. RGR just approaches everything wanting to win, not having conversation. She doesn't respect people if they. That's true. Yeah. She bullies people into like agreeing with her. I suspect that RGR has a personal dislike of Doe. So she didn't want to give it the benefit of the doubt on anything. Yes, but you're a genuine person. RGR is being manipulative. Yeah.
Okay. So
here,
I want to begin with kind of the end of it and then build back, if that's fine, with the personal comments towards the end with Doe. So when Doe said that, and I was told that this was a possibility beforehand, I was reasonably suspicious that Doe would bring up their past experience as a trauma victim, right? And that is, like, everything that happened to them in respect to that is horrible and awful, and I do not disagree with that, right? The problem is whether or not it was relevant to the conversation that we were having. And I think that it caught me by surprise. So I think to an extent, like, the answer I gave makes sense, but I reflected on it more with my chat. And the reason why it was not relevant, and this is why I would say it's more so poisoning the well, that it didn't actually have to do with the conversation, is because the thing that Doe was describing, like, the person in that situation was not doing an action, right?
Is Riley's audio problematic?
They were standing and they were contemplating, but for me, I would not just say that a sex act is just...
Is that Riley's sound that's weird?
Thinking. And we can get into this if we want to, because this is something that and this is a big reason why
RGR seems to have a dislike for envies based on her past takes. She will indicate that again in a few minutes by misgendering Doe and questioning its gender.
My position, right? But, like, when we try to conceive of what exactly a sex act is, I think that the best definition that we can arrive at is when we are...
Destiny's doing an IRL Seattle stream, so we might see something from Destiny on RGR-Doe tomorrow.
When someone is doing something with the specific intention of primarily appealing to a sexual desire.
Oh, it's the Discord. It's the Discord.
Taste.
Okay.
I think that is the best definition.
I was just making sure it wasn't my audio.
And that's what a lot of the debate was sort of about defending, right?
Right.
And,
well, a couple of things.
So it
could be an incorrect use of the mic.
And you can talk. But so here, the person who they were describing was not... I would say they weren't doing an action, right? But the point being that, like... So here, the main issue is that I just want to know what an alternative definition is to sexual act. That's not what I'm proposing. That doesn't otherwise lead to really bad outcomes.
I think Doe's whole point is that your insistence on reducing all sexual actions down to a single all-encompassing term is unhelpful. That's the reason why it brought that up to begin with. Your definition of sex act includes dressing for the club if you're looking to arouse people with your fat
Oh my
bits,
god, I got like a half face.
And doesn't include leering at a child who you may or may not purchase for sexual acts.
Interesting, Bubble Bobble.
That seems to me like an
you might be right.
Wait.
Okay.
That seems to me like a very unhelpful definition of sex acts. So maybe it would be better to consider multiple terms that we could fold different types of behavior into. Maybe the term sex act isn't really what we're looking for. Maybe we're talking about harm implicitly or explicitly, and sex act is something which sometimes but not always overlaps with that.
Nobody noticed,
like,
Irene.
for example,
Nobody noticed.
People dressing. You did say in that debate with Doe that you felt like dressing with the intent
Okay, I gotta
of
stop.
arousing
I gotta
people
stop.
in
What is
public
wrong with
violation
me?
Of others' consent.
This
Around
is completely
children's
inappropriate.
consent,
That's not
unprofessional.
Is that not true?
Unstreamer-like conduct.
I wouldn't make that argument. So, or rather, if I did, that's not what I intended to convey. Again, the thing I focus on is whether or not you're doing something primarily, emphasis on primarily, in order to appeal to a sexual desire or taste.
People do that with their clothing, don't they? There are absolutely people who like when you're going out to the club, there are people who dress. I mean, there are girls out there dressing in ways that have their only consideration is looking sexy and fitting within the boundaries of the law. And that's pretty much it. I would say that's
She's always been docile in the presence of Vosh. It makes me feel weird.
Primarily an effort to elicit sexual desire.
I disagree, though. I would say that people who do that dress for any number of other reasons aside from trying to elicit sexual desire. Like when I go out to, like when I dress up, I'm not dressing up because I'm trying to like appeal to someone's sexual desire. I usually pick what I wear because it makes me personally happy.
But we're not talking about you. We're talking about some people. There are people for whom it is certainly the primary concern. I don't go out dressing primarily. I wear shorts and t-shirts, but I know there are people who will go on.
I mean, that could be provocative to somebody.
Out there trying to look as sexually enticing as they can.
But I would contest that then, because I would think that the only example where this realistically comes up, and maybe I needed to press this more in the debate, I think that the only time where where you're only dressing primarily for sexual desires or tastes is like when you're wearing like a gimp suit and you're using that to like get off.
I honestly think you're only saying that because the alternative would be acknowledging how unworkable your definition is. There are absolutely people who dress in ways which complies with public decency guidelines, but is also primarily
there definitely is a shorts fetish
about sexual arousal. Like now, of course, you now faced with that, you have two possible responses, which is either you call everyone who's
ever. Oh my god! I think I drove the chat away by thirsting after Vosh. I wasn't thirsting after Vosh.
Called a pedophile.
I was just generally thirsting. Okay, know the difference.
Or unintentionally enabling.
Know the difference. Your life may depend on it. Ooh.
Pedophilia. Or you try and find a way in which the act of dressing to arouse other people while just...
I was wearing a Smokey the Bear t-shirt at a club and still got told that I looked sexy as fuck. She's hyper-focused on the gimp suits. Oh god, yeah, she's onto the gimp suits, yeah.
Barely skirting decency laws is somehow not a primarily sexual act. The fact that your first resort was to describe your intentions suggests to me that this is... Well, I mean, you have to say something here, or you would have to change your definition, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's Irish Daddy. Come on.
I mean, the difference is that what you're describing right now are not instances when
Irish Daddy
people are wearing things.
No more cat ears in public. Only squid hats. Only squid tentacles.
Primarily for sexual desires or interests. It sounds like
that's right. She's hyper focused on deviance. She doesn't like anything that isn't palatable to the average person. Yeah, she's so sus about that. And as soon as somebody as soon as she starts describing somebody as being into anything that's not just vanilla, she's got this like intent behind it of like they are malicious. They are trying. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I know it's bad, right? That you get this sense that like they lose their humanity the second that she sees them doing, imagines them doing a fetish or, enacting a fetish, appreciating a fetish, right?
That may be an element of it, but I would not say that's the primary purpose in those situations.
How do you quantify that exactly?
Chat, thank you for making this like a fun stream for me in spite of like how kind of like loaded this is. I mean, it's an important subject to talk about. Like, I don't mind doing this kind of stream. Like what I don't like is the just straight up like blood for the blood god shit, like with the Demon Mama RGR thing that just felt mean, like, right? And like I don't know, this is at least got an important point to it. I mean, it's nice to know that like that this is getting called out. It would I don't know. It would be nicer if there wasn't like a little spot of the internet that's supposedly like left wing for shit like this to grow, right? Because it seems like I don't know, chat. I don't know. Blame DGG for everything. I can't blame DGG for everything. Like 99% of shit is DGG's fault, but there's probably like that 1% that's not. So
usually it's going to it's
VGG's fault.
I mean, yeah. So this gets back to like the distinction between like ontology, epistemology, ethics. So like, how do we actually tell when people are
only you can prevent virus in my pants
engaging in a sexual act? Well, usually we're going to go off of the totality of available evidence.
Demon Mama told Riley no 25 times.
The reason they're doing it
that was wild.
To sexually arouse people. I mean, I've had convos like Have you ever been to like a slutty
Like, I just didn't like to see Riley self-harm like that. Like, that was brutal.
Costume party?
I mean, I don't really blame Demon Mama. I don't like to watch the, you know, Riley at her worst after the meltdown, right? Or during the meltdown. But, you know, I understand why Demon Mama's pissed, right? And, you know, she's not wrong to be pissed.
I mean, you can ask them. They're doing it to sexually arouse people. You can just directly ask them. They will tell you. There's no need to fuss about with it.
I mean, chat, why do you think I dress like a jellyfish? Obviously to sexually arouse people.
We'll just say it very directly.
Obviously.
We need... Alright, hold on. Maybe I'm not asking you my questions. So let me ask you then, alright? Because maybe this can help you understand at least my perspective better. Because I'm just trying to... What I want is for people to just understand this perspective. So, what would you define as a sexual act?
So when you said last night, you were talking about the RGR, Demon Mama, RGR Vosh stuff. Okay. We also had a very intense stream on Twitch.
I honestly think it's stupid to even try. I guess, I mean, I genuinely think that human sexuality is complicated enough that a term to encompass the entirety of acts that would fit within its purview would be subjective and almost impossible.
Oh my god, Mama did not consent to debate RGR. Maybe Riley should reflect on that.
Like I could come up with one, and another person could come up with a very different one, and I don't know if I could say there's any worse than mine, or better. But if I had to come up with like a quick definition, like, I don't know, an act which pertains in some way to one or another's sexual desire or arousal. Like,
is it circular though? Wait, that's circular, isn't it? Isn't that circular?
Like
Am I wrong?
An act which is related in some way to...
It's a circular definition, right?
Your or another's sexual desires.
Okay.
And dolphins?
Alright, so we don't sound very different.
Right, but I believe kissing near children is okay.
Right, but I wouldn't...
It's just the way he said it. It's literally just the way he said that. Like, it's no.
Say that kissing is always, like, primarily done for sexual...
People are gonna spin that, chat. People are gonna spin that. I only say that because it's like somebody... Yeah, like, anyway, oh my god, I don't have an opinion about the Vosh discourse on this, okay? Like, I don't actually have an opinion. I haven't watched enough of those clips, and then there's a clip, and then there's like a longer clip that supposedly debunks the shorter clip, and I haven't paid attention to that, okay? So I'm not making a comment, just so everybody knows that. I am not making a comment. I do not have a take on that. I just think that it's unfortunate that Vosh says shit in the way that Vosh says shit sometimes, because it lends credence to that whole ball of stuff, right?
Reasons.
No, you just changed the definition. I said any act which relates to sexual desire.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was, that's why I put it together. Yeah, the body language is really important. I couldn't really tell whose fault that just shit show was, right? Because I was seeing Demon Mama's and I was seeing Riley's, and I never saw like the, you know, entirety, and I was like, okay, the only way I'm going to be able to actually cover this on stream is if I cover them both at the same time, because it's just unfair to be like, all right, let's watch Demon Mama's view, or all right, let's watch Riley's view, and you know, I was like, I gotta do this. So yeah, I'm kind of glad I did. I actually learned a lot about editing that night. I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I could actually like sync up the audio like that, and it was tricky. Especially because the way that Discord delay works, right? That it was a little bit offset, but I made it work.
And I promise you, I am not alone in believing that making out with somebody...
It's way too much lore to follow.
Even a quick peck sometimes, you know, depending on how pent up you are.
Oh my god, chat, you have no idea. I've got like iceberg videos, like, right? There's a lot of lore.
Absolutely pertains to sexual desire. And I think
and there's lore upon the lore, and the trolls get a hold of the lore.
Do that in front of kids. I mean,
they use the lore to trick people into thinking that they know more about lore. Like, the thing is, I don't actually know that much about my own lore. Never mind. That's gonna be some content coming up. Okay.
Kiss in front of kids.
We're gonna talk about that.
I mean, it's all over.
Do the trolls know my lore better than me?
For all of us, I think.
Sure, but in this instance, so like this gets into like, all right, how do we arrive at like better definitions, right? Because like to an extent, you know, I can agree that like, yeah, we're focusing on like we can have a wide range of different possible things. And
never actually seen Demon Mama being so composed and trying to be intentional. I think she was really trying. Maybe I'm wrong, but her body language showed. I thought so too. She was a little bit pedantic. I will admit, right? But I don't think that that's the damning flaw that the other side tries to portray that to be. We're all a little bit pedantic sometimes, and Riley and Demon Mama were friends, so Riley kind of knows how to, sort of knows how Demon Mama is by now, right? So it's kind of, I didn't really think it was like a I didn't think it was what was to be concentrated on. I thought what it was that Demon Mama wanted to get Riley. Demon Mama got mad. Demon Mama got a little mean. And then Demon Mama wanted to get off the phone. Which is smart. Shit starts to go off the rails. Demon Mama's instinct is to halt that and to say, let's take a breath. Let's think about this. That's fucking based. And it's kind of sad that that didn't happen, because it could have saved all this shit show. But I don't know, it kind of seems now like maybe Riley wanted the derail, Riley wanted the shit show, Riley wanted the train wreck, right? I don't know.
Usually it's going to relate to
I don't know. I actually don't know.
It's I'm with you on that. But then you introduce an issue where it's okay.
I do know that Demon Mama wanted to stop the thing before it got out of hand, and Riley was absolutely resistant to that. That's what I concentrated on.
Sometimes we need to be able to make differentiations, because I would agree with you that if you give someone a peck in public, then that's not something that we should call pedophilia, or that's not something we should call a public sex act.
But you
which is why I focus on primary. Well, I mean,
so now we're gonna walk back. But is Vosh gonna let you walk back?
Back and forth and figure out.
Will Vosh let you walk that back? What do you think?
A better definition, right? And the problem that I have is that people keep looking at me oh, Riley, you present a really outlandish, crazy definition, but I have yet for someone to present me with a better one, and I feel this is important for us to talk about and for us to have a clear and concise rule on. Because we want to be able to have moral rules.
Okay, now, so if you... Oh, that was the other thing. When people on Riley's side called Demon Mama pedantic and overbearing and kind of talking down to Riley, wait, Riley's whole shtick is to talk down to people. So no, you can't put that on Demon Mama and be she's a bad faith actor. Riley does the same thing in a different way, and I would argue maybe even a little bit more amplified way, right? So yeah, the argument for this is all Demon Mama's fault was pretty ridiculous from the outset.
About when someone is violating someone else's consent in respect to sexual acts.
But a single term won't be able to encompass that, because kissing is a sexual act. I mean, often at least, absolutely. But we can do that in front of kids. That's fine. I think it's kind of weird if you're looking for groups of kids to make out in front of.
No,
Doe said, it seems there that the intent to involve children is quite a bit worse.
He probably shouldn't have gotten involved in this.
Because everyone's kissed near kids.
He probably shouldn't have gotten involved in this discussion, because this is just what the. It's such a weird thing, chat. But yeah, this is gonna feed into somehow these
at least I think most of us have. But you were insistent on avoiding.
She uses the word moral so often. Yeah, when I use the word moral, it's almost like a pejorative, right? Usually when I'm describing moral versus ethical, the distinction is an inherent goodness, an inherent evil, an essentialized, sense of right or wrong versus deductive. One that depends on the, acts, and the, that kind of framework.
Specificity with definitions with Doe, or you only wanted one. I mean, you wanted sex act. Well, I've defined sex act for you, and I have just described to you a sex act which we conduct freely in public. So your insistence that sex acts done in public violate the consent of others by the category you've agreed to with my definition is false.
Yeah, then all right, so then we have to get into the issue of evaluating the strength and the utility, because I know that you understand that words, social constructs, we generally are going to advocate for meanings of words which give us greater or lower utility, right?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I like utility.
Now, what?
Wait,
what school of linguistics? Anybody know what school of linguistics this is?
I mean, like with this is language, we can be able to look at like the meanings of words and make those kinds of evaluations. So here, we can look at two different definitions of what sex acts are, and we can be able to go through applications of those and be able to derive whether or not they lead to outcomes which we feel are morally sound or justifiable. And so that's the whole point of going through these scenarios. So like if you give me a rule for what is a sex act, and then you turn around and you say, or not, I don't want to say, sorry, that's loaded language.
Yeah, right.
But then you demonstrate the limitations of that rule. You demonstrate the limitations of
Apparently,
that definition.
I was abused every time my parents kissed in front of me,
okay,
right?
So now we can look at a different rule, or we can adjust that so we can be able to account for the
Not to
issues
say that it wasn't awkward, but
right?
Yeah.
Right, I would agree. And I think that whatever exemptions you would make would well include what
especially when you get older. You do not want to see your parents kiss when you get older. You're just like,
in a park where kids
nah.
might be. When you have a foot fetish.
I mean, sorry, not when you're older. I mean, older as a kid. You know what I mean?
That
So
as
like,
a
there's a certain
violation
time
of
that you're
anyone's
just like,
consent.
nope.
Because to everyone around you, they're just seeing a person whose feet are out. But I mean, like, to be clear, I've agreed with those.
The worst though is walking in on your parents. That is the worst. That is horrible. That is truly horrible.
Perspective on this. So, I mean, now apparently,
like, I liked to pretend that my parents were not sexual beings. I just liked the fiction that this is mommy and daddy, and they're just like kind of drones. They don't have any sexual nature whatsoever, and you know, obviously that's not true.
It and I are both unintentionally promoting pedophilia.
Oh no! RGR's okay. I'm not going to talk about.
I think that's ludicrous, and I'll be more specific. I think it's so ostentatious that it borders.
I see why Vosh got involved. Yeah.
On bad faith, and it's an attempt at you pedojacketing as a way of legitimizing a emotional discomfort you have with sexuality. That's the feeling I have. Like, it's so outlandish.
It is quite outlandish, but I think it's outlandish in a Hansa Parkir type way, where it's calculatedly outlandish, not just outlandish because RGR is some kind of, like, you know, anomaly in the human species, right?
That the best explanation I can think of is that you're just generally uncomfortable with sexuality, and you're looking for the harshest condemnation you can find for people to avoid really confronting your perspective. And this is it. And you found it. And it ended with you essentially invalidating the child sexual exploitation of a CSA survivor. Clearly, this is not an effective road for us to be walking. There has to be a better attitude to be taking towards this.
So I would say I disagree with, I think, all of that. But we can go through each step individually and walk you through why I think
he's definitely like, you know, oh my god, look at that dad. What is he? Okay, now what? Okay, wait, now I gotta see this. What is he drinking? What exactly is Irish daddy drinking here? Oh, he goes back behind the thing. No fun. Aw. What is he drinking? That's big. That's the daddy mug. He's drinking out of the daddy mug. Okay.
Individual part was wrong. I mean, I think that like the speculation.
Oh, okay. It's like just a jug. I thought it was like a giant mug. I legit no, I don't know, because it was, I don't know, I couldn't really see it, and I thought Vosh had like a mug that is like the size of a 2-liter, right? I thought Vosh had a great big plastic like stein and it was just like gulping water out of it, and I was like, that's pretty, but no, it's just like it was like a little like water bottle. It's his power move to drink. Oh my god, is that my power move too? No. Do you know what my power move is, chat? Do you know what my power move is? It's to turn into sea foam. That's right. It's my with my stand, Little Mermaid, I can turn into sea. No, my stand is called Part of This World. Okay, chat? That's the name of my stand.
My mindset is blatantly.
It's called Part of Your World.
Unfounded.
Yeah.
I don't think that you know anything
And it
about
allows me to turn into seafoam whenever I want. It's pretty cool.
or my motivations or why I say the things that I do.
No, of course, it's an inference. I mean,
oh my
that's
God, I should
what we
show
have
you.
To make, don't we? I mean, we have to infer.
See, I'm like, look, I could show you, okay, but like the thing is, it fucks up the camera, and it's hard to get it right. It's hard to get it back exactly how I had it again, right?
Behavior sometimes, and when it comes to arguments like this,
it's a Stein.
I cannot imagine a
Stein's
person
Gate.
as intelligent as you. Would
I thought it was called Under the
sincerely be making
Sea.
this
Oh my
argument as a
God.
component of some broader opposition to child sex.
There's a lot of songs, right, in The Little Mermaid.
I mean, exempting some head injury. I mean, there has to be some other underlying motivation. So I reach, and I have to infer. You know.
Do you think? Well, hold on. Like, do you think that it could not just be the case that I really care about protecting consent?
I think this is an extraordinarily bad way of doing it, if that's the case. But if you do, I mean, I guess sometimes the thought is not what
Stands
counts.
do that. Yeah, stands are like that.
Okay.
You never know what kind of stand you're gonna get.
Because you said that.
Like, you just want one that punches really hard.
Just the fact.
But instead, you get one that
let's go back
punches really hard with
seafoam.
seafoam.
Earlier, I want to go through them one by one. So you said that you agree with Doe that going out with your foot fetishist partner in public without shoes around children.
Oh my God! Without shoes around children. What are you thinking, Bosch? What are you thinking?
How about you tell me what your position is on people who go barefoot in public around their foot fetishist partner?
Ooh.
So with the way that you described it to me, that I don't have an issue with the way that you described my position. I don't. This is the reason why I was saying in chat that you weren't describing my position, because the issue that I had with what Doe said specifically was not the fact that there was someone with a foot fetishist, or there was like someone with a foot fetish going out in public with like a partner who was not wearing shoes. That was not the issue in and of itself. The point was that the partner of the person with the foot fetish knew about the foot fetish, and that was the primary reason that they went shoeless in public in order to get them off. Doe agreed to that scenario, right? Like the point isn't the existence of the foot fetish. The point is the intentionally primarily doing something to get your partner off in public around other people.
Yeah, I would assume if they're partners, they know about that. To me, this is a distinction without difference. Yes, I think that's the exact same thing.
No, I don't think that's... No, because in one situation, you are doing something...
But what if I want my partner to get me off in public? Is that, like, still...
Primarily, in order to get your partner off, and then the other you're not.
Sure,
I don't care.
You...
Like, I think Riley would just be like, you have to stop being turned on, no comment check. You have to, like, okay, first you have to do a perimeter check and be like 1,500 meters in any direction. Are there any children around, right? And then only after that can I be horny, right? I'm no horny until check perimeter and like assure, and then you got to put a safety fence to make sure that no children can come in. You put one of those fences that you use to block off the stairs. You just bring those and you build them around like Fortnite, okay, around yourself, and then you can do your sex act in your little exclusion zone where you can be sure that like you're even though you're appealing to a sexual fetish, right, that you're not doing it within any proximity. Okay, so there we go. Solution. There you go. It's not so hard, is it?
Go barefoot because your partner likes feet. Yes.
No horny check. Yeah, that's right. Horny jail. Horny jail for no comment check.
Hold on. There's a lot more there that you're skipping over, right? Like, this isn't just your partner likes feet. It's your partner is sexually attracted to bare feet.
I'm sorry. I'm not. The language I'm using isn't flippant because I'm trying to weasel out of specificity. I accept.
Weasel? Weasel? Did he just say weasel?
These terms. Yes, they are sexually attracted to the feet. They're awkwardly shuffling to hide their boner underneath their belt loop. Or whatever. Yes, sure.
What? Is that a thing?
Okay.
Oh my god!
You know from watching the conversation that Doe agreed.
No bonk check! Oh my god.
Within what they proposed, like the tweet that we were talking about, the tweet where they said that there's also like the calling them a pedophile, and I also dispute that. I would also, but we'll come back to that in a little bit.
Sex are only allowed in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. There haven't been any children there in decades. That's right.
But in the tweet that we were talking about,
so you can have sex and so you can sort of mutate while you're having. You can have mutant sex. Is what I'm saying, chat. You can have mutant weasel sex in the Chernobyl. They also agreed
that
exclusion zone.
You were able to bring the other
baboon's better than weasel.
Other in the scenario that they were describing that
as a pet,
it's also reasonably inferred that the person was able to get their partner.
The thing is, I bet you could teach a baboon to cook for you. Wait, chat, am I wrong about that? Have people taught any can no
to come to orgasm?
I don't.
Tentacles are allowed in the exclusion zone. Yes. Only no weasel I know is a weaselly little liar, dude.
Oh no, the getting off means a lot of stuff. So they just came from seeing their feet in public.
Holy shit!
I'm pretty sure. I am about
I don't think that was part of the...
confident that Doe agreed to the premise that they got their partner to orgasm in front of other people.
Because that's the thing about fetish people is they're really weird and they're inhuman, and so if there's something that they would do that you think they would probably, if there's something that you don't want them to do, they would probably do that thing because they're just I don't know, Chad. I don't get where Riley's going with this. I want to mutate into a furry.
Was that part of the initial premise? I don't believe that was.
What did Vosh do now? Well, Vosh is talking to RGR. After RGR's just absolute trash fire of a debate against Doe, and Vosh is incensed because RGR is trying to jacket Doe as being, because Doe said that it has been in public with its shoes off in front of its partner who has a foot fetish, and that Doe doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. Then Riley and Riley's chat kind of went after Doe and said, you're doing stuff in front of children, they went there, right? They went there, and that's gross. And Vosh is sensitive about this, right? Because he's
the case. I think when people say getting off, they usually mean oh, you're getting off to something, you find it attractive. At least that's what I've heard.
All right, well, I'm about 99.9% sure that I asked that very explicit question and that Doe agreed.
I think Doe said that in your conversation that wouldn't be a thing which necessarily violates the consent of the people around, but I don't think it was part of the...
Yeah, here's the thing also. I think Vosh, maybe this was last night. Okay, so Vosh probably watched it live.
Actual tweet conversation. At least not to my memory.
No, but that was the issue, right? Is that was the natural implication of the initial tweet thread.
So let's really break it down then and isolate these variables, okay? I'll use a couple that I used while watching the video. Do you think that a person who orgasms from the vibrations of a bus... I bring this up because I had a friend who could do this. Who does so from the vibrations of a bus. I
was expecting something other than a bus.
Coming while on a bus, riding it, that's a violation of the consent of the people on that bus?
It depends on whether or not they
I was thinking of another word that starts with B.
Rode the bus with the primary intention of using it to get off. If they didn't, then I would say not.
Oh,
that's why I focus on the primary intention.
So
if you ride the bus and it gives you an orgasm, that's okay. But if you ride the bus to get an orgasm, that's not okay.
They know that they can do this on buses because they've always been able to, and they choose to get on a bus.
These debate thought experiments are absolutely wild. They are wild. This is how do they come up with this shit? Okay, so let's say you get on a bus and the bus vibrates and you orgasm. Okay, now is that okay? Oh yeah, that's okay. But what if you get on the bus to orgasm? Oh no, that's bad. That's horrible.
I would say that it depends on whether or not they're primarily trying to appeal to a sexual desire.
Oh my god, appeal to the sexual desire?
So what
they may be aware of it, but if they're not trying to appeal to a sexual desire, then no.
What if the couple wanted to go on a walk because they needed to pick up groceries, and the whole foot fetish barefoot thing was just sort of a layer along the way? The primary intent of their travel was to go pick up groceries, but they thought, oh, sure, you know, feet off, or shoes.
Why does he always enter a chat for some discourse? Why isn't Vosh talking about Biden anymore?
Off, why not? And then the other person...
good question, yeah. That might be...
Comes in their pants. They're remarkably sensitive, I guess.
Accidental orgasms are based.
I would say...
intentional orgasms sus.
I think on the basis of those questions, I would also say that's not a sexual act. Because, again, we're looking at primary intention, right? It sounds like, from what you described, that there's not like...
Is it a busgasm?
Primary intention. If anything, it's like it's more of an accident.
The distinction between these things to me seems arbitrary and impossible to define. What is or is not a person's primary intent? I mean, like you were doing it earlier with how people dress. I don't know how you could ever maybe they could have driven to go get the groceries. Like how much of a percent of...
Wait, is that if I was like so sus that I literally like made myself come from being sus?
Of them not wearing shoes is
part
of it.
God.
I don't know if there's a way to really distinguish.
Like I think of myself as a super secret agent girl, and I'm just like, you know,
primary intent relative to the dozens of other things that might motivate us to do something in the way we do. I mean, my primary intent when I go downstairs, like, am I getting chicken nuggies am I getting them from the oven? Am I saying hello to my cats? Am I enjoying the cooler temperatures down there? Like it all...
Oh my god, okay. He's so Vosh. I just want you to notice this. I just wanted you to notice this man is so fucking Vosh, right? That is such a Vosh thing to say. I'm gonna go down and get some chicken nuggies. Am I gonna pet the cat? Am I gonna appreciate how much cooler it is? Am I gonna, like, what did he say? Enjoy how much... What was his, like... What was his statement, the exact statement that he made? Wait, I'm gonna... Yeah, this is peak Vosh. This is peak Vosh. Wait, what did he say? Like, appreciate how much cooler, or like enjoy how much cooler? What did he actually say? That whatever word he used though was perfectly Vosh. This is such a Vosh moment. He's gonna suck us into his Voshness, and we're all gonna get Voshed. Literally Vosh. The cooler temperatures. But what did he say? Like, enjoy, appreciate, like, notice the cooler temperatures or something? I don't... Whatever it was. Okay, where was he going with it?
Plays into it.
He's like, eat a little bit of oatmeal. I don't know. You know, you could do a lot of things downstairs. You know, if I actually feel like going and getting some nuggies right now. Can you hold on for a second, RGR? I'll be right back with nuggies.
So here, I would say that this is a distinction between ontology and epistemology. This is a difference between, like, how do we, like, what is a sex act versus how do we know if someone is committing a sex act. And so when we're getting into the question of how do we know if someone is committing a sex act, right? How do we evaluate what someone's primary intention is?
You can feel it, Riley. You gotta use the force to know when somebody's doing a sex act, Riley. You can, if you really concentrated on it, and you're like, you know, you gotta be like you gotta develop your sexual, your Puritan Jedi, like, you know, abilities, and then you can feel when somebody's appealing to a sexual desire. You'll be like, somebody appealing to a sexual desire? RGR away! And she goes to flies, and she...
We're going to go...
She's like the superhero that shows up whenever anybody's appealing to a sexual desire. She's just like...
Off of, because it's inductively reasoned, right? The totality of available evidence. So, you know, if someone wears like a low-cutting top to a party or whatever, like the situation that you described earlier, we can reasonably infer that there's multiple reasons why those clothes are made in such the way that they are.
Like,
so
for instance,
we would be...
chat, why is it that my shoulders are left bare in this outfit? Is it because I'm appealing to a sexual desire?
Able to say, like, all right, unless more evidence presents itself to the contrary, we probably as a society are going to assume that you're not wearing that primarily for a sexual purpose. But in the contrary, for example, and this was during the Kink at Pride discourse, with wearing...
So can you swim 2 Mormons? Oh my god. Oh my god. Really? Oh my god. No way. Can I also feel when they do it as a primary intention? Because oh, that's right. Because it's like if they appeal to a sexual desire accidentally, then it's okay. Jordan Peterson would say yes. I've learned this. I've learned a thing. I've learned a thing this day about soaking.
A gimp suit, something that
is
primarily designed for sexual purposes. Then we are able to...
She's just wrong about this.
...make a pretty easy distinction and say, okay, this is...
And she gets so into it. She gets so into this.
Something where we...
Like, she's thinking about this, the mind as an all or nothing kind of, you know, thing where, like, intentions are either primary or secondary or non-existent, and it's just like there's so many other in-betweens, right?
We can pretty easily say that, like, if you're using it...
RGR followed JBP on Twitter, changed her,
and its primary use is for sexual purpose, then we can infer that you're primarily doing this for a sexual purpose.
But how could you do that with a person with a foot fetish? How do you know whether the primary intent of their walking was to satiate the fetish, or if they were just getting groceries and decided to spice it up along the way? Oh. There'd be no way without reading their minds. It's a meaningless distinction in practice. Likewise with taking the bus, if you nut from it, you know, like you could you could ask them, like, hey, did you get on this bus so you could nut?
You check their underwear, of course. After they get, the bus driver has to check everybody's underwear after they get off to make sure no one... Oh my god. Okay, no.
And they're like, no, I just really like 3rd Street. I mean, you could never have that conversation.
Demon Mama said she'd fight for AI rights. I'm beginning to think RGR is a robot, and thus the time has come.
With them, I don't think there's no way of knowing. And what's more, like...
Well, can I respond to that before you go on?
Well, is the nutting the thing?
Is the nutting what's, upsetting you?
Like, if we... Or no, what about Kink at Pride? There are people who wear leather and gimp suits, not because it sexually satiates them, but because they feel like it's part of the culture of the LGBT community, and they wear it to show solidarity. Now, it's not my fashion choice, but that's definitely a thing that happens. I mean, it seems like if our definition of sex act is involving calculus and inference and all of this, and we're doing all of it to, like, mathematically determine what's appropriate in public, like, aren't there other...
Joni, you just broke my, like, brain.
Ways we could talk about what's appropriate in public? Is wearing feet bare in public acceptable?
What's fruit face? Thinks about fruit face.
Is kissing in public acceptable? Yes. Is wearing tube tops in public acceptable? Yes. Anything past that, any distinction or differentiation past that, seems like an effort in punishing sin. Like you're looking for people who are doing it the wrong way, almost. Like there's some invisible line.
RGR had a gut reaction, and now she's trying to justify it with the reason when there's no reason for it.
All right, so the reason why we're looking at it through the lens of intent is because we want to
we got that law
be able to say sometimes when someone does something which no one else knows about, that we can still be able to morally condemn them, despite the fact that no one knows about it, right? Like,
I wish I had a game that I could play when we watch this shit, and I could just like put Vosh's image up in the corner and then like have me playing the game like on screen. But there's not a lot that's like, you need a game that you can just like pause and like look up from, and there's not a lot of games like that.
Like the example that we went through several examples during the conversation, but like the primary one I use to describe this is like the perfect date raper, right? We can imagine someone who goes and date rapes someone in such a way where the person never ends up finding out, right? And in that kind of a situation, there's no measurable physical or mental harm if the other person never finds out. We want...
This is a DGG talking point. Isn't this like a DGG thought experiment?
Some way.
Do you think if someone...
be able to...
Isn't this a Destiny thing?
Say why that's morally condemnable, even if we never, like, the person who was, like, harmed in this case never finds out.
Yeah,
that's the reason why.
You could invoke bodily autonomy. Yeah, even if they never find out, it's a violation of their bodily autonomy. Would you equate that to jerking off to somebody in your head? Because both of them are an invocation of them.
What is my deal?
In your mind, at least.
I would not say they are the same, because I would agree that with the latter there is also a bodily autonomy violation. I think with both situations, you run into a circumstance where you're violating the consent of the other person. And I will...
While jerking off while thinking about somebody?
So that's the extreme implication. I'll use
well, you directly said you believed that.
What does she want to condemn? Why does she want to condemn people? I've noticed a lot of DGG and VGG want to know who's acceptable person to condemn. Something seems wrong about that. Yeah, especially given how these people weird champ about cancel culture. They are the #1 proponents of cancel culture. Who does fucking cancel culture? DGG and VGG.
That in your conversation, you said while talking with Doe,
and they do it in a weird fucking Gamergate kind of way too.
Right, the jerking off while thinking about something was using them.
And I'm
you were
sick
very
of it.
insistent on that terminology.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not afraid of you,
sure,
Rail.
Justify
Rail. Listen. Rail. 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 Okay.
People seem to get hung up on it, but sure, we can. I'll explain that. So basically, like, this goes back to the issue of finding words or rules which are able to lead to overall the most outcomes that we feel justified or fine with, right? Because I think that what I'm talking about, the baseline rule, overall leads to like the most
you're talking about like DGG and VGG having like a predator mentality,
like I think
in terms of like trying to go after people and morally condemn them. Yeah,
like in just about every other scenario, people will look at the
yeah, it's like moralistic, but it's strangely like arbitrary in its application of moral
of what I'm talking about, and for the large part agree with me.
That's
like, for example,
Fosh is always on Fosh's side.
With, not how I feel, I'll admit.
How's levels of
all right, well then we can talk about more examples. But like, for example, when we talk about something like with the age of consent, we have a rule that is useful in society. Sometimes we look at the implications of that rule and we end up squinting a little bit and thinking like intuitively, well, I mean, like if they're 17 months like 11 or 17 years and 11 months, like, is it like really that bad? But here it's like, we can recognize that overall the word gives us, or like the rule gives us a lot of utility and a lot of help, even if sometimes it ends up leading us to morally admonish certain behavior that doesn't end up making as much sense. But it makes sense because otherwise the rule kind of falls apart and doesn't have any utility.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't see what that has to do with thinking of people while jerking off to them.
If I went on
here, this would be like the equivalent.
Would we have a
because
stand
I would
battle?
Stand by it. But as far as like the intuitive reaction that people are having, because I understand people are looking at it and being like, "What the fuck, Riley?"
Would we have a stand battle?
Because it's similar to people feeling like, "Oh, well, they were both like 17 and 11 months, right?" Like it's the same intuitive, like
I don't think those are even remotely comparable.
I think that those, like, no, I would think that those are very comparable in terms of how people perceive them, right? Like there's lots of people who have sex in high school. Normally we would look at them and a lot of people would be like, my argument, like, they're high schoolers, they're like exploring their sexuality. If they're having sex with each other, it's fine. But I would say,
I'm pretty sure my argument against Vosh would consist of ora, 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 ora.
The age of consent is still good and we ought to still use it, because otherwise we have to draw these lines arbitrarily. We have to draw this line somewhere in society. It might not always lead to like the most perfect explanations, but this is the one that gives us the most utility.
Right. No, I agree about that with the age of consent. I don't know what that has to do with thinking about a person while you jerk off to them.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Arbitrary line we've drawn. You're right. There's not really a distinction between being 1 second before 18 and being 18.
Yada yada yada.
Of course, but we still maintain the law. Is because the thing we're
Thank
preventing,
you for the follow,
which is the rape of children, is valuable. I need the value explained to me on why it's wrong to masturbate while thinking of a person. Like, what are we defending? What am I fighting for?
So there we're defending, we're defending someone's categorical right to consent. That's what we're defending there.
I don't think their consent is relevant. They're not being invoked in anywhere but my thoughts. I'm not using their neurons. It's my neurons.
But we would still say that, but for them existing, you wouldn't be able to even picture what they look like. Like, you cannot even do that without them existing. So I would say that in that extent, and I know that people are going to look at this and be like, well, Riley, this is like a really obscure example, but I would say in that sense that you are still using them similarly if you were using like a picture taken without someone's consent.
I think those are very different things. When you take a picture of a person, first of all, you're discussing proximity. Second of all, you're talking about creating a physical or digital record of a person. Third of all, we do take pictures without people's consent.
I feel like when Vosh is thinking about I don't know, never mind chat.
All the time. If you're just wandering around your workplace sort of taking photos, or your house, and you snap a picture of your
I'm just imagining, who is Vosh imagining when he's saying you imagine a person, you imagine having sex with them, right?
Your family member or whatever. There are contextual modifiers here. It's not just the security cameras. I don't know every security camera that I've ever walked in front of, certainly. The context we're talking about here is taking a photo with
So I think these debate bros want me to be keeping files on them or something. I think they want that. I think this is like a thing for them. This is like a appealing to a sexual desire.
Sexual intent. And for me, it really depends on how you take it, right? Now, if you're
they want me to dominate them with information. That's what this is, isn't it?
Taking up on them to get
Is that why this whole thing happened?
Candid shot and you jerk off to that. I think the taking the picture bit is weird, like Doe said, but
are they jerking off to those dossiers?
The jerking off bit seems to me like a non-issue. I mean, if you took that picture but didn't jerk off to it, I still think that would be weird. The picture seems to be the problem there.
I would disagree, because we can imagine. So Doe agreed to this, or I was talking about this with someone. It may have been with Doe.
This is some psychosexual shit, isn't it? This is like archetypal energy or something. Like I am become Dark Mother or some to these boys, you know.
We can imagine when
to some girls and NBs as well.
Someone is in public, right? Where we would probably say that it's fine to be able to take pictures of them.
What the
right?
fuck?
They don't have that same entitlement to privacy, and maybe they weren't even acting in a sexual way. But let's say that you take a photo of someone and you end up uploading it to a website where it's just the whole point of that website is to masturbate to pictures of women taken without their knowledge.
Yeah,
right?
You're talking about creep shots. But that does involve taking the picture, which is the element that I take issue with. If you're thinking of
Good night, Impact.
creep thoughts,
so how is that an issue?
Because you're creating a public archive of real people. You're uploading photos of them. I'm sorry, do you not see the difference? You're uploading photos.
I just want to know what the issue with that is, because it seems like we
just blew my own mind.
We live in a society where we've conceded that is just basically a normal part of society.
To upload photos to jerk-off sites?
No, to upload photos online generally.
Online generally,
that was the
sure.
trolls fucking...
So the taking a photo in a way which broaches a person's personal space would be a way in which you can do it that's bad. And what you do with that photo after you've taken it can be bad. But you can take a photo of a person in a way that's creepy with no sexual intent whatsoever. I mean, you can try it. Go to a restaurant, sit in one of the stalls, and then creepily snap a photo of the person in the stall over. You do not have to jerk off to that photo for you to feel like a weirdo doing it. So in this case, I think it's just.
Let me ask you about a different scenario then.
What you're talking about here is violating social norms.
We live in a society.
Photographing others, which are complicated, and I don't know if I have a consistent understanding because you could throw a million examples. But we're not talking about jerking off to the thought of a person. I just don't understand what the issue with it is. Who's being hurt?
Well, the issue, hold on, there's an issue of consent.
Like, what kind of fetish is this, chat? Do they have, like, a spy fetish that, like, I play into or something like that? Like, how do they see me?
We can use another example. Let's say that we have an Instagram model. They do not do any porn or any sex-based work, all right? But they upload their own pictures of their body online. And a lot of
fucking debate bros, I swear to God.
People end up jerking off to that person, even though they do not provide their consent, even though they do not like give consent to be able to do that. Now, do you think that there's any difference between using that person's image versus using the images uploaded by someone who is a professional, like someone who is paid to create pornography? Do you think there's a difference between those two things?
One of them is probably going to be way hotter.
Oh
if you're asking me morally if there's anything wrong to jerking off to the Insta model, my answer is no. I think that you could jerk off to either and be as morally absolved. Fucking game crashed. And
it's so Vosh.
Could be as moral.
I feel like Vosh should have his own like sitcom, and it should be called "It's So Vosh," and it's just like Vosh being Vosh, and it's hilarious.
In the clear, in both cases. 1 second, let me force quit this before my computer explodes. Holy shit.
All right. Then let's take that. All right. So I would disagree with that, but in order to get at that, we have to go with other examples. So let's say that we have someone who's not an Instagram model. Let's say that we have someone online who is just like your average family member.
People used to jerk off to Facebook swimsuit photos all the time. Like, that was like a whole thing. Now boomers use Facebook, but back when it was novel, people would be like, "Oh, I saw her, her swimsuit photos, and I jerked off to it." That's not even swimsuit photos. Sometimes they'll just see like a cute girl or whatever. Now, I never engage in this behavior. I know that you can type boobies into Google, and some show up, but some other people haven't learned that yet. So,
right. Well, we can imagine that, like, if you go on Facebook, all right, let's take the same scenario, except instead of the Instagram model, you just have like, let's say that you have a person and they work with someone who they are also friends with on Facebook. They have a crush on that person, and then as a consequence of that crush, they end up masturbating to pictures of that person on social media. All right? Now, let's say that after this person does this for so many number of times, they end up going and telling the person who they masturbated the images to.
Unzipping? I hear like a zipping and unzipping noise. I can't tell if it's Bosch's. I think it's Riley's end.
That they had been masturbating to them.
What's zipping and
Can we reasonably imagine why the person who had been masturbated to would feel uncomfortable being told this information?
Yeah, because you told them. That's the rookie mistake.
Wait, no, that's not the issue here, though, right? Like,
it absolutely is the issue, though. Yeah, you should have kept your fucking mouth shut. You'd be fine.
So it's fine to be able to engage in behavior if they just never find out.
If it doesn't involve them in their consent or bodily autonomy at all, yeah,
see, it's
they're
like,
not there.
What's funny is that like Riley's being incredibly prudish, but Vosh is just like so like fuck yeah, it's so fucking nonchalant. It's like they're almost like a dialectical. Like there's something going on there, right?
You're just thinking of them. I don't need their permission to think about them while jerking off to them. There are plenty of things I could do that are fine, that they might be uncomfortable if I told them. If I like jerking off while looking at pornography,
the way he's like, well, you told them. There's your mistake right there. It's just like, I'm just like, it just makes it feel. It makes it sound like Vosh just like does this on the reg. Like, oh no, here's the deal though. You don't tell them. Just don't tell them.
At least it doesn't violate.
But I mean, like,
consent.
he's right. Like, like, yeah, people, think about each other, and there's like not really, you don't really have control about who thinks about you, and like, it's just like a thing, and that's all true. That's all true. I won't deny that.
But if I went up to them and said, "Hey, last night I jerked off to pornography," they would also think that's pretty creepy that I told them, right? Past that, I mean.
Right. But now we're at a problem of just defining like what counts as involving someone.
Certainly not that.
All right, but what can you tell me, like, where is the threshold for involving someone? That is the issue.
Well, I think at the very least they should be there. I mean, there should be some kind of contact.
Wait, there has to be physical contact?
No, like any kind of contact. You could be on the phone. I mean, literally anything. But like, we're talking about zero contact. You're just thinking of them. There's nothing unless you believe in some kind of magical. The Japanese think you.
That would be so fucked up though if somebody was like, "Hey, no comment." Oh my god, no, I don't want to imagine this. I don't want to imagine this.
Talked about, like something like that. But anything past that.
Imagine people who are able to engage in sex acts alone, right?
Yeah, it's been known to happen.
So in that case, contact actually does not matter. It actually doesn't matter.
Not for committing a sex act, but for committing a sex act with a person, then yeah, some kind of affiliation of any kind would be necessary.
Yeah. True.
Okay, so
telling the person would be weird. Telling the person would be super weird.
Involving someone else.
I'm sure philosophers have lived and died discussing this. I'm uninterested. It does not involve merely thinking about a person. Wherever the line is, it's past that. I don't want to have a conversation about.
Oh my god, Bosch is not entertaining
exact level of contact. We're talking about thinking about a person here. This doesn't even count. Wherever the conversation starts, it's not here.
It doesn't even count.
All right, well, let me explain why it's relevant.
Wait, are you saying it doesn't mean anything at all, Bosch? You don't think it means anything at all?
Because the reason why it's relevant to determine at what point involving someone else in a sexual act, or at what point we can say that you're involving someone else in a sexual act. The reason why
random fat material over here, whatever.
It's important to be able to define that for purposes of this discussion is because in the original discussion, in the original tweet that we were talking about, where Doe said that I had called them a pedophile, which I didn't. What I specifically said was, I said that they were either intentionally.
Am I the only one that likes being told? I mean, like, potentially I could like being told, but it would really depend.
An argument that pedophiles would make, or
maybe in a more open society it would just be normal to like be like, oh yeah, like, can you imagine that, having discussions of like, okay, I've like masturbated thinking of him, her, him, and him, right?
Or they had negligently made one.
That they weren't.
You do like charts. You do like tier charts or something.
Aware of the implications.
Oh my god.
But that they negligently made one.
Were people in your audience calling it a pedophile?
Were people?
Yeah, it depends on who's telling you.
I mean, like, I think at the point, so the answer to that, truthfully, is probably at the point where they agreed that they would affirm the ability for people to be able to orgasm in front of children.
I'm pretty sure it was taking place well before that. Now I'm not gonna go internet sleuthing, but see, this is one of those semantic differences that it's what is it? Distinction without a difference. When in the context of the conversation you all were having, and by the way, I agree with almost everything we talked about. So whatever you say about it, you'll have to say about me too, I'm afraid. In the context of the conversation, it's pretty clear where your condemnations are rooted
Bosch is
and what
flexing.
they lead to. Now, semantically,
flexing
can we prove
on
that you
RGR.
specifically use that language? Doe, you are a pedophile. Now, maybe there's some evidence somewhere, but I don't know of it. But in terms of the effect,
what a weird thing to say. Hey, listen.
I think it's
if it's your friend you're talking about, don't say it that way. Oh my god.
Within its rights to say that you did so, because the language you've used feels, at least to us,
like
the
you
lawyer
shouldn't
version
say that. Like
you've constructed
I know
is but isn't.
What Bosch is trying to say is that, like, I don't know, like, it's impossible to know anything with certainty, but, like, realistically, yeah.
The not really a dog whistle, but you found a way to say it without saying it, and as Doe pointed out, your audience vibed with that. So
But the reason, all right, well, can I justify this then?
Sure, but the initial Twitter take, which was just going barefoot in front of a partner because they have a foot fetish in public, like this to you was what warranted saying an inadvertent defense of pedophilia? I don't think those are the arguments pedophiles make. I've seen the crazy internet YouTube exposés of like Discord moderators whose lives have been ruined because they, got caught harassing teens or whatever. This usually isn't the argumentation they engage in. So, Shu hates pedophilia. Shu on Head is a voracious anti-pedophile hound, and even Shu here did not find those arguments sussy. I just don't think it's appropriate.
What a weird way to say that. Oh my god. This is peak Vosh here. No peak Vosh hours.
You talked about my girlfriend. She really would like to come on.
What if I negligently jerk off in the privacy of my own home?
It seems urgent.
It's
Do you
urgent.
mind if I bring it on?
What? I would like to know what it's for. This is already extended a little bit past. I mean, we obviously have some severe disagreements here. I just feel like the terminology that you employed just destroyed a chance at a good conversation. I feel like most of what I said stands for itself. Just in what needs to be said.
The reason why is because she's been, and she feels the same way. I'm just reading messages, right? Mm-hmm. I've been strawmanned and harassed because of this, and I'd like to defend myself.
This platform is not for your exonerations. I'm covering this drama. If this has anything to do with any context beyond the one tweet of hers that I looked at, then it's beyond the scope of what I'm doing here. You have your own stream. I've seen you with more than 1,000 viewers for a good portion of the day. At any point, your girlfriend could come on, I'm sure, and correct the record.
All right.
What?
Then
wait, what's this about?
The specific tweet.
What is this about RGR's girlfriend? How did RGR's girlfriend get involved? I heard somebody mention that earlier, but I just didn't say that because, like, in general, like, I try not to talk about people's, like, SOs and stuff. I don't know. It just always ends up bad somehow.
And I'd like to be able to defend what I was saying about it, because I think that what I was saying was defensible. Now, when we're talking about, I just want to, like, start with, like, the plain meaning. Like, I just want to, like, talk about the plain meaning of what Doe was implying. Mm-hmm. You'd agree with me that Doe agreed that the implication of their tweet was to justify being able to orgasm in front of children, right?
No, I think that's remarkably uncharitable.
What the?
Vosh, they literally agreed to that verbatim.
That's fine. I don't think that's a summary of their argument. I think they were making the argument that there were... by the way. I think that their argument was that there are types of sexual acts that you can engage in fairly in public, which you and I agree with, making out with people. That's fine.
Vosh, you're not addressing the argument, though.
If the orgasm is the critical distinction here, then if there are people with, fine-tuned genitalia who can come from kissing, a miracle, I know, some exist.
But this isn't kissing. This is appealing to a foot fetish.
Kissing is absolutely
ultimately they agree
that
they
justify. Like, no, think about kissing. Think about kissing. Think about how weird it is. Like, it's like, okay, so there's this act that humans sometimes engage in, when they're getting amorous with each other. And they put one human's mouth up to the other human's mouth, and they, like, put the one tongue on the other tongue, and, like, the tongue goes all around, and it goes swishy, swish, swishy, swish, and they like this. They enjoy this. This makes them more sexually aroused, right? And, like, if you actually describe what a kiss is, it's pretty weird. It's pretty random. It's kind of a weird, random thing that people are into. What is that called again, chat? What is the name for a weird, random thing that people are just sort of into? Is that called a fetish?
Getting someone off to their foot fetish to the point of orgasm in front of children. They justify that.
Fetish.
Now, what does that mean to you?
The biggest fetish of them all is just, like, vanilla sex, honestly.
Say that.
What do you mean, what does that mean to me? They justify being
such a fetish.
Able to bring someone to orgasm with their foot fetish in front of children.
You mean like they just see your bare feet and they come from it?
It's perversion.
Well, that was specifically the language that they used in their tweet.
Right, well...
They said that their partner likes feet, and I asked them about what that means. I asked,
Well, why? Why do you need to ask them about the feet and the...
Did you mean that this was a foot fetish? I asked them. All right, we can have another conversation about gender. I'll use it right now, but this is... You also have to have a conversation about gender. So,
thank you.
When we're in this kind of a situation, said that it agrees to the idea that that was specifically talking about a foot fetish, right? Mm-hmm. It agreed to that. Okay? And it agreed.
This is so arbitrary.
Idea.
This is so arbitrary.
The partner was primarily trying to get its partner off on the basis of that foot fetish in front of kids.
I don't know if, with the original tweets, I don't know if they specified in those tweets the like orgasm, like getting off can
That's
be a lot
why
of things.
That's why I asked it. I asked Doe more questions about what exactly it meant, and it said.
Chat, I'd be such an awesome Vosh fangirl, wouldn't I? Just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
That's
I just was be like Vosh bad. I don't know. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Or it agreed with that characterization. All right. So I asked further clarifying questions because that's what I thought it meant, and it agreed with that assessment.
I think Doe earlier said that's not the case, but we can work. Let's work with the most extreme possible example. I mean, Doe said in my chat that's not the case, but had I only a better memory. And chat, if you have the full list of tweets, you're free to bring them up. But anyway.
Oh wait, I was a little Vosh fangirl. That's right. Fine. I almost forgot.
Making out with the person.
Oh, there
Say a person has a hair trigger. You make out with them in public,
work.
they come from it.
That's how things should
Now, making out with a person is undeniably a sexually gratifying act. In fact, unlike foot fetishes, it's the most universally sexually gratifying act. For me, if I saw a bare foot,
we're not talking about that.
If I saw,
we're talking about what it said. This isn't what it said. All right.
I'm talking with you
about whether
or
not what I said was justifiable, and we're going off of what it said.
Right, and I'm talking with you right now about an instance where an act of public sexual gratification leads to an orgasm, which I think is exactly what you were referring to. I mean, I think these are
identical.
We're
talking about whether that's not identical.
How is it not identical?
Because in the second scenario, you're talking about doing something where you're not doing something primarily.
So if you go on the bus
you are making
and you just
out
happen to have an orgasm, it's fine.
Sexually, at least for me, when I make out with a person, the main reason I'm doing it is usually
orgasm, and that's why you got on the bus?
Horny. That is definitely not just like 51%. That's like overwhelmingly the reason that I am doing that. So
out of pocket, Vosh bad. Devil squid girl with a secret halo.
This is a primarily sexual act designed for gratification.
So you're saying that you're making out with someone primarily in order to orgasm, and then you come to orgasm in front of children.
No, in order to elicit arousal, and if they in that.
It's like she just keeps on trying to make it sound worse, and she's like, and you're bumping into the children, but you don't care because you're too busy. You know what I mean? She's adding shit into the scenario that wasn't there to begin with. I swear to God.
Arousal nut in their pants, and it's in like a park or something.
She's like trying to make this.
This is what I mean, by the way, about this is what I mean about the bad faith. The language that you elicit really does come off like you're just looking for clips in front of children. Wait, stop. Riley, nobody here, least of all me, would back off of a take. Okay, I am fully aware of what I'm saying. I have at no point indicated that that's
least
not the case.
Of all me. Oh my God!
I kept saying you're in a park, you're in public, kids could be there. I've said
fucking Take Meister himself. Out, from God's mouth to your ears, right? The Take Meister's take is that, like, no, not even he would make a take. That take is too spicy even for Vosh. Yes.
This so many times, but every time you insist in front of the children, you're very clear. You want to get that into what, a 30 or 60 second snapshot of the conversation.
I'm not trying to get a clip.
It comes off that way. We all know what we're talking about. So stop with the semantic runabout. Let's just.
This isn't semantics. This has to do with the specifics of this case.
So I ask you, you make out with them. You're in a public park. There are people of all ages there. The person with whom you are making out has a hair trigger, and they come from making out with you. What a gift they have. Do you think this is?
That.
I'm sorry?
I would distinguish that. I would say that in that case, you're not trying to get them to orgasm in that sense. They have a hair trigger. They come accidentally.
Anyone who comes from looking at their partner's bare feet also has a hair trigger.
That's not a hair.
It's okay, everyone. It's okay, everyone. He has a hair trigger. It's okay. No, he has a hair trigger. It's not like I was sitting here
hair trigger.
Stimulating.
You're specifically a foot fetish.
Yeah,
there's a big difference between that.
Under the table,
okay.
It's that he has a hair trigger. That's what it is.
Yes. If you have a foot fetish and you can come simply from looking at feet, you have a hair trigger in addition to having a foot fetish. But everyone,
that's not what was talked about.
Almost everyone, at least, likes making out.
That was not what was in the original tweet, though.
We're not. The tweet. Did the tweet specifically say orgasm? Because anything short of that, we're operating off of inferences and reinterpretations. Okay.
No, I was able to specifically ask though what it meant, and they agreed with my assessment that we're talking about a foot fetish and that you could justify bringing someone to orgasm in front of children.
And if they do it just by looking at people's
I'm going to justify it, Chad. I'm here to justify it.
Okay, that would be a hair trigger. Here, the tweet was
No,
this.
but it's not just that. All right? It's not just that. We're talking about someone doing something primarily in order to appeal to that specific sexual desire.
So is kissing. Wait, making out is
and
a
also
thing.
here's the other part. It's the person appealing to the sexual desire. So, you know, I guess in a lot of cases, is that to be read like the bottom, right? It's almost echoing the language of like, oh, you know, the man was holy, but the evil woman tempted, the evil femme tempted, like, right, that the you know, right, there's some kind of like, there's a thing there. Am I wrong? I think there's a thing there. I think it's safe to say that there is a thing there. Yes.
Someone, I am doing it to specifically appeal to their sexual desire.
You're not doing it specifically to get them off.
No, if you walk in public, by get them off, you mean orgasm.
Yeah.
Okay. The anybody who could come just from seeing feet, like out there, is as much of a hair trigger as a person who could come simply from making out.
Look at this tweet. All right, what they agreed with me. All right, so this isn't an extrapolation.
If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not involving children in a sexual act. This doesn't even use the term getting off.
I asked them, hold on. Some people like feet. That's obviously referring to a foot fetish. I asked Doe if that's referring to a foot fetish. They agreed. Okay? So that's step one. And if you go shoeless to a public event, because your partner likes feet, because your partner has a foot fetish, you're appealing to that foot fetish, we're talking about a sexual act.
Yeah, but we're not talking about orgasming.
You are trying to appeal. You are doing something because you know it's specifically appealing to your partner.
You are all over the place. This tweet does not even suggest orgasm. Some people like feet. If you go... Riley. Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not involving children in a sexual act. I've watched your debate with it twice, and in neither case was I under the impression that Doe seeded the idea that this tweet implied orgasm. Doe went on to discuss further hypotheticals with you. I do not recall that. Now, do I have a good memory? I absolutely do not. But I do not have any memory of that taking place. If we're going to talk about anything specific, it is why you thought this tweet justified saying that Doe was promoting pedophilic arguments, intentionally or unintentionally. This tweet right here is unassailable. It is bulletproof. You could armor Iraqi soldiers with it, and they would be you could drop a Moab on them, and they would live.
I absolutely disagree.
Oh, all the metaphors.
So you think so? Let's remove the orgasm. You think that you're involving children in a sexual act by going to a place barefoot with your partner and choosing to be barefoot because you know your partner likes your feet, like they have a foot fetish.
Now, hold on, pause.
That is a yes or no question, right?
All right, then the answer is no, and I'll explain it.
Really? Okay.
Because in there, specifically with the last part, involving children in a sexual act, I would say that you're causing harm by engaging in incredibly risky behavior.
What is risky?
Right? When you're engaging in something which has a very high likelihood of causing someone else harm. So you are either directly involving someone else in a sexual act, or you risk doing so.
I mean, if there are like sharp rocks on the beach, maybe could cause harm. I don't know.
By walking around barefoot, that's a risky act.
It's not by walking around barefoot.
Are there jellyfish that land on the beach?
Walking around barefoot specifically because you know that it gets your partner off by virtue of their foot fetish.
So how is this different from making out with your partner in public? See, now we've removed orgasm from the table. We're just making out. So to be clear, I'm talking about a full-on steamy makeout sesh. None of this high school... Actually, high schoolers make out harder than anyone, I guess, like, because it's the first time you've done it, right? At least I'm better at it now. But I'm talking, let's say, fucking slobbering.
It's better at it now. Okay.
Make out, you know, you're just insanely into it. This is absolutely for sexual gratification for you both.
Oh my god.
Now, is this a bit...
You made it sound so gross.
Tasteless? Sure. I would argue it can be a bit tasteless in public. That PDA, that's a lot. But is it involving children in a sexual act if there are children in the vicinity? If you're in a park, if you're in an airport, is it involving them in a sexual act?
Yeah, the risk involves becoming
I feel like I'm always the one in a relationship who's like super shy about PDA, and I always get with like partners that like just really like it, you know?
You need to go through this. So not all kissing.
What is Doe's channel? Exiliacs, I think, on Twitch.
The sexual act.
I'm specifying. We've already moved through this.
I understand that. I'm building up to that. So in this kind of a situation, what we're talking about is effectively crossing a threshold from where you are not engaging in what we would call a sexual act, because that's not your primary intention of making out, but somewhere along the ways that shifts, and now you are. All right?
Yeah, you're
and there, I would say that you are engaging in a sexual act.
By making out. Yeah, okay, so
but
so
it's
yes.
not just making out. You conceded that, like, no, you've crossed the threshold where now you're doing it primarily for sexual gratification.
I didn't concede it. That was my opening statement. And yes, you're doing
so
all of that.
So it's not just, so let's be clear, like, let's not be like reductive.
The thing about Riley's arguments is they are always so, like, arbitrary, and she's always so convinced.
It's not just making out, like, we're talking about something very specific here.
Are you paid by the hour before even finishing law school? This is extraordinary. Yes.
I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm just responding to your argument. I'm engaging with what you said. Okay.
Well, you're repeating what I've said. Yes, it is a sex act. I would agree. You're making out hot and heavy. It is a sex act. Do you think it's involving adjacent children in the sex act? Do you think that you're without their consent, violating?
I think that you run a heavy risk of involving them if you do it publicly, or if
okay.
You do not recluse yourself to a private vicinity in order to be
recluse yourself, chat. Recluse.
Continue doing that.
Find
that's
a
the reason
room.
We tell people,
get a room.
Hey, get a room. You know, because at some point we realize, yeah, like there's probably a threshold that you cross where you ought go somewhere private.
Okay.
This is not.
Honey, we're about to cross the threshold. Shouldn't we go somewhere private? Shouldn't we get a room? I don't know why I became English.
So, I think so. Like, if you want me, I can give you another analogy for.
No, I know. I have a follow-up question, then we can entertain this analogy. So, you're telling me that if a person on Twitter was like, "Yeah, I don't care. I'll make out with my husband when I see him. I don't give a fuck where I am," you would like quote tweet that person and say, "You're unintentionally or intentionally justifying pedophilia with these arguments." No, wait, hold on. We have established every single equivalence. We are talking about a sexually gratifying act.
Wait, did the DGG just get run down a logic tree by Vosh? Did Vosh just do a stealth logic tree, and now all of a sudden Riley is finding herself at the end of it?
It's done primarily for sexual gratification, sex act,
no.
which we are doing in public.
Oh my
it is 100% equivalent. We have annihilated the orgasm. It is not relevant to this.
The orgasm.
Specific example, because it wasn't in the tweets. The behavior.
We have annihilated the orgasm.
This
is some hardcore psychoanalytics, isn't it?
Reduced to assuming that you just have a hatred for foot fetishes, which, by the way,
orgasm is complete.
And your bias is from that, or it has something to do with Doe. Because these are equivalent. Explain to me what the difference is between the makeout that I just described and the foot fetish example illustrated in Doe's tweet, where it said you are merely going footless while outside with a foot fetishist partner. No orgasms involved, no getting off. 2 sex acts done in public. Why is one of them just shoeless, not footless?
Oh my god!
Why is one of them
justifying
pedophilia
this,
and the other
special.
So wait, hold on. We need to.
Okay, so I was so close to drinking hemp, a certain herb, instead of listening to this shitty debate, but I decided to. Vincent Van Gogh, instead. I wish RGR asked for my consent to, oh my god, to F your ear with gobbledygook. That is just poetry in motion, my friend. That is beautiful. That is beautiful.
Is the example of the tweet that you sent out, are we not talking about that? Because I can distinguish why that's not
that is
something like what I was, like the other examples that we're talking about. In that instance, you did not specify that, like, oh, the reason that they're doing that, the reason that they're going to go kiss their husband is in order to specifically appeal to some kind of sexual desire.
I did say that. I did say you are making out with somebody because it is sexually gratifying. You're going up to them. You can even announce it beforehand. I am going to make out with you because it is hot and sloppy, and then you do so.
Stop ruining kissing for me, Vosh.
For multiple reasons.
No, wait, Riley. You need a four-level. No. What I said specifically controlled.
That's not talking about a sexual act.
Gosh, could you please stop ruining kissing by emphasizing the slobberiness of it? You're just fucking ruining it for me. Kissing is great. I don't need your weird characterization of fucking excessive saliva, just like splurshing everywhere. That doesn't have to be like. That's not how it has to be, Vosh.
Based on what you said.
You don't have to kiss all sloppy. Come on.
What?
Chat. Somebody tell Vosh that he doesn't have to kiss all sloppy, okay?
Based on the tweet, we're talking about. All right. There's 2 different scenarios that you're talking about.
Riley. My example of making out in public was one which you described to be a risky sex act.
I mean, it is. You're gonna get saliva all over me.
And likewise with Doe's tweet. So I ask you.
I might slap you. That's good. That's some risk, Vosh. That's some risk.
Distinguish between them. Please don't say, well, not all kissing is sexual, because that's already accounted for in the example that I've proceeded with.
No, I mean, hold on, but that is so. Otherwise, so we can go through this. So in the situation specifically like what you described, and I want to make sure because I feel like, because this was the implication of what you just said, I feel like you're about to turn around and say, oh, well, just because Riley says that these two things are analogous, because right now I'm inclined to believe that they are, that you're going to say that all kissing in public is therefore endorsing pedophilia, which is not my argument.
No.
I would say that in the scenario like what you described, specifically the way that you're engaging, where you're engaging primarily in order to get each other off, if you're doing that in front of children, it looks a little sus. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say that a person who defends that, the sloppy makeout sessions in public, whether it be in an airport or a public park or wherever else, would you say those people are intentionally or unintentionally enabling pedophilia with their arguments? As you did with Doe.
I would say that if you're trying to defend being able to get off your partner sexually in front of children, in whatever way that is, then that would be a little sus.
Doe's tweet did not say get off.
This is the worst thing. Wait, I hope you're meaning like in there is the worst thing imaginable, that out here you're like a little bit like more kind to the out here section. But yeah, I maybe agree with you.
Agreed.
No, we are talking. You said what you said. Wait,
that's what the
Riley,
was.
Riley,
Riley,
it has been in my chat saying that is not the case. I don't believe you. Now, either way, Riley, I haven't muted yet, and I don't want to. You called Doe what you called Doe before this conversation. So based only on the content of the
I was just like
tweet, you must answer me. What is the difference?
I must?
Between a person defending sloppy makeout sessions in public and what Doe tweeted, which did not involve getting off, did not involve orgasm, said only going barefoot around your foot fetishist partner to turn them on. As one does. When I make out with somebody, I am turned on. When somebody leans in to make out with me, they do it to turn me on because it's a makeout session.
No, so the problem.
Please don't call it a session.
With the way that you are asking this question is that
he's ruining making out for me. He's ruining it.
Presupposing that the tweet in question doesn't have the meaning that is reasonably surmisable, and that Doe eventually confirmed. All right.
There's nothing in that tweet that says getting off at all. Nothing in there even infers, implies.
That's what the implication is.
How?
And that's why I asked Doe about the implication, and they agreed to me.
It didn't. It has been in my chat saying it didn't. And by the way, I don't remember it doing so either. I only remember it entertaining the hypothetical.
Seminar, there we go.
It did multiple times. I asked it very clearly.
Riley, I am not interested in arguing with you against a person's interpretation when they're in my chat to argue against it. I am only interested in talking about the tweet and reasonable inferences from it. And nothing in this tweet even remotely suggests orgasm. Going shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet? Where does this imply orgasm?
I think, hold on, someone just sent me the actual clip. If you want, we can watch it together.
Sure, but it doesn't matter. I want to know why you responded to Doe with regards to this tweet.
No,
where in this tweet
it does matter, because this is Doe clarifying the exact meaning of it.
I want you to explain to me where in this tweet...
I have the clip. We can go over it right now.
We will go over it shortly, but I want you to tell me, without any further context, does this tweet in and of itself suggest to you orgasm is involved?
This tweet leads to a reasonable implication that it is.
I think that is either insane or dishonest, and I have to leave it to my audience to decide.
It literally agreed to that interpretation.
How long after? What was this? June 30th, 2021. Did you peer into the future? Do you have a crystal ball?
I'm able. No, we have to make reasonable summations about what the.
Can you imagine if Riley like dissected my memes and she was like, "No comment chick said this, therefore the interpretation of." Can you imagine if she like, if she just like takes like, you know what I mean? Like just she's just like taking language and she'd be like, okay, so here, and here, and it's just like, wait, no, where do you see orgasm in that? It's just like, there's an orgasm. Just look right at it. There's an orgasm. I don't see the orgasm. I don't see the orgasm.
Was it reasonable?
Because it's talking about a foot fetish.
What is, you can have a foot fetish without coming in your pants. I have never known a person with a foot fetish who came in their pants because a person near them was barefoot. That's some high level stuff.
It was reasonable since it agreed to that description of it.
Hold on. So those here, hold on. And again, by the way, I don't think it did. But even if it did, that doesn't make you post hoc right. We are not a results-based analysis.
I like it's the homies good night in the middle of the woods.
If you are wrong then,
I think it's good
accidentally proven right in the future.
Hold on. No, I think it's good evidence. I had a pretty good idea about what was being talked about.
Hold on. So Doe says in the chat right now, I didn't, quote, clarify the meaning of the tweet, end quote. I continued in another example that orgasming in public can be okay sometimes. That is not what the tweet means, Vosh. So Doe is saying right now that this tweet does not contain any inference to orgasm, which I don't
RGR was leaving the debate.
As an orgasm lover, I'm not seeing it. I want to when I can.
I would disagree.
Really,
Some people like
this self-harm.
All right, hold on, because we need to make sure that we're putting this tweet in the context.
Show me
what
the
we're
clip.
Talking about within the context of this thread is specifically sex.
We're gonna watch a movie,
right?
Riley.
What we're talking about in the context of this tweet thread.
Sex actually include making out. Have you ever come from making out?
What? No, but this is.
Wait, hold on. But making out, but making out can be a sex act, right?
Context, all right?
But making out can be a sex act, can't it?
The initial tweet was talking specifically in the context of an entire thread about sex act.
Yes, like making out can be, as you agreed with me, but I've never come from a makeout session.
It can be if you are trying to do it in order to orgasm.
Wait, you think making out is only a sex act if you do it in an effort to orgasm?
Yeah, you can be able to make out for romantic reasons. You can make out for, like, I've made out with my girlfriend for
that's pretty based.
Like, for just romantic reasons. You
that's
don't
pretty
have
based.
Wait, hold on. This is like
you have a
basic
makeout
logic.
That is
I'm not saying
awesome.
all forms of making out are sex acts, but like, so what about slapping a person's ass? If that doesn't make them orgasm, does that not make it sex? What is your definition of sex act?
No, there'd be other problems with that. All right, hold on. You know that there would be other problems with that kind of an example.
With your partner.
What with your partner? Well,
yeah, you slap your partner's ass in public.
There would be like a bodily autonomy issue.
No, it's your partner. They're fine with it. It's your partner.
If it's your partner, then it's just nothing. I mean, if they've already consented, then they're.
Oh my God!
Did Riley forget the bodily autonomy?
Okay, so say they're fine. What about squeezing their tits in public?
What about squeezing their?
I've never been with a girl.
I mean, like, I don't know that.
Is that a sex act?
Not if you're trying to. Not if you're not
very
doing it in order to get them off.
You are.
This is
yes,
wait. Okay.
You are.
So.
I mean, it would be another issue. It would be a bodily autonomy issue.
So there's no bodily. They're my assumption. They're my partner.
Riley.
With this. So you're saying that I could grope my girlfriend's tits in public.
What is the definition of a sex act?
But it's not a sex act because I know that my girlfriend can't come from it on its own.
No, all right. So this is a difference between, again, ontology and epistemology.
No, it's a difference between a sensible understanding of sex acts and a nonsensical one.
Oh,
no,
Calvin?
No. I'm gonna
is caging a dick in like one of those chastity cages a sex act? That goal of that thing is to do the opposite of get you off. That does the opposite.
Right, no, you need to stop and listen, and I will explain why you cannot do that.
Give me the clip with Doe. Please give me the clip with Doe. I know this conversation will continue forever.
Well, I need to explain. All right, you asked me a question.
There's always an explanation. Give me the clip. I'll watch it with stream.
There's always an explanation. I can explain to you. You asked me a question. I can give you an answer. Can I please give you an answer?
If you come, there's no witness.
Why you wouldn't be able to, or why you would be able to grope your partner's breasts in public? I would say that you would not be able to.
Is it a sex act? To grope?
I would say it is not a sex act, but because we're looking primarily at intent, when we surmise what a sex act is, then any reasonable person would look at that and still say that we ought not allow that kind of behavior in public.
Why?
This is also the reason why, even though you may have the situation with the good faith wearer of like a gimp suit, we could imagine where you have instances where like someone wears a gimp suit just because they like the feel of it or whatever. We would still say that you aren't allowed to do that around people because the primary intention of wearing that thing, of doing that thing, is for sexual purposes, right? Like in the situation you described, even if you're not like trying to, even if you're not appealing to a partner's sexual desire, most people would look at that kind of behavior and understand that's usually what people are doing. So since you're looking at intent,
everybody knows,
that's the best we have
in the video.
This is
I was asking that question of the chat. I have not confirmed that
information. No, it absolutely is. So first of all, earlier you agreed to my definition of a sex act, which just meant behavior adjacent to sexual interest or desire.
No, I didn't agree to it. I acknowledged.
So a sex act for you. So hold on, wait, Riley, wait, no, because Riley, you have a shovel and there's still dirt beneath you. You will never stop. So we could be here until 3 a.m. my time.
And that's what Riley wants.
Give me the clip.
That's what Riley wants.
Could have linked it in the Discord by now. Explain to me, please, while linking it. Do both. Explain to me why the definition of a sex act should only contain things which are meant to achieve orgasm. You said that it has to be towards getting off.
There's this.
The reason.
Riley's got a thing.
So usually getting off is the inference. All right.
But Riley's got a weird con thing that it's like when she imagines a hypothetical person, as soon as she puts a fetish on as something that motivates that person, she starts to think of the person as being somebody with no ethical framework who is just gonna like do the worst thing that you can imagine, like whatever it is, that bad thing that they're gonna do that, right? That it's this weird thing. As soon as they are a fetish person in Riley's mind, they become not a human. So
I would say when you are primarily appealing to sexual desires or interests, that naturally entails trying to get off. When that is the primary thing you are trying to do, then that is the implication of that action.
Absolutely not. Something can be a sex act without it being about trying to bring a person to orgasm. What about people who like having their face pissed on? You can't come from that, can you?
I'm very good faith when I wear a bodysuit.
But it's absolutely a sex act.
But we need to be able to acknowledge that there are sex acts where someone is not coming to orgasm. Otherwise, we end up in situations where For example, if you have someone who rapes a person, but they are impotent, they are unable to come to orgasm, we want to still be able to call that a sex act.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think orgasm has anything to do with a sex act. I think it's...
I agree. Riley!
Okay. So if you're making out with a person real hot and heavy, do you think that's a sex act? If the goal for the makeout session is to sexually arouse both people?
I think that if the natural implication of that is arousing them enough to eventually bring them to orgasm, then yeah.
Like they're both... You just said orgasm wasn't...
Fetish equals orgasming one another for another fetish. This is Matt.
The necessary...
Sorry.
Basically.
Yeah, all right. Let me... All right.
No, you just did that accidentally. You're correct.
Riley Edgelord are...
yourself live. We could do this for another 5 hours. You've done this multiple times before.
No, I'm not
you just did that live. You were like, wait, hold on.
I'm distinguishing kissing generally, all right, from kissing in the way that you are describing.
Nobody is talking about kissing generally. Hot and heavy makeout. You're wrapping your arms around it.
Generally, when you're doing it for romantic purposes.
Bosh, you're gonna throw me against the wall? What are you? This is gonna be like a Haas moment here.
No, yeah,
we have to ask you how many holes.
Nobody's talking about that. Hot and heavy making
out. At long last, sir, how many holes?
Arms wrapped around both sides.
I would call it whenever you move to wherever you are primarily focusing on sexual gratification, all right, or sexual desires, or the satisfaction of sexual desires.
Sexual desire is different from getting off. Like my sexual desire
like,
is elicited when I see cleavage.
Like I'm just like.
But that's not. I mean,
I'm just
women wear that shit.
Well, how about this? Can we
just mashing up the Bosch thing with Haas from like a couple weeks ago, and we just like throw in a little bit of everything, and we get like a. We get our thought experiments, chat, and we have fun with them instead of being like a debate, bro, where you use your thought experiments to like trigger people and to just like treat like real situations in the most inhuman way possible, right? We're gonna actually have fun with our thought experiments. We're gonna use our thought experiments the way that they were meant to be used, which is for memes. It's for memes. That's what it was supposed to be for.
Can we draw a distinction?
What were you thinking?
Between sexual kissing and romantic kissing?
You wouldn't need to, because all I've ever been talking about is sexual kissing, and for some reason, for 80 times now, you felt the need to distinguish between that and the thing we're not talking about.
Okay, wait. Is there a difference between sexual kissing and romantic kissing?
Sexual kissing. We don't need to.
What is romantic kissing anyway? Is it like... What is... Wait, I'm not sure about these definitions. Could there also be like obligatory kissing? You know how like you're supposed to kiss? You know what I mean? It's like the person wants to kiss you and you're just like whatever and you kiss them anyway. There's like that kind of kiss, and then there's the kiss where you're like into them and you're like, you know, like you wanna have sex, and there's the kiss where you're just too lazy to have sex kiss. Is that another one? I don't know.
Because the distinction, there's not just a line between these two. We have drawn a canyon between these two things.
Then yeah, I would say that you should not do that in public.
Okay.
I would say that you can do romantic kissing in public.
Hot and heavy making out, like sex, yeah, like sexy kissing.
Yeah. If you want to do some kissing, honey, yeah, we could do romantic kissing, but there's a couple kids around, okay? So no sexual kissing for now. But yeah, we can do some romantic kissing if you'd like. Does that sound good, honey?
Like you should, I would say that you should not do sexual.
It's like movie kissing
in public. I would say find a room. That's what the conventional wisdom is.
Sure.
And by the way, relating this back to the original tweet, this is a big skip away.
Wait, is it like a different? Because like, yeah, I mean, I guess there is like romantic kissing. Like when somebody kisses you for the first time, is that like, that's romantic kissing, right? I thought that too. Romantic kiss, with an SO tends to imply sexual desire. Romantic kissing is when Mr. Darcy is there and he respectfully asks to see your ankles within the confines of marriage.
From where we started, which is saying that you should be able to get your partner off.
That was why would you say the tweet and then say a thing that wasn't in the tweet?
Because that was the implication of it. And
I want a difference. Riley,
I just see the clip. We can watch it.
Yes, I'll read it in just a second. But
what it said.
That's right. So even if Doe said that was what they meant in that, or what it meant in that tweet, it is irrelevant to the fact that the tweet itself, in the context already provided, was something that you felt elicited accusations of pedophilia defense. And I want you. Yes, the tweet was all you had.
No, I think that any reasonable person
ankles, but not feet, never
can look at that and come away with the meaning of, oh yeah, this is talking about a foot fetish.
Yes, a foot. Yes, but not orgasm.
Yeah, where's Riley getting
about someone specifically trying to appeal? Like, it's not just a foot fetish.
Riley, honest question: do you know how sex works?
What?
Is this a how many holes moment? Is this a how many holes moment? What is Riley gonna answer?
Yes.
You can satiate.
How many holes?
You can satiate a fetish without it being driven to fulfill an orgasm.
No,
I'm almost concerned for you.
Know what the meaning of reasonable is?
No, stop. No, stop. Wait. Do you recognize that a sex? Do you recognize?
When are we gonna get into the what was it, the vaginal complex or something?
Do you recognize that not all
vaginal complex? What?
Do you recognize that not all sexual behavior is designed to end in orgasm?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
That's the reason why. That is the reason why I do not define sexual acts according to orgasm.
So
I agree
what
with
about
you.
the foot fetish tweet implies orgasm?
In the original, so wait, hold on. So in the original tweet, we are talking about, I think it's, I want to be very particular with my wording. The question initially is whether or not it was reasonable to be able to say in this situation, whether or not it was reasonable to say that this is something which ends up justifying sex acts in front of kids.
Okay, yes,
right?
You're talking about sex acts, not orgasm.
Right. So in this situation, so there's two different things here, right? The first situation is the fact that if we're talking about whether or not this justifies sex acts in front of kids,
oh my
the
God,
answer to
feet
that
are the devil's hands.
Question
Idle feet are the devil's
yes.
hands. Wait, what?
I think that is apparent from a clean
like
reading of
making
this.
out
Like you
in
already
front of
agreed.
kids. Yes, okay.
You already agreed.
Like
that
doing the hot and heavy make out in front of kids, right?
We're gonna do the hot and heavy in front of the kids, honey. Are you okay with it? We're gonna do the hot and heavy. Oh, I don't know about the hot and heavy.
So hold on.
That could be appealing to a sexual desire, honey.
Wait. Let's stay on this topic, all right? We're talking about a foot fetish and appealing to someone's foot fetish. You would agree that is a sex act, right?
Yeah, like a hot makeout. Yes, both of those are sex acts.
All right. So
in fact, I would actually say that. I would actually say that. I would actually say. Wait, Riley, this is not. I'm not interested enough in this conversation for you to think that I'll just mute you instead of hanging up. Riley, to be clear, a makeout sesh is significantly more involved than being barefoot around a person with a foot fetish, okay? In that, there's no physical contact. At least in a makeout sesh, you're touching each other in public. There's PDA there. It's not PDA to look at your partner who's barefoot. So, in fact, the makeout session that I have illustrated here is actually, I think, more inappropriate than the thing that you called Doe a pedophile over. Or, sorry, said it enabled pedophilic arguments over.
So all right, so hold on. So I think that we're almost at, like, the point of this, right? You would agree with me that this tweet is talking about a sex act. You said that earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. This tweet is justifying doing a sex act in front of children.
Like,
yes or no?
Yes, like I think people should be able to make out in public. Yes. Again,
okay.
the way you're reducing it is deliberately like clip-oriented, but yes.
So the answer, all right.
Make out, please.
If I say
out of the oven.
that this is a kind of argument that leads someone to either negligently or intentionally justify pedophilic beliefs of wanting to be able to involve children in sex acts, I don't think that is an unreasonable read of this tweet, since we have agreed.
No, I think it's insane.
Since we've agreed that it justifies doing sex acts in front of kids.
No, I think that's insane. I think what you're essentially saying is that if you have a makeout sesh with a person and you're in public and a kid sees you and you defend that later.
Do you think that there's a difference between a makeout session and appealing to someone's foot fetish?
Yeah, actually, a makeout session is way the fuck more involved. There's physical contact and people can see what's going on. With a foot fetish, literally nobody knows because you're just barefoot. They just see a barefoot person.
Nobody knows, though.
So yeah, so I would actually say that. So first of all, neither of them enable pedophilia. But second of all, that the makeout sesh is actually whatever characteristics you're approximating, the makeout sesh is much more so.
Yeah.
So
but it doesn't matter. The whole point is that it doesn't matter if the kids don't know.
It sounded like RGR wanted to argue pronouns, but
no. The point is that you
But what they see matters, isn't it? That's why we care about PDA.
Being able to do sex acts in front of kids. That is the point. It doesn't matter if they don't know. I would say that their consent is violated.
Yeah, I think I've more or less exhausted my patience here. I would say what you're making right here is an argument
your impatience. Yeah,
I think this is a moralist. Wait, hold on. I think this is an insane. Wait, Riley, I'll mute you. I think this is an insanely moralist argument that serves no purpose other than to dilute the meaning of actual child sex abuse, and you're using it specifically because you have some kind of weird fucking beef with this subject. I think it's borderline reprehensible that you would ever try to hop onto something as innocuous as making out with people in public and use it to justify you think making out in public is tantamount to non-consensually involving children in acts. I hope to God you've never made out with somebody in public, Riley, because if that's what you were thinking of, I'm disgusted.
Oh, here we go. Let's go.
Jesus, fuck. Oh my God. I hung up. I would have had to, because there's no condition under which Riley would have ever ended that conversation.
Oh my God, I mean...
Riley probably could have kept going for another 6 hours.
True.
That's fucking revolting.
That's true.
This is literally QAnon shit. the people who will dilute
Wait, did we say
the
this?
definition
we
of like
said this, chat. Somebody, oh wait, maybe somebody in chat said it. Somebody said it.
Sexual abuse by fear-mongering over it and invoking like Christian morality in an effort to like make everything they don't like adjacent to child sexual abuse. And child sexual abuse charities are like, please stop. You're actually ruining our ability to really fix this issue. Yeah, like holy shit. No,
did I say that like a stoner? I feel like I did.
Yeah, I've never heard a QAnoner say making out in public is tantamount to fucking non-consensually involving children in sex acts. Holy shit. Well, I look forward to her being added to the fucking BDS cabal, but Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Riley Grace Roshong.
Vosh, will this be uploaded? Why the fuck not?
RGQ.
Yeah, no.
Or, yeah.
I'm sorry. I think this is reprehensible. I think if anything, I'm offended by the...
Oh, yeah, this got uploaded quick.
Bad logic. That's the thing that gets me most.
This got uploaded really quick.
The conclusions here were inevitable. Time for her to write another fake legal document insisting you're more emotional in Destiny. Yeah, fuck. Oh, we didn't even watch the fucking Doe clip. Okay, to be fair, I'll watch the Doe clip. Hold on. So Doe says... So to be clear, by the way, even if Doe in this clip...
She gives you one more example, she'll be able to change your mind.
...said that the tweet originally entailed an implication of orgasm, Doe has denied that interpretation in its comments in my chat. So it would have been a misspeak, but we'll watch it anyway just for the sake of... I don't think it's relevant because Riley was calling Doe a pedo months before this statement was ever made. But sure, we watched the whole thing before.
Your partner.
It's 3 minutes.
Foot fetish. You go out with your partner. You know that your partner has a foot fetish. You intentionally and primarily do not wear shoes in order to appeal to your partner's foot fetish. There are children around. You do not care that there are children around, but there are children around. Your partner, who also does not necessarily care if there are children around, ends up getting off orgasming as a consequence of you specifically appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though they were not, that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation?
This isn't about the tweet. This is just an additional, because that's what I thought it was. I thought it was the tweet was another thing, and then it extrapolated and talked about this further.
Yes or no?
From the way you described that, no, I don't believe the harm is done to those children.
I would reject your framing of this. Violates has harm.
That's not. You haven't described a harm.
Yes, I have. Admitted, you're fine with people being able to get off in front of children, at least in some...
Oh my god, this is edited? This is what I mean, by the way. You can't trust that fuck.
Some members of the religious school I went to that crusaded against that stuff, crusaded against shoulders, were complicit in hiding CSA.
RGR, at least her community, was absolutely fishing for clips. Look at this. This is a compilation of the portions of the conversation meant to disingenuously frame Doe. Absolutely disgusting behavior. It's so unfortunate. People like her posture integrity really hard, but I feel like I and Doe have more integrity in our left pinky than RGR has in her entire fucking body. No consistency, no adherence to any actual consistent ethical system, no thought put in, just post hoc moralization combined with incredibly loaded language in a community willing to lash out. Is that pinky bare? Oh, sorry, I gotta keep it gloved for the, right, for the kids.
What?
RGR just called Doe a useful idiot, spreading around justifying beliefs that...
Used as a useful idiot. Because even if they are not a pedophile, they are engaging...
Even if, oh my god, the way that, the framing, watch the framing.
In spreading beliefs that justify pedophilic behavior.
I genuinely do think that RGR's behavior here contributes to hurting children. For a public figure to engage in a moral witch hunt, attached not to any real defense of children and their safety, but rather an attempt at using severe language to justify their... I feel comfortable saying RGR's like... I don't want to be mean. RGR gave me the behavior of like somebody who's ideologically a virgin. Holy shit. Like
ideologically a virgin?
The whole conversation, like, well, a sex act was designed to get you to orgasm. Like, what? Fucking what? Well, not that. I mean, well, it's, you know, by getting off, I mean, like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? And, okay, the thing that I think means that we can write off Riley forever is that at the end, after an unbelievable amount of teeth pulling, we finally isolated the variables. Do you think, then, that making out in public in the way that I described is tantamount to, and defending that, the ability to make out in public, like that, is tantamount to enabling pedophilia?
I never watched that.
And rather than answer it directly, Riley just started saying, see, you're defending sex acts in front of children. Like, the moment she couldn't run from the implications of her statement any further, she ran back to the euphemized language in order to, like, maximize... in order to maximize the moral harm. You know what I mean? I genuinely don't know if this is like stupidity or very bad faith, but honest to God, you know, honest to God, I think that Riley's just triggered by this subject, And Riley will say or do or justify anything if it arrives at the conclusions that she already holds, I think. The discomfort seems like really, really clear. I don't know. Your masculine voice is kind of attractive. There might be children listening. Shut up. Let's see. How long till D suddenly pops in Discord? Oh, he'll be on it soon enough, but that's okay. For the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure Destiny has done all like the thing I'm pretty sure that Destiny has talked about engaging in behavior that Riley would call justifying pedophilia.
Oh yeah.
If he throws his weight behind this, it's only further evidence to his utter brainlessness. Yeah, I should have asked.
Inner child does not like
about
Riley.
wearing glasses when your partner has
don't
a glasses
blame you.
Oh god, very stupid. Anyway, not much else to talk about, is there? Do we have anything in particular?
Oh, Dylan and Sansol defending RGR for her abhorrent behavior on Twitter.
Any particularly spicy memes?
Sansoy? First you're talking to Nazi VTubers, now you're defending RGR on, like, her worst take.
Donos? We'll get to donos. Thanks. Is the bridge burned? I think that Riley's behavior was abhorrent and destructive towards the aims of helping end the abuse of children. Or to put it another way, if I had Riley Grace Roshong brain, I would call her a pedophile. Thankfully I don't, so. Making arguments which enable.
Sansoy?
Do you think Riley's transphobic? I don't know, but I do have to say it was a little bit telling that I insisted that those pronouns were it.
Ruining your credibility with NCC bad content that's just gonna get, like,
and Riley's first response
later
wasn't to say sorry and continue. It was to say, I'll debate you on gender in the future, but in the meantime, I'll use these pronouns. I gotta say, that was definitely a telling... Finally. Fairly telling, I'd say. Yes, slightly sussy-wussy. Thank you. Got a meme for you. All right. Down into the meme mines. Who's that person? Omniliberal on Twitter? Not omniliberal. Omniliberal. Where are you? RGR was calling Doe an abuser for bringing up its history with sexual abuse.
Oh my god, this is so gross.
Oh fuck, I have to be clear on something, otherwise I'm going to be accused by Riley in 6 months of enabling abuse towards her community. Nobody go and harass Riley, okay? Don't do it for Riley, don't do it for any moral reasons, just do it because if any one of you fuckers is slightly mean to her on Twitter, in 6 months she's going to come back and say that I led a harassment campaign against her. Cry-bully shit. Do it for me. You'd do it for me, wouldn't you? You care. Yes. Where is that, Where is that, Oh, Doom Guy. That's the name of this, vaunted individual. Hold on. Sorry, I just accidentally minimized my windows.
That's some Darvo shit.
I can see the GGGers seething in chat. Jesus Christ. It's been like 2 of them, actually.
Yeah,
I
really
admire
is.
your loyalty? Yeah, let's go with that. Thank you. You changed your opinion at the Kink and Pride thing? The initial opinion that I had on Kink and Pride was ill-expressed. The position I eventually settled on, after burning a few bridges, was that I think Pride should be made widely accessible in a non-kink fashion, and that there should be elements of Pride that people can attend with an expectation that there isn't like some super sexual, like kinky, like performative stuff going on. And I adhere to that because I think that makes it easier for young queer people to convince their shitty parents that it's okay for them to go. It's just about an accessibility to like young people or people discomforted with sex sort of thing. That's actually far more nuanced than what you originally said. Like I said, that's what I arrived at. Wait, why are people in chat saying that I'm weaseling at it? Wait, I clearly just lampshaded the fact that my initial position was bad and that I eventually arrived at a different one. How is that weaseling?
Weasel?
So outside of the Pride Parade, you're okay with that? Well, yeah, because usually Pride in the city means there's like a dozen events or more going on, and if there are events there that have like leather or whatever, like sure, yeah. I still think you're holding on to mutually exclusive positions. All right, new point. The next time you guys bring this up, I'm going to turn into a homophobe. That's my new position. So, yeah. Damn, we still need to find a good lawyer friend. Well. You forgot to bring up furries? Yeah, what about people who, like... What about people who like wear furries or like fursuits? Like people like they're like, yeah, I'm a furry, you know, and they wear fursuits. Like, it would just take one more comment, one more response, one more sentence to bring them over. And when that doesn't happen, she grows increasingly frustrated because she assumes that rationality is not a process, it's a trait that she possesses.
This is what I was noticing in Riley's debate with Demon Mama, is that there's a certain amount of like that Riley just wants to force you to her side, you know? She thinks that her shit is self-evident, and sometimes it is not even logical. But regardless, she's convinced of it. And if you don't accept it, there's something wrong with you. And that's the feeling that you get, like, trying to talk to Riley about any of those things. I think I remember, like, I've talked to Riley a couple of times myself, you know, like on stream, bringing her on panels and stuff like that. And I just never quite understood where she was coming from, right? I tried to talk to her, but we were never quite on the same page. So yeah, I mean, I can kind of see that I'm not alone in that. So yeah.
If people disagree with her, it must necessarily stem from their irrationality.
Being a furry is not necessarily
because
sexual.
She assumes
True.
almost like
Good
by
point.
default her rationality when she reflects upon these things. Like this explains the legal briefs, you know? Like the reason why she frames her Twitter beefs in like legal documents is because she's adopting the aesthetic of professionalism and rationality, not for us, but for her. I would actually bet anything on that. The legal briefs, they're not for us. They're not about us. They're for her. She chooses them because it's about proving to her.
I bet that is her appealing to a sexual desire on, you know, on Maine. That's what that is. That is Riley. You know, being... Meow, meow. Have fun playing Pathfinder.
Herself, that she's worthy of that kind of header. She's worthy of that kind of format or framing. That's the impression that I get from her. If that comes off as like super mean, then she can thank me and send me fucking 500, because that's like
super mean.
6 therapy sessions saved. You can just tell the next person you talk to that, and you're saving so much time and money. Okay. But I don't think it's clout chasing, and I don't think it's dishonesty. Oh yeah, we all engage in that to an extent. It's not like I've never had my moments. Yeah. Look, if you all have any energy to direct after this, I think what you should do. Are you really sure Destiny is going to defend her? I'm never sure, but it seems fairly likely. Actually, wait, I wonder. I don't want to look the fool if it's not true. It might not be, but I have a feeling that if he does cover it, he's not going to cover Riley's conversation with Doe. He would cover my conversation with Riley. Even though the whole thing was about Doe and Doe's perspective and all that, I feel like that would be the, could be both, but no, I get that, X. Yeah, not X. Sorry, that's your name in chat. Like Doe, yeah, Doe. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Doe, we can change your name in chat like effortlessly. You're just not in here that often. Yeah, chat. If you have any excess energy.
Yeah, that is a weird thing. Too. I mean, I know that like Doe and Bosch used to be friends, you know, long ago. I thought that was kind of over though.
To expend after all of this, don't expend it on negativity.
So I mean, I guess like that means that Doe is
towards Riley.
You know,
expend it on positivity towards Doe. I think Doe did a great job. It was a very good showing.
That sphere.
Both in form and in content.
All right. Well, that was something. That was something and a half. That was something and a. You got more than you you got more than your money's worth today. So thank you for being here. If you haven't already, I would totally encourage you to leave a like and maybe even leave a comment. I heard the haters are already leaving the comments. There's already hate comments, or I don't know. Maybe there's some non-hate comments too. There's comments, but like, you know, you can join me and others in the comment section. That is where I was formed. That is like where, that is my Bane, like how Bane, you merely adopted the comment section. I was born there, formed by it, everything. I'm like the Morgana. If you play Persona 5, I am the Morgana of the YouTube comment section. So, you know, join me there, and then maybe we'll play some games on Twitch if I can get my. I need to get like I don't know what I want to play. So, oh yeah, Discord. Hit up the Discord and tell me what games to play, because that is where we keep track of stuff like that. That is hard to keep track of in chat, because chat disappears. Chat is constantly disappearing, and I am constantly disappearing, and I'm sorry for that. But I will try to be back tonight on Twitch, and then maybe try to make a schedule or something like that. Anyway, look forward to more content and more disclosures, because I'm going to be a lot more transparent than I was in the past, because I feel like I am the truth, the truth will out, and there we go. Anyway, chat. Meow meow, meow meow, 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 meow. Disclosure. Okay, bye.